Masihiya, a novel by Martin Hash, dedicated to my daughter Heather, who was amazed the historical characters in this book are real. Preface. Africa. 2 centuries ago, in an age of expanding empires, European nations rushed to establish colonies in Africa, the so-called Scramble for Africa. Africa is a continent almost 4 times the size of the continental United States, and the people who lived there were considered subhuman. So there was plenty of opportunity to turn small white nations into large white empires that had the inconvenience of blacks living there too. Old existing African countries like Bakongo were arbitrarily partitioned by the French, Belgians, and Portuguese. Somaliland was similarly divided up by Britain, Italy, and France. What was once monolithic cultures were fractured, and what had been in the past warring peoples were forced into a false cooperation that would eventually explode when the colonists finally left. Prologue. Masihiya. 2 weeks ago. The sun was slowly setting over the jungle canopy, large and luminescent, only it was older than the primordial landscape it surveyed. There was no abatement of the tenacious heat, and the incessant buzzing of a multitude of insects subsequently became louder as the sun's presence diminished. Everything was as it had been for millions upon millions of years, except that the waning light silhouetted an unending line of dilapidated, overloaded, and mud-encrusted trucks that looked like a train of dying behemoths slowly marching to some truck graveyard. Tendrils of exhaust smoke coiled upwards like genies from a bottle, and the smell of diesel permeated even the pungent smells of jungle decay. Zimbabwe had erupted. Blacks who had taken control generations ago had not yet seen their quality of life improving to the level they watched on television, infatuated with Western media. Farms that had once produced crops abundant enough for export now lay mostly fallow and unused. Whites who still controlled viable farms generated suspicion that led to resentment, whose end result would be genocide. Perversity had become the most abundant crop, and its harvest was greedily consumed. Most of the remaining whites, who had already been winnowed by their generations-long resilience, stayed to face their deaths in defiance, but most of the victims of violence were blacks who had sided with their white benefactors and longtime allies from the past. It was telling that all of the trucks were leaving the forsaken countryside much more than was even usual, due to the newly erupting violence. The contagion had begun in the north and spread slowly downward to South Africa and Botswana borders. No trucks were headed for Mozambique because the violence had already consumed it, as it had all the West African nations, Benin, Togo, Ghana, Burkina Faso, a cavalcade of violence emanating out from Liberia. The contagion followed a familiar pattern. Blacks would spontaneously congeal, riots would erupt, members of other races, particularly Indian immigrants, were killed. Whites often had an opportunity to flee, but those who had someplace to go had already gone, and those who didn't had stoically accepted their fates. They mostly holed up on what remained of their farms, armed and hoping the tide of destruction flowed around them, but it was only a matter of time as the number of targets for rage became fewer. Those that could, mostly once successful blacks, loaded up all their belongings they were willing to defend and tried to escape across the border. But soon after the deluge of refugees began, the countries they were trying to enter had closed their borders. This did not stem the tide, only slowed it to a crawl, because corruption in Africa is ubiquitous and omnipresent. So for the right amount of money or things, the anxious immigrants could continue their escape. 2 green khaki-clad border guards carrying cheap AK-47 machine guns walked up to each truck in line, The older guard, overweight, wearing a dirty brown beret, had been assigned to this remote checkpoint since his family connection died unexpectedly, and there was no longer anyone to pass on the hongo. Bribes required to keep a job with more access to bribe opportunities, which meant more hongo for himself. His wife was disappointed she could not move into a larger apartment in the city center, and his girlfriend opaquely threatened to find a more lucrative provider if he did not regain his status, and had subsequently left him when his prospects continued to slip. At least he was able to shift his expenses from her upkeep to his family, so there had been little impact to them from his demotion, and things had stabilized at home. The second guard was the youngest son of a minor diplomat, lucky to get even this meager posting, though he was intelligent and not yet dead by monotony. He had a girlfriend back in his village to whom he promised all his money, though he kept it in his own possession until her fidelity to him in his absence was ensured via female castration. In his own defense, he had only partaken of the local prostitutes when the threat of infection was low, even though he suspected AIDS was a racist Western fabrication to keep virile blacks from procreating. Both guards walked down the line of trucks looking up into the cabs. When they saw one that was occupied, the beret-wearing guard yelled up to the driver, who then climbed down from the cab to stand cowed in front of them. The guard held out his hand. The accosted driver dropped in a wad of local currency. The guard looked at it like it was excrement, threw down the bills, yelled, and kicked the driver to the ground. The other, shorter guard, little more than a boy, climbed into the cab, rummaged around for a few moments, then dropped down holding a radio and handheld GPS device. The two guards talked for a moment, then walked away, ignoring the prone driver, who immediately jumped up and climbed quickly back into his cab and shut the door. The old asphalt road, built in better times, now showing decades of wear, patches overlapping patches, was barely wide enough for two trucks to pass. No traffic was moving out of the country, though there were vehicles going the other direction. The long line of trucks looked like the cars of an immense train, stretching beyond sight, all pulled over to the side of the road waiting their turn to be accosted by the petty authority. Some had their engines running because they would not start again if they were shut off, but most sat idle to save precious fuel. If their diesel ran out here, looting and loss of the entire load, including the truck itself, would be the ultimate result. It was in this semi-silent atmosphere, only punctuated by the plaintive scream of some animal in the veldt, that the sound of a vehicle driving up the road towards them, passing all the trucks that had gotten there before them, many for days, while the drivers attempted to procure something to use as bribery. It was a newer Scania, filthy but well-maintained. Time stopped as all stopped to watch its approach in confusion and awe. Every driver there knew the outcome of the coming confrontation, and wondered about the arrogance or innocence of the truck's driver. The guards were bemused, sensing a windfall opportunity to at least force a substantial bribe, if not confiscate the truck and its contents altogether. They both walked towards the oncoming rig, standing in the middle of the road to prevent its passing, a slight smirk on the lips of the fat one wearing the beret. When the vehicle had come to a slow stop a few paces away from them, the two guards walked towards it. As the beret guard stood in the beam of the headlights, rifle pointed at the windshield, the young guard walked around to the driver's side of the truck, yelled up to the closed side window. The window was tinted, and in the dusk no hint was visible of what was on the other side. The guard yelled louder, pointing his rifle threateningly towards the window, but still no indication that anyone was listening. The guard fired a single shot over the cab, waiting. Still no movement. Perhaps the driver was too frightened to comply. The young guard got angry, climbed onto the driver's side running board. He stood on the step, one hand holding onto the roof, the other holding the door handle, pressed the door latch and threw open the door, ready to yell at whoever was inside, but the interior of the truck was dark. The guard waited for his eyes to adjust, waited for whoever was inside to come into focus. After a short time, the guard's eyes widened. Slowly the guard closed the door and carefully released the handle. He jumped from the step to the rutted road and hastily walked around to the front of the truck to talk to his superior officer. He leaned in close. "Masihiya," he whispered. The second guard looked at him questioningly. "Masihiya." The young guard nodded. The beret guard was confused. He looked towards the truck, paused, walked to the driver's side door. He remained on the ground and yelled up at the cab. "Hey." He waited. "Hey." He yelled louder but made no other move. The door opened. The beret guard shined his flashlight up into the darkness. He snapped off the light. The door shut. The beret guard looked up and down the long line of trucks waiting in abeyance for his permission to move. He motioned with one hand to the young guard, then waved the truck forward, one hand holding his rifle into the air while holding his other hand up to stop traffic coming in the opposite direction. An oncoming old, dilapidated truck coming towards him stopped, filling the roadway. Beauregard fired a short burst from his gun into the air and waved his arm for the oncoming truck to pull off the road into the mud. The truck hesitated for a moment until Beauregard pointed his gun at it. Then it pulled off of the roadway to clear the lane. Similarly, Beauregard waved a second truck right behind the first to pull off the road, using his rifle like a baton. With the oncoming lane cleared, both guards waved for the truck to pull into the freed lane. Each guard jumped onto the front bumper, holding onto the hood, one on either side, as they continued to signal the driver to go forward. Any oncoming traffic was warned to the side with their guns as their truck passed the seemingly endless line of parked trucks waiting to get through the border checkpoint. Some of the other trucks honked, only to be met with the barrel of a gun. Traffic in both directions parted so that the lone truck could be escorted through. Book 1. Murder. The Dawning of the Dawn. Tosana Proverb. Chapter 1. I came to Africa because it would swallow me up, leaving no trace for anyone to follow. My life in America was over. What I'd known there lost forever. Now, on a mysterious continent, home of civilizations that went back to the dawn of time and in some places had advanced no further, I was invisible. I had not expected to settle so completely into having nothing settled, nor be as comforted by the uncomfortable. Always on the road, always going someplace new, always ignorant of where I was going next. The life of a modern adventurer, a so-called cowboy capitalist, a truck driver in the dark continent. Back in the time of explorers, when Dr. Livingstone was discovering the source of the Nile, and long trains of porters carried heavy crates on their backs so that the doctor had a cot and a tent to sleep in at night while the porters made do on the jungle floor. Back when wild animals were more than likely to eat a spear-armed hunter. Back when the jungle was considered impenetrable by white men due to almost certain disease and death induced by mosquitoes. In those days, Africa was tamed by people of indomitable spirit, moneyed family, and an unquenchable lust for fame. But in modern times, the byways and isolated villages were connected together by an endless stream of vehicles, like ants, one after the other, every day and all the time. Because Africa had no production of its own, it was totally dependent on the people in other places to provide consumables. Africans didn't much care. They could go without just as easily. But the merchant economy of the rest of the world would not leave them alone. So the trucks came, each filled with useless goods. Coca-Cola in the old pull-tab tin can, stolen and outdated cell phones, plastic kitchen supplies, and cheaply made merchandise that people in the rest of the world had learned to ignore. There was a certain pride for native African truck drivers that came from the loose association with adventure. Plus, the pay was good if you could get it, and the goal was always to own your own truck, even though the dynamics of repair, storage, and financing were incomprehensible and unachievable to virtually every uneducated, living day-to-day exploited driver. But often dreams are enough. And Africa's truck lifeline to the world had plenty more drivers where those came from. Truck drivers are the lifeblood of Africa and were always in demand, especially those with Western passports who asked no questions. So soon I found myself burning diesel across the Mediterranean coast, through Libya, into Morocco, southward, and ultimately, like all commerce on the continent, ending up in South Africa. The few whites I met driving considered me below them, and the other black drivers, accustomed to catering to the whims of white people in public, were uncommunicative to them in private, so my evenings were as silent of conversation as my days. Both for protection and to relieve the monotony of long runs, early on I'd teamed up with Kobe, a displaced Liberian who spoke heavily accented English when he spoke at all, and for some reason found me a fascinating companion, which was enough for me, endlessly trying to draw me into discussion. A giant, hulking man, he intimidated other blacks with his sheer presence. Kobe was also very tall. I never asked, and I doubt if he would have known if I did, but I suspect he was closer to 7 feet than 6. Combined with his jet black skin, ritualistic scarring, and perfectly white teeth, even a brigand armed with automatic weapons would hesitate. He also wore the same dirt-stained khaki parachute pants that had never been washed, as far as I knew. However, he would go into rivers fully clothed to bathe, an oil rainbow glistening on the water that surrounded him. Many a bribe I was never commanded to provide when he stood at my side, and the occasional times when I did have to give a liter of diesel or a can of fruit as tribute, I never had to give more than a pittance. I can't remember how Kobe and I met because it seemed like he'd always been with me since I'd arrived in Africa, perhaps at the airport, or maybe after my first ferry crossing from Gibraltar into Morocco. But in the 3+ years since, he'd always been at my side. We would switch off driving, and I never went anywhere without asking him first. Like finding the right partner in a marriage, we were comfortable in each other's presence, without a hint of conflict. I'd never felt compelled to exert my authority, and luckily, he didn't require any. The truck was mine. I'd purchased it after inquiring about what was available, and suspected it was stolen because it was a relatively modern Swedish-made Scania known for reliability and durability, and I had gotten a great price. The faded bloodstain on the left-hand driver's seat provided a not-so-subtle hint of the previous owner's capacity for repossession. Anyway, I didn't stay anywhere long enough to be tracked down, and the same people who had provided the truck had also provided papers, probably forged, that allowed me to cross borders. With me, a white, and Kobe, a scarred giant, in the cab, they'd never really been more than glanced at, since primarily papers were only an excuse for a shakedown, sometimes several times a day. I don't know what regular drivers did. Paid bribes, probably, which is why most drivers were dirt poor despite their good pay. Most of the time, the truck cab was my home. It was safer and more comfortable than the ramshackle, dirty hotels, too expensive for the locals to live in, and too unkempt and uncomfortable for travelers. Maintenance was an unknown concept in Africa. More than once I'd gone into a rental room for one reason or another and found dried piles of human feces on the floor and a layer of dust intermixed with countless dead insects. Never had I found a toilet that flushed, nor an air conditioner with cold air, if it turned on at all. One time I abandoned a $2 room and slept in the dirt parking lot. Another time, looking for access to electricity to charge my phone and laptop, a young white couple, probably gap-year adventurers if their smug self-assurance were any indication, pushed their way in front of me to get the last room, apologizing to me as they entered, only to come out a few minutes later to offer it back to me. I simply smiled and slept in the cab. The next time they saw me in the morning, they looked disheveled and sleepless. They cast a nasty glance my way, as if I was the culprit for not absorbing their responsibility for their actions, the common refuge of entitlement. Driving through Angola was uneventful, but I'd heard rumors of unrest. Nothing specific, but there'd been some necklacing, wedging the victim into an old truck tire, dousing them with gasoline, and lighting them on fire. And albino sacrifices had started up again. Luckily, we seemed to be just ahead of it. Native wood carvings and other trinkets for the tourist shops in Swakopmund, Namibia, then wine crates to Stellenbosch, just inside the South Africa border, and we had just delivered filled crates of wine in Johannesburg. I had not been this far south before. Kobe didn't say one way or the other, and I didn't ask him. I had an ulterior reason for coming to Johannesburg. Long ago, I had gone to law school with a friend from here, and a mixture of curiosity and nostalgia had inspired me to see if he had returned. He said he was going to, but that was a long time ago when we were both still young men. A lot had happened since then. Apartheid had been relinquished, black rule now directed South Africa's fate, and no city was more representative of this than Johannesburg. Chapter 2. It is intellectually dishonest to judge the actions of the past in the light of present morals. The adventurers and colonizers of old led to the Enlightenment and penicillin, while the lives of primitive people were susceptible to death from a scratch and constantly under threat of genocide by the tribe across the hill. Their lives were short, brutal, and prone to despair. Mid-19th century Africa was a picture postcard of what things might have been. Traffic ran in organized synchrony. Mass media broadcast benign stories of local intrigues and petty larceny. And white children attended private schools right next to black public schools so that the races interacted daily. Yet the coughs of lions were still common in the veldt, and large tusked bull elephants still ruled the savannah. Baobab trees were plenty, not yet firewood or corral fencing, still spreading their branches for regal giraffe to dine upon, and for hyenas to lazily sleep under. The heat of the day withered the air and exhausted the lungs. The nights were humid and fecund, the insects legion, and the sounds in the night a cacophony. But pictures do not convey racial schisms, and newspapers that counsel congenial change are not read by everyone. In those years, chaos was held at bay by the last vestiges of white superiority, a temporary damper on the aspirations of budding black leaders. As the world became more civilized, the cracks began to show, and democracy, the siren call of the West, was not a friend of people who have no experience with it. Examples of the decline in civility and development in pre- versus post-colonization around the continent abound, but the most glaring travesty is Johannesburg, once a vibrant and modern piece of modern Europe isolated in the Stone Age. After the end of apartheid and the overthrow of white rule for mob rule, Johannesburg's fortunes have been in continuous decline. Lawlessness and lack of security, plus little willingness to invest somewhere with neither, were the reason for the city's slow decline. Now it is but a Potemkin village that, if examined closely, shows an aging facade with no recovery in sight. All of the downtown skyscrapers are abandoned except by squatters, the roads leading up to them in disrepair. Just outside of downtown, where a vestige of its former glory lingers, gangs of unemployed black youth stand idly on the sidewalks, eyeing passing whites with suspicion. It is heartbreaking for the whites who have remained, most having returned to Cape Town or immigrated to Australia, England, and Russia. For the Boers, there is no place to go, and they staidly tough it out, going to their jobs every morning in private cars, protected by private security staffed almost exclusively with white guards. There are no white families remaining, no peal of children laughing while running through the park. When this last generation of whites passes from the earth or is forcibly evicted, Johannesburg will revert back to the jungle, albeit one filled with crumbling concrete and overgrown asphalt. For it, the apocalypse has already happened, with little time remaining for the survivors. The change was inevitable. White sons raised under the watchful eye of Protestant mothers, forced to do well in all white schools, take responsibility, and feel the weight of obligation on their backs, suddenly are overwhelmed by masses of migrants who had previously been relegated to certain areas around the city and only allowed in to perform menial labor. These people were under the impression that simply standing where a white stood They too would be rewarded with the things they saw advertised on television and were greatly disappointed when new sneakers did not magically appear on their feet. They can be forgiven their naivete. It takes a lifetime of brutal indoctrination to make a man go every day to a job he hates, while simultaneously being responsible and conscientious. It wasn't skin color that made whites successful, nor privilege, nor special knowledge. It was mental slavery, not something that could be easily passed on. Johannesburg was doomed the minute democracy was adopted. It had been 2 generations since the end of apartheid and Nelson Mandela had become president. Many in the West do not understand Mandela's legacy. They only see him as a long-time prisoner made president for possibly vindictive reasons. This perception continues because few in the West understand what the alternative was: white genocide. All the pent-up hostilities and anger could be vented off by one person, Nelson Mandela, a man who could have been king but instead chose peace with the people who had degraded and dehumanized him for 3 decades. That is truly what heroes and saints are made of: a black George Washington. However, given enough time, those old resentments, placated for only a while, re-emerged, again building societal pressures to explosion levels. Whites were resentful of their loss of status and empire, and blacks were resentful to admit that it was whites that created and maintained that empire. And with their parting, the riches they had expected as a birthright had never materialized. Perversity always wins out when commitment does not equal expectation. Burn it all down. At least we will all be equal then. The atmosphere was tense. It started that way in the early mornings and built up all day until anyone going out after dark faced a vengeful but faceless threat. There was no need for a revolution. It had already occurred, but the cleansing that comes with revolution was alluring. Those who were in the majority felt confident their side would win out, even though they would have gained nothing and lost everything. People would like to think they're all in this together, but the reality is they aren't. One side is actually a ruthless enemy, only tenuously held in check. Once the veneer of civility and restraint is torn, it will rip apart into a cataclysm in that charged atmosphere, dawn of a fundamental metamorphosis and another looming failure on the African continent. Everyone is simply waiting for the spark that would start the conflagration. Chapter 3. Before the event that had triggered my escape to Africa, I had been a practicing attorney. This had the advantage that I knew exactly the severity of my situation in the eyes of the law. But in return, there would be no leniency for a lawyer-turned-sadistic murderer. The law, though, has a fragile memory and tends to dull as events recede from social consciousness, and the law has a certain set of formalities that must be maintained before the machine can start turning. One of those is service of process, whereby the defendant is notified that the engine is about to start. If one can avoid arrest or service of process for 7 years, all torts and the majority of felonies will lapse. Murder does not lapse, especially aggravated or torture, but evidence is lost or not gathered, and witnesses forget, and the cost of trial is exorbitant. So a murder charge must be a sure thing before the prosecutor will risk their conviction rate on a trial. My plan was simple: let no one know or even guess my whereabouts for 7 years, especially not my wife, Hannah, because if she knew, and of course she wouldn't tell, she would face an aiding and abetting, accomplice, or possibly even a conspiracy charge. I would turn myself in if that were the case, so we didn't let it be the case. No knowledge, no contact was her unassailable defense. Though a child of the electronics era, I was never much for fads. When all the kids had Walkmans, I had a boombox. When headphones came into vogue, I still listened out loud, and I don't have thousands of my favorite songs listed anywhere. I'm stuck on CD albums of a single group, mostly from my formative years: Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath. Those songs are mournful, no matter the lyrics, because they dredge up reminiscences of my fleeting youth. But the most poignant songs were those that were popular near the time I left Hannah. She knew me well after almost 2 decades of marriage and was probably aware of my imminent departure before I was. The look in her eyes had changed in that last year. Her mood had become silent. We lived life in slow motion. considering the frantic activity in our lives in the years before. The kids, the things, the careers. Those months after the attack on our daughter were like the calm before a tsunami, when the water recedes far back into the sea and time stops. Then the tidal wave hits. There were signs. I closed my practice, returned things that I'd borrowed, emptied my closet, wrote my will, then, poof, I was gone. I've always regretted I'd not left a note. I tried not to remember her as much as that was possible. There was a wall in my mind. I was on the inside, and she was on the other side, somewhere out in that vast expanse that was everybody else except me. The wall was high and thick, but at night just before I fell asleep, I could hear her, no louder than a whisper, but I knew the soft voice and the attraction in my loins then when sleep took me. The wall disappeared and she was before me, the same as the last time I'd seen her, beautiful and beseeching, forgiving of my transgressions, beckoning me to enter her bed and partake of our regular lustful unions. If that was the end of the dreaming, I would gratefully fall asleep every night, anticipating our reunions. But that would be too simple and entirely contrary to the normal complexities of life, because soon after the happy reunion, her body would morph and her face would change into the rapist, and I knew I had been tricked, and so the knife would magically appear in my hand and I would perform the act of desecration again, over and over, every night without fail. Chapter 4. Whenever we came into a city, finding a place to park the truck required a number of conditions. First, the place had to be big enough. Second, it had to be near street traffic. Third, it had to be private, or at least made that way by paying whoever assured it would be. Why these three requirements were important was the nature of our business. There are few things everyone in Africa needs, even during civil unrest. And I didn't know enough to sell cell phones, nor had the temperament for giving haircuts. And alcohol was too bulky and didn't travel over Africa's excuse for roads, so we sold stimulants. I hesitate to use the word drugs, since that connotes something out of the ordinary, but Africans had for millennia been growing, preparing and consuming natural stimulants and euphorics of different varieties. The fact that it might be illegal in many of its states and countries is what provided our special business opportunity. Wherever people gather, there is always a ready recreational market for the pleasure of not caring about anything, or the opposite, offering the illusory inducement of control of your own life. These feelings tend to become addictive because when given the chance of feeling powerful or helpless, who would not pay any price for delusions of grandeur? Unfortunately, most of these substances accomplish this august feat by successively burning off a little bit of brain matter, so if ever there was a devil's bargain upon this earth, self-awareness through chemistry is it. In the past, I needed neither, even foregoing coffee most of the time. I had been raised in a fundamentalist family, and even though their teachings failed to bemuse me much past adolescence, by that time my desire for cigarettes, coffee, and liquor had expired. After that, it was simply a matter of minor personal honor not to imbibe in licentiousness if there was but paltry self-gratification. But once I'd become African, my sense of self had diminished to the point that my psyche was no better balanced than any other addict enticed in the artificial world of hallucinogens. To not care about the past nor the future, so in the circumstances, the gain outweighed any petty personal convictions against it, and the pharmacological treasure chest which is Africa offered availability and selection like no place else on earth. Cobb opened the 4 master locks and unwrapped the secret chain jamming the opening mechanism. He also carefully disarmed the explosive devices that were the last line of defense against clever thieves that had cut the locks and disengaged the chain. We had never had a successful robbery, though we did have to replace the locks which were cut regularly and dispose of the body of one persistent high achiever. Kobe rolled up the door. A pungent smell overwhelmed us. After looking around to check for overly curious eyes, Kobe flicked on a switch, illuminating the trailer. Inside were dozens of crates, the frontmost with their tops off, and the bounty within was visible. Daggett, Cod, and I both at our home business, and though we didn't have a home other than the truck, business was good. Kobe loaded a table and some chairs, and the blenders. The tabletop was an old hollow door. One side had holes in it like someone had punched through the thin veneer of wood in anger. It sat flat on 2 sawhorses I had purchased at a big box store in one of the cities as we passed through. The tan canvas folding chairs I had gotten there too, but now they were worn and faded. The one Kobe's substantial weight normally occupied looked as if the cloth seat would tear out at any time. It had a large blood stain on the cloth. The result of a failed robbery. Threatening Kobe with a weapon was always problematic, but threatening him without one was potential suicide. The blenders were all industrial but different makes, one made of stainless steel, 2 of plastic. They were kept fastidiously clean, but the lettering on one of the buttons had long ago worn away because it was the setting we always used. Kobe set everything up under an awning that was also in the trailer and put a small sign out next to the street with the simply hand-lettered word, "Bang." It didn't take long for our first customer to appear. Like many things, smoking cannabis, daga in local parlance, originated in Africa, but Africans developed other methods of consumption that circumnavigated the world due to the 16th century slave diaspora. Though Europeans considered Africa's other main crop, tobacco, as more valuable, Africans in general and Central Africans especially knew the premium value of their underappreciated native fauna, which only gained in popularity when it was made illegal across the continent in the early 20th century. However, it remains popular and can be found anywhere, most commonly in bang shops. Bang is a milkshake-like mixture of marijuana leaves, light green in color with a bitter taste and quick acting. We also had khat, a less well-known but more ubiquitous natural narcotic, whose active ingredient is caffeinone, brings excitement and euphoria while relieving hunger, a perfect combination stimulant for rebels in the jungle. Chewing it has also been a sign of manhood for thousands of years, the way boys became young men in Africa before the Kalashnikov. The use of khat was so prevalent and abused that a medicinal drug used to break khat addiction was almost as popular. Iboga, a psychedelic hallucinogenic root discovered by natives after watching gorillas consume it and enter a trance-like state. Though it primarily only grows in West Africa, mostly in Gabon, we had a large supply of it too, a one-stop shop for all Africa's psychoactive needs. Kobe defended his inventory. Half the people's got a habit, the others half got a kick. Kobe would also use the tabletop to offer gray market goods, butane cigarette lighters with 4-inch flames, cock rings, coke spoons. Poor quality Chinese-made merchandise bought in less reputable shops along our route. I was never tempted by either the opportunity to be a sole proprietor nor the meager income Kobe made selling it. But it gave him something to do, and some people just want to be part of the stream of commerce. Chapter 5. Kobe set up his table and, as usual, a crowd of women gathered around him. I was always surprised when mothers brought their daughters, always in their finest clothes, to meet Kobe. He could have his pick of women, and sometimes he did, but I couldn't make out what the attraction was. He kept his scars mostly hidden, but the ones on his forehead were not covered, and he wasn't wearing a hat. Everybody seemed anxious to buy one of his fertility totems, the engraved penises he made himself being the most popular. He didn't charge much, certainly not enough to cover the time each took to make, even with their rudimentary craftsmanship. I'd suggested he import professionally carved items from Singapore or the Philippines, or even locally, but he always shook his head, confused as to why I would think selling someone else's workmanship was even an option. "I'm thinking of carrying crack pipes," Kobe announced, testing the idea on me. "Knock yourself out. From what I've seen, it may be a bestseller. Pay off that condo you have in the Hamptons." Kobe's outspread goods were currently being fingered by a gem of a customer who must have determined it was too much trouble to bait, and from what I could smell, he probably also saved time using his britches as a privy. "Get out of here, Kaffir." Kobe chased off the lowlife. The man, insulted, squinted up at Kobe, but upon seeing what he was up against, his face again collapsed into degraded resignation. He lowered his head and shuffled off. I had long ago become accustomed to the dichotomy of Kobe's personality. Sometimes he seemed a mature and goal-oriented man, while often he displayed the innocence and naivete of a child, just trying to make his way through a tumultuous and undirected life. For example, he often wore the sleeveless two-lane green Waves t-shirt he had on now. It was old and ratty, and threads where the arms had been cut off hanging in a tangled fringe. The olive and blue school colors looked good against his dark skin. The shirt had probably never been washed, and looked and smelled it. I asked him where he had gotten it, and he told me enigmatically, "From Tooland." The incorrect pronunciation combined with his thick accent making the word indecipherable if I hadn't been able to read the school's name on the front of the shirt. "I'm going to go there," Kobe told me matter-of-factly, sincerity in his demeanor, no hint of self-awareness. As always, I went with it, not condemning nor commenting on the improbability of such a goal. I asked him how he had picked Tulane. He said that was the name of his grandmother, or sounded close to it anyway, and he loved his grandmother. I asked him what he was going to study, and he told me he was going to be a piano. Puzzled, I asked him what he meant by piano, and he told me that when he was a boy, a traveling preacher came through his village with a piano and let Kobe push the keys down and make music. Kobe thought that was the best thing he'd ever done, and he was going to be a piano at Two-Land. I told him he'd be a great piano. Chapter 6. Kobe's only marketable skill was driving, so he became a spell operator for the ubiquitous 16-wheeler rigs that caravaned almost all goods around Africa. I was white, so it was easy to get a driver's job, but I also knew I needed a black man, not only to spell me during long hauls, but to provide cover in the more racially antagonistic fiefdoms and principalities that we serviced or traversed. This resulted more than once with Kobe being bullied by men with guns. Whenever I saw soldiers, uniformed or not, pulling Kobe out of the cab, I wondered if this would be the time he wouldn't be getting back in. Most of the time there was simply yelling, demands for money or food, but occasionally Kobe would get back into the cab after being struck with the butt of a rifle. Those were the most chilling times because I knew that as soon as we got out of sight, Kobe would ask me to stop the truck so he could get out of the cab. He would disappear without explanation and sometimes be gone for hours, but I knew to wait for his return. A couple of times he came back with blood on his clothes and smelling of urine. I did not ask what happened and he did not say. Kobe and I could comfortably sit in the cab together for hours without saying a word. When something needed to be said, it was, but otherwise there was rarely the desire for small talk. What I learned about Kobe I surmised from the few things he did say, and other than that it was none of my business. Thankfully, Kobe's outlook on human companionship followed similar lines. When I would reminisce about my lost home and family, I think Kobe could tell because it was only during those times when he would volunteer information about his own family, also lost, his mother and father, and his sister. He never said what happened to them, but I could tell by the tone in his voice and how he spoke about them that they were gone. We had that in common and it was enough. I knew something about Liberia, where Kobe was from, a nation whose name was derived from the word liberty and whose capital, Monrovia, was named after then U.S. President James Monroe. It was founded by a group of ambitious freed American slaves in the 19th century. They wanted an escape from the racism of the United States, but in one of life's great ironies, their descendants became the same kind of slave-holding aristocracy in mockery of everything their ideological founders had tried to escape. They sounded out of place in Africa, literally since they still spoke American accented English, which distinguished them from the indigenous people who resented the air of superiority it provided. Over the decades, the decadence, failing, corrupt administration of the colonizers, and the racial schism in their society led to unknown and inconsequential Master Sergeant Samuel Doe seizing power by simply walking into the palatial estate with a couple dozen soldiers and assassinating the president. Doe, who imagined he had supernatural power that came from drinking the blood of pregnant young girls, was from one of the indigenous African tribes, the Kron, who did not speak English. After that, many of the indigenous people, who had been kept separated from the settlers, then migrated to Monrovia, thinking life there was better than where they were. This influx of non-English speakers who did not understand even the rudiments of capitalism and private property got into conflict with those loyal to the powerful immigrant families, and the civil unrest really began in earnest as a proxy war for outside national powers. Martin Taylor, future president of Liberia, was one such combatant. Though Taylor had a degree in economics from Bentley College in Boston, the college disowned him and cringed when reminded that he was an alumni. Taylor had little backing from the people, so he pioneered the use of small boys' units, children plied with cane spirit, marijuana, and amphetamines to live what was commonly referred to as the Kalashnikov lifestyle, because children are the most ruthless, merciless sociopaths that would do whatever heinous act they were ordered. Perfect soldiers made a match for adult counterparts by the easy availability of firearms, the great equalizer. It was a child's war, AK-47 in one hand, toys in the other, whose sole purpose was to make Charles Taylor president through terror with the campaign slogan, "He killed my ma, he killed my pa, I'll vote for him." The boy soldiers served their supreme leader with a combination of reverence and fear, the latter being the most important. Invariably, when the United Nations would provide technical assistance grants to Liberia as aid in the form of vehicles, technicals for short, one warlord or another would mount a heavy machine gun in the back of a Toyota Land Cruiser, drive into a small village, corral the children, and take the most robust boys for soldiers and girls in puberty as sex slaves. It was an easy, cheap, and incredibly effective method of building a ruthless army. The Kondo Kidondo, child soldiers, were infamous in the Western press for hacking off the limbs of innocents, mostly the poor caught in the conflict. Chapter 7. Bokdu Village, 100 kilometers north of Monrovia, Liberia, May 17, 1988. There's a hole in your psyche when you are born that your parents fill with religion, or if your parents are remiss of your moral education, society will fill the gap. And in those rare instances where there is no society, no social structure, no ethics, no right and wrong, as happens too often in Africa, that space, the one that allows serial killers and sex deviants and misanthropes of all kinds, that space seals over and fills with nothing at all. Sociopaths aren't necessarily evil. They aren't anything at all. They're empty vessels without ego and without remorse. Kobe had never considered such sophistries when he was a child, a tall boy for 10, but with thick arms. Obviously genetic, since Kobe's diet was not conducive to building muscle mass, which is why he was put into the sugarcane fields younger than most boys. He was also good with a machete, agile and strong, and worked tirelessly without being distracted like most boys, so was a favorite of the overseers, men who themselves had started lives young in the fields. He had no further ambitions in life, mostly because he had no exposure to anything outside the small village he grew up in. He'd heard adults talk in awe of Monrovia, but he did not know what it meant, nor whether it was a place or thing. His life was small, but was as good as his minuscule expectations. It's not like any of the other children were any less satisfied. The first time Kobe had been warned that Rere boys were coming, he asked what they were. His mother said they were soldiers, which he assumed was a good thing because every time Kobe had seen soldiers before, men in tan uniforms carrying guns. They were accompanying missionaries or aid workers, but the way his mother whispered the word, and the terror on her face alerted him otherwise. He wanted to know what was wrong, but didn't know how to ask the question. For the entire day he anticipated an event of some kind, but by that night nothing had occurred. Kobe hoped perhaps whatever was frightening the adults of his village had gone away, so slept well that night and got up early to go to the fields like he did every day. It was from there he first heard the gunshots, the screaming, and the commotion coming from the village. He ran back to the village still carrying his machete. Kobe could see strangers in the streets, but they didn't look like soldiers, some wearing dresses and women's wigs, with white clay and makeup smeared on their faces. Others were wearing fright masks, and had the bones of their enemies tied together and draped around their necks. Savagely, they shot any village man they saw. Many villagers tried to fight back, but all they had were machetes and were shot down where they stood. Most ran into the jungle, the raiders firing blindly after them. Screams could be heard when one of the many bullets occasionally found its mark. The women and girls were herded together, grabbed, their arms pulled straight, and the left hand savagely hacked off, blood spewing. Women who tried to help by tying off the wounds with tourniquets were themselves grabbed and their own hands chopped off. Many lie dying as their blood spilled out of the open wounds. Some hung on by grabbing the end of their severed wrists and holding tight, perhaps prolonging their lives long enough to get help. Kobe could see both his sisters on the ground, already dead, lying in pools of blood, their arms ending in stumps. His mother was still alive, the boys clutching at her, tearing off her clothes. Kobe yelled for them to stop. The boys could hear his cry over the commotion around them and turned to see who it was. Kobe yelled again for them to stop. One of the boys pointed at his mother, then at his pelvis, asking something in a language Kobe did not understand. He thought maybe the boy meant, did Kobe come from his mother's womb, so nodded yes. The boy smiled widely and indicated to the boys holding his mother to drag her to Kobe. The young raiders did not speak English, but their actions were word enough. They wanted Kobe to fuck his mother before they cut her hands off, and put them in the bags each carried, some fuller than others, each containing many hands of his friends and family. Of the group of Rere boys who confronted him, none were more than young teenagers. The oldest, maybe 14, was the one bullying Kobe, though Kobe stood a full head taller. He was wearing a necklace made of desiccated fingers, more than 2 hands worth. He had smeared white paste onto his face that mostly hid an enormous amount of freckles that had probably caused him to be bullied himself growing up. Rudimentary scar tattoos of rifles and knives covered his forearms. He was missing several teeth, upper and lower in a bunch, on the left side of his face, giving his smile an exceptionally sinister look. All of the other boys were significantly shorter and smaller. 3 of them wore fright masks, and a 4th had one on as a hat. They all wore women's blouses covered in blood spatter that hung loose on their diminutive frames. Each carried a machete and had a collection bag slung over their shoulders, hanging heaving and dripping blood from the dried blood-blackened canvas they were originally made of. One or several had liberally doused themselves with perfume, and the astringent smell, along with the stench of decayed and rotting flesh, probably from the bags, caused Kobe's eyes to water. Two of the smaller boys, one who was wearing the mask on his head so that his angelic young face was visible, pulled Cobb's mother's arm straight, making it clear for their erstwhile gang leader to swing his machete at her wrist. The larger boy was tapping the blade of the machete against his palm. Then he raised it high over his head, about to strike. Cobb immediately sensed the only possible outcome of the situation. He still has his own machete, which he brought back to his chest, then slammed through his mother's chest, most likely piercing her heart. Her body immediately became still, her eyes open but lifeless. Even the Rere boys were surprised at the suddenness and ferocity of the act. They remained motionless as Cobb quickly stood from over his mother's prostrate form and turned quickly to grab the boy who had ordered him to molest his mother. Even though the boy was well armed with a machete on his back and butcher knife in his belt, and a rifle slung on his back, Cobb did not hesitate to stab him in the throat with the field machete still in his hand. The youth dropped his own machete and grabbed his throat in an attempt to squelch the spurting blood, his frantic eyes fixed on Cobb, his other arm reaching out as if to grab him. Cobb used the opportunity to whack off boy soldier's hand at the exposed wrist. The hand fell to the ground, bounced. The combination of injuries was too much, and the fatally injured boy went into shock, crumpling to the ground next to his severed hand. Cobb looked around for a moment, saw the dead boy's carry sack, picked up the hand and put it into the sack, which he then picked up for himself. The other boy soldiers were finally overcoming their startled inaction. Cobb could see the surprises on the faces of ones without masks turned to anger. They all unconsciously formed a close group intent on attacking Cobb, but the instant before the bloodthirsty young killers could simultaneously charge him, a grown man in clean military-issue uniform stepped between them and Cobb. He said something to Cobb's erstwhile attackers that they didn't seem to want to obey, but also didn't think it worth the conflict. Most of them turned and walked away, anxious for more carnage, but two stood at the man's back, their eyes latched onto Cobb with ill intent. The adult soldier turned his attention to Cobb. "You, boy," he said, a smirk on his face. "I like you," he said in accented English, obviously raised in or around Monrovia. He was handsome and debonair, his red beret perched artfully on his head of curly black hair. "You come with us, eh?" he asked Cobb, motioning somewhere distant with his long, slim fingers. The man waited for a response. It wasn't a direct threat, but Cobb sensed what the alternative would be. He didn't respond in words, but simply looked up at the commandant mutely. The commandant smiled, his teeth flashed in the sunlight. He made a slight finger indication for Cobb to follow, then walked away. Cobb picked up the bloody bag of hands and followed. Chapter 8. I'd been driving truck in Africa for over 5 years, and though the long periods of quiet contemplation had been good for my psychic health, and accepting the things I could not change, the complete emptiness that was once my soul was ready to reestablish itself, I just didn't know on what. Being a lawyer was probably out. There would be a background check and fingerprint match. Now that I'd spent some time free of the confines of an office, it seemed unlikely I could readapt to a cheap high-back rolling chair under artificial light. Farming was a no-go, but maybe some kind of construction, but I wanted something that would utilize my mind. The numbness had dissipated, and I'd like to fill the available volume with intrigue and mystery. Getting on a security detail would probably not offer a big enough challenge. What I needed was to somehow get on a police department, preferably a large one that offered the anonymity of size. Plus, I needed an angel, somebody to shepherd me in and work around the identity requirements. It was with these thoughts in mind that I recollected a figure from my past. Somebody I wasn't even sure still remembered me fondly, let alone would be willing to provide references, or maybe even an opportunity. Hell, I wasn't even sure he was where I guessed he was, but it was worth a chance, so I intentionally took on loads that would put me within striking distance of finding out. My old friend's name was Connie Janssens. I had Googled his name before, thinking he might still be in Johannesburg because that's where he was from when I knew him decades ago. Connie was a Boer, descended from Dutch immigrants who settled South Africa centuries before. They were a loosely knit community but kept an online directory, so when I saw the link to it halfway down the search results associated with his name, I downloaded the PDF file and looked to see what it contained. It was written in Afrikaans, derived from Hollandic, a vernacular of Dutch, but an English speaker could still make out the names, and they were in alphabetical order. There were a few people listed as Janssens, with different first initials, C among them, but I didn't know if Connie was his formal name, middle name, or something his mom might have called him, so I wasn't sure. But the one with the correct initial was with the Johannesburg police, while the others were farmers or merchants. I figured if any of this group was my Connie, it would have something to do with law enforcement. I called information at the Johannesburg police station mentioned in the directory. A female voice answered in Afrikaans. "May I speak to Connie Jansen's?" I asked in English. The voice did not reply. Instead, I heard the click I assumed was her switching me to a new line. I waited for it to ring. 1, 2, 3. Just before the fourth ring, it picked up and a voice answered, Chief Jansen's, matter-of-factly. I recognized the voice and thick Boer accent instantly. "This is Godfrey Carson," I said, wondering how he would respond, or if he even remembered me. There was a pause then. "God," he exclaimed, "is that you?" "It's me. I'm here, in Johannesburg." "Like, you're in Johannesburg?" Connie said, surprised. "This is a story I've got to hear. When and where can we meet?" "Now," I asked. "Yeah, works. Do you know where the station is?" "I can find it. There's a Starbucks across the street. Can you be there in half an hour? Wait for me if I'm late." "I'll wait all afternoon, my old friend. I need to wrap it up here. See you in a half." The line clicked off. I looked over at Kobe. "I'm going to meet an old friend. You have it handled here." Kobe nodded. I got up from my seat and hailed a taxi to go see my friend from another life. Chapter 9. Connie was waiting for me when I got there. He'd changed a lot in 30 years. Thicker body, thinner hair, but still the pale blonde I remembered. A flood of memories of my rambunctious youth flooded into the sealed chamber that was my previous life. I thought that it was closed for good. I didn't know if I liked having to think about other things that had been intentionally and laboriously forgotten. The sunburned face that looked up at me was definitely aged, grizzled and gray like my own, but it was unmistakably my old friend, 20 years past or no. Connie obviously recognized me too. I hoped I met his expectations. I seemed to because his smile was wide and sincere. He was standing to greet me, one hand clasping my hand, the other on my shoulder. He was a big man, larger than me. I'd forgotten. "Hey, God," the old Connie replied in the soft voice I remembered. He called me God, but he and Kobe were the only ones who ever used that salutation, so our aged lines of friendship and communication were re-established in that moment. "Connie," I replied, squeezing his hand. My greeting was not as ebullient, but it was equally sincere. I had always liked this man. It was no mystery why I kept no past acquaintances, but Connie had easily been the exception. "I don't know what to say, Connie. I'd have never thought I'd see you again, let alone here," I said in odd perplexity. "God, I could say the same thing about you." I smiled. "Yeah, I guess you could." I met Connie on my first day in law school. He was sent to America by his parents for an education with their hope that he'd immigrate. South Africa was turbulent at the time, apartheid ending, the future of whites unknown. But there was no chance of Connie leaving South Africa. As soon as he'd graduated and done a year of police internship, he went back home. But even then, our parting seemed only temporary, and though we had never kept in touch, not even Christmas cards, I'd always felt we'd meet again, and here we were. We looked at each other there in that coffee house in Johannesburg, decades separated, and it was as if we had just been together yesterday. Connie had never been talkative, and neither had I. Perhaps it was because we had nothing to say, but most probably we both were simply wired that way. It was one of the things that made us friends, our mutual silence, no expectations of banal conversation, instead a comfortable silence. Which is why he didn't start our conversation with banal questions, but instead went right at the elephant in the room. "What are you doing here, God?" he simply asked. "Looking for a job," I answered just as honestly. Connie looked at me a moment, considering. Clearly, he didn't want to sound rude. "You think I can help?" he asked. "I'm hoping you can. Police work." "Yeah." Connie nodded. "I'll see what I can do." I smiled weakly at him. "I only had enough time to sneak over here before a meeting back in the station. Let's get together after my shift." I got no place to be. It was my turn to nod. "What's your number?" he asked. Connie fingered it into his phone as I read it off. A second later, my phone rang listing his number. I added Connie as a contact. "Got it?" he asked. "Yeah, I'll call later." I nodded. Connie waved on his way out. I snapped a picture of his retreat, catching him in silhouette, and added it to the contact on my phone as if I needed a reminder of who he was. Chapter 10. When Connie eventually called, he set a meeting at a bar downtown. I didn't have any problem finding it with Google Maps. There was a line outside to get in, so it must be a popular place, probably a nightclub. I walked to the front, dressed as I had been earlier in the day, my only dress shirt now showing dark spots at my armpits. Connie hadn't arrived yet, so I ordered a soda from the young mulatto bartender and tried to get the back of my neck under the stream of cool air coming from a vent overhead. The bartender opened a glass door behind him and took out a dark bottle. "You need a glass?" he asked. I shook my head, and he handed the bottle over to me. Condensation was already gathering on its sides, making me salivate. I popped the top from the cold Coca-Cola with my palm. Though sweet, Coke was my favorite hometown vice, and when I wasn't anticipating my next one, I was relishing the one I just had. Moisture dampened my fingers, and the subtle sting of carbonation was energizing, a moment before the caffeine effused in my bloodstream. I'd started drinking soda late in life. My mother always classified it against her religion, but I'm thankful to her for leaving this particular sin to suit my middle years. I motioned to the bartender. "Black Label. 2 shots," I said. The bartender turned his back to me, reached high into the rows of hard liquor bottles, and took one down. It was probably watered, or some cheap but similar tasting local hooch in place of the expensive Johnny Walker, but simple to order. I placed one of the shot glasses in front of the stool next to me. Connie drank Black Label, if I remembered correctly, took a sip off my own glass. It either was the real thing or a remarkable substitute, in which case, who cares? I didn't have to wait long before I saw Connie's silhouette in the open door framed against the sunlight outside. He waited a half-minute for his eyes to adjust before seeing me and coming over to the bar. The full shot glass was invitation enough. He picked it up, looked me in the eye, and motioned that we should shoot them together. Obeying, I raised my glass to my lips. "Jussenthade," Connie announced the Afrikaan's drinking cheer phonetically, tipped his head back, and poured down the amber liquid. I followed suit. "Hey," Connie growled, satisfied. He put the glass back down onto the bar, turned to me. "Now, how can I help an old friend?" he asked. I wasn't quite sure how to start. I'd only had a vague plan of driving to Johannesburg on business, then seeing if Connie was still around after all this time, and if so, maybe settle down with his help. I'd never thought much beyond that. I'd suspected he'd be in some kind of law enforcement. After all, that's how we met, first as police cadets, then through law school. He'd always told me he was going back home. If there was one, back then, South Africa looked like it would go the way of Rhodesia, with no place for whites but the sea. I've been a lawyer and a deputy sheriff. Worked on and around every kind of case. I can do anything. I shopped myself. "You always could, God," Connie replied. He had no hint of patronizing in his voice or manner. I think he truly wanted to help me out if he could. I thought it might be something like that when you called. "No, hey, Connie, how you doing? No catching up. But then again, you were always a man of action, never one for small talk." Connie paused to look at me. He'd aged, but he hadn't changed, or if he had, I didn't notice such things. I never gave much care whether someone sports some new gray hair or their features have hardened and thinned. I just see their eyes, and those stay young forever. The eyes you are born with until you die. Chapter 11. Huvelai Village, 100 kilometers southeast of Lumbago, Angola, May 17, 1983. By the time a young white man was 20 in South Africa, they had already served 2 years of a mandatory enlistment, and chances were good that it could be 4, then every year after that, at least until their 36th birthday. 3 months of every year, white businessmen and farmers hung up their suit coats and put away their shovels, donning khaki-colored fatigues, shoulder an R4 South African-made assault rifle, and strap a Mamba pistol to their hip. There was little laughing in an Afrikaans barracks, especially if defeat meant your wife and family driven into the sea by a mob of disgruntled and resentful co-inhabitants of the land 100 times your size. Connie was a large man by any standards, almost 2 meters in height, but not so out of the ordinary among his fellow Boers, Dutch who had centuries previous renounced their ancestral heritage to pledge allegiance to African soil. He still spoke his native Afrikaans among other Boers, but English was nearly as prevalent, and often their conversations drifted in and out of one language to the other. Connie was 22, a squad leader in the South African Army, and respected by his men. Even in that taciturn group he was more silent than the average, so that when occasionally he did speak, others chose to listen well and follow instructions. There was only a week left of Connie's 3-month stint before going home to his wife and child in downtown Johannesburg. His squad had crossed the border into Angola, tracking down an ANC cell that was burning farms in Namibia. Diplomatically, what Connie was doing was invading a sovereign nation, but he figured the border guards there, fat from corruption, would choose to overlook his team's incursion into their territory if he accomplished his mission quickly and unobtrusively. In fact, the 4 bodies hanging from the baobab tree 15 clicks inside the border was testament of Connie's effectiveness at what he did, and why not? He was the son of the son of the son of Boers, all of whom served their 20 on the borders keeping the black masses at bay. Death was commonplace and cheap, violence ubiquitous, petty rivalries accepted on both sides. His acts did not make Connie a bad man. On the contrary, he was almost saintly, never vindictive, and he dealt just as quickly without torture. He had even been a witness to court-martial an officer renowned for petty vengeance and cruelties. Connie did not discuss his tours, not even with his wife. Other men in his squad who he might coincidentally meet at a pub while they were civilians got a nod or brief acknowledgement of shared experiences, but in Boer Africa, to be silent was to remain sane. I met Connie in those days as young men in law school. We were about the same age, him a few years older, and for some reason were immediately comfortable in one another's company, which was odd because I was boisterous in my youth and tended to discuss any personal subject with abandon, sex life, private matters, family secrets. My discretion had not yet matured, but I was bone-achingly sincere, and apparently Connie considered that a personality trait so valuable that it overshadowed my many foibles and indiscretions. Our pleasure in each other's companionship was reciprocal. Once we sat at tall wooden bar stools at a butcher block bar similar to any English pub in America or the UK, and talked. Well, I talked while Connie mostly listened, but he often wore a pleased smile on his face and nodded appropriately when I made some profound declaration. Occasionally, I would try and get him to talk. He would always resist, but one time he broke down and, I suspect, talked to me like he would a buddy back home. He told me about his experiences. Those who doubt that evil exists in the world have simply never been in the time or place where evil germinates and grows, and like everything in Africa, size and savagery grow to immense size. What do you say after someone tells you they have put a rope around another person's neck and pulled them kicking into the air, gasping for breath? I immediately had visions of glistening ebony bodies slowly swinging from tree branches. Unconsciously I flinched, immediately hid the visceral reaction, but Connie had noticed my aversion and he hardened towards me ever so slightly. I never pressured Connie to tell me about his past again. It was my discovery in life that you don't always want what you ask for. Chapter 12. There was something surreal about the conversation. I found my mind wandering around the room in the bar. There was an old slate specials blackboard that had long since been covered in grime so that chalk would no longer stick. The last thing written on it looked like 5 Rand margarita, but somebody had tried to cross it out with a different colored chalk without much success. Even in the daylight, the place was dark, the ceiling was open and painted black, as were all the visible plumbing pipes and vents. There weren't any benches, only rickety chairs, and the tables looked like salvage. If somebody was hired to clean the place, they'd missed the bus for at least a month, and probably 6. It seemed like a strange place to meet for a job offer, and considering the clientele were all black, it probably wasn't someplace Connie normally frequented. I got the distinct feeling he didn't think anybody would know him here, which is why he chose it. He finally made up his mind. There is something that I can have you do on my own recognizance as the captain of the station, outside union rules. I can hire a private investigator for a specific job if there are no inspectors available and that person has special qualifications for the work. I think we could squeeze you into that category. You'd need a license, but our office issues it. I'll make a couple calls. Sometimes listening to what someone has to say is the worst possible thing you could do because their words are intended to deceive, always the listener, but often the speaker suffers under some delusion that casual observation will undermine. When Connie talked, rather than hearing his words, I heard his intent, and it was not an honest one. I couldn't pick out exactly what was false about the narrative, but his body language was screaming danger. His eyes rarely met mine, and when they did, their intent was to hypnotize. His arms were also too expressive, especially from the Connie I used to know who would only occasionally tap his temple to keep my attention. Though I knew the subtext of his explanation was misleading, I hoped it was something I could ignore and work around. I didn't have many friends, especially from old times, and desperately wanted to keep Connie on the side of the angels. Or if that wasn't possible, then in purgatory with me. Even if what he really wanted was to have someone disappear, I could work with that. The offer was more than I expected, fantastic, in fact. He'd be working directly for me, Connie finished. Even better. I won't let you down, Connie, I assured him. How could you? Connie replied, if it's not working out, I'm sure you'll recognize that before I do. I nodded, not knowing what else to say. Come to the station tomorrow morning, Connie said. We'll get started. Maybe you can tell me what you've been up to for 20 years. I'll tell you what I can, I replied enigmatically. Connie just looked at me, curious, but not rude enough to ask further. Okay, I'll see you then, he announced, shook my hand, and walked out of the bar. Chapter 13. In the morning I caught a taxi into downtown Johannesburg to the police station, assuming that's where Connie worked. I didn't bother to look up the address. I thought the cab driver would know how to get there, and he did. Several times en route we had to detour around crowds of blacks, mostly young males, who were occupying the street. They weren't rowdy, nor were they protesting anything. They were simply standing in a large cluster that prevented vehicles from passing. When one taxi tried, they pounded on the hood, but not so hard as to dent the sheet metal. The cars that were attempting passage eventually backed up and turned around. Apparently, my cab driver was familiar with the situation because he would take a side street whenever a mob was visible in the distance. Connie's police building was near the center of town. flanked on one side by the bus depot and on the other by an abandoned building that used to be the Department of Ministry, whatever that is. A taxi dropped me off on the main boulevard in front of what was obviously a government building with its concrete slab construction and large tinted windows in the front with no signs. The building was 3 stories with the upper floors overlooking the downtown, or what was left of it. Apartheid may have been a harsh solution, but at one time a vibrant downtown Joburg was equal to any city center in the world. Now it was vacant skyscrapers, burned-out vehicles, and gangs of unemployed black men with only the semblance of security in an obviously insecure world. There weren't any vendors out front, another sure sign that the police kept the place clear for easy passage. The concrete was natural, never painted, which is an asset when little maintenance is planned. I noticed the building had probably never been cleaned as I entered through the automatic double doors facing the sidewalk. Inside was an immediate change in atmosphere from the busy street outside, with a lessening in both noise and commotion. But it was definitely a fully functioning police station with uniformed officers walking in purposeful fashion back and forth across my field of view. Everyone I saw was black, the officers, the women behind the counter, the suspects in handcuffs, and what were probably victims seated in hard plastic chairs in rows along the walls. For a moment I stood getting my bearings. No one seemed to notice me, so I stepped over in front of the long Formica counter. It was tall, preventing access behind, with notches cut out of it to interact with whoever was standing on the other side. When I walked up and looked through the opening, there was no one on the other side that I could see. With no other recourse, I patiently stood where I was, along with half a dozen other supplicants at some of the other windows. Some of the windows even had a short line of people waiting, and I guessed there must be service there. My window had a sign with someone's name on it, and was not blocked, so I didn't move to an active window even though it was tempting. Eventually, a youngish black woman came to my rescue from someplace I couldn't see. "How may I help you?" she asked, official in her manner. I didn't know if Connie actually worked here or not, but I decided to act as if I knew what I was talking about and answered confidently. "I have an appointment with Captain Connie Janssens," I said, making it up as I went along. "My name is Godfrey Carson." The woman behind the counter didn't respond. She simply picked up a handsless headset that was sitting near her, placed it over her head, and said something into the mic. She looked up at me long enough to tell me someone would be out for me, and that I could wait in one of the chairs along the wall. I stepped away from the window to let the next person in line get a chance. Now that people noticed my window was operational, several other folks had wandered over to get a turn. I was contemplating where to wait when a door near the end of the information counter opened up, and another, older, black woman stepped out. She called my name. I looked her way. She smiled when our eyes met. She was much better at her job. "Mr. Carson?" she asked without question. "I'll take you to Captain Janssens," she explained, and turned to walk without seeing if I was following. I walked quickly to catch the door before it closed into an aisle in front of a maze of desks. The woman walked down a wider aisle in the bisected rows to a glass-fronted door. I could see Connie inside. He looked up, saw me, waved me in. My guide smiled. "Thanks," I said to her back as she walked away. I carefully opened the door. All the glass concerned me, but it swung easily inward. Connie indicated a chair in front of his desk, an ancient steel monstrosity from a couple generations ago. I'd only seen something like it on old TV shows. The chair I lowered myself into wasn't much newer, but it was intact. No splitting Naugahyde or short-leg tilt. Connie waited until I was seated to sit himself down. His chair was no better than mine, but it did have a higher back, and was black instead of metallic gray. "Coffee?" he asked. I shook my head, and I guessed that was a signal for him to launch into the speech he'd obviously prepared beforehand. "I need a deputy I can trust," Connie told me. "The Kaffirs working for me can't be trusted as far as you can throw them." Looking at the coiled muscles in Connie's shoulders and arms, I thought maybe he had chosen an inappropriate metaphor for the mistrust he held for the officers that surrounded us, many of which must have been Zulus. The casual insult must have been for my benefit. Was he testing me? As in all things, no simple observation about race in Africa is entirely accurate, for there is the example of Boers, white men in a black continent. In their hopeless fight against the English invaders a century ago, Boers and Zulus found common cause, forming what became a mutual admiration society, and in recent times they had joined together against the numerically dominant other black clans. Boers are as much a part of South Africa as any Zulu, and are accepted as such by those they subjugated for so long. There is racism enough already without me contributing to it. Like people have their own shameful demons, I argued, not really ready or interested in becoming embroiled in callous feuds. There's no misunderstanding about it. I'm in charge because I'm Sapphire and the zoos support me. All the other whites have been driven from their jobs by the last 2 decades of black empowerment, but Boers get special treatment, at least at the top. Blacks tend to simmer down when a Boer's around, and though they hate my guts with a passion opposite the phony smiles on their faces, they'll do what I say as long as the inconvenience is less than shooting me in the back. Kaffirs are like that. Connie looked me in the eye. You know. No, I don't know, I replied, refusing to accept his racial profile. Connie squinted at me, not knowing if I was insulting or kidding him. I was tired of the game, smiled, leaned over and clapped him on the shoulder, winked. Connie immediately returned the smile, thankful for the camaraderie. I studied the sincerity on Connie's face. The ghosts of blacks subject to centuries of white dominance whispered their recommendations to me. So, whether it was my own burgeoning sense of compassion, curiosity, or superiority, I don't know which, but I took the mental leap into Connie's world. He noticed my acceptance, nodded slightly, and moved on. The investigation could be something, could be nothing, he said. If it's nothing, we'll wrap it up. You'll get paid, and we'll talk about what's next. If it's something, you need to come to me, and only me. I knew better than to ask why. I assumed if I turned out to be any kind of investigator, the question would answer itself. Connie waited to see if I was going to say anything. He seemed pleased that I didn't. The victim's name is Sani Abacha, 22 years old, no residency history. Parents probably immigrated here from Nigeria without papers and brought her with them. Her body was found in the street about a week ago. Coroner says she'd been strangled, probably by a man, but could have been a woman with a ligature, no distinct finger bruises. A week ago, I said, questioning the time between the murder and somebody looking into it. She couldn't be ID at first because she's not in the system, and it took a couple days for local police to canvass the area looking for somebody who would recognize her photo. That's how we got the name, and turns out we have her father's address. Maybe she lived there, maybe not. A black police officer came to the door of Connie's office, motioned that he needed to talk. Connie saw him and stood up. I'll be back with you in a minute, he told me, and went out of the room to talk to the officer. The respite gave me a moment to think. Nothing I heard made me think this case deserved special attention. Certainly not me working through the back door, somebody without experience, who knew nobody, and whose only contact was a police captain. I've been around, and I've always prided myself on knowing when somebody is trying to take me for a ride. Most often, verisimilitude almost visibly drips off of people, so it's easy to know. But sometimes my bullshit meter barely registers, and I need to examine more evidence before I can determine whether someone is lying to me. Connie had made the needle jump slightly. It wasn't much, but I knew there were things he was hiding. Hell, I was hiding things, so I thought I'd let the matter percolate a while before investigating further, but I'd been alerted. Why was Connie bringing me into this? I looked out the door at him talking to his deputy. On the surface, he didn't look incompetent or compromised. He looked in command, a mature version of the young man I remembered. I hadn't seen nor heard from him in 20 years. He couldn't consider me a trusted friend. The more I thought about it, the worse it smelled. I strongly considered simply telling him I had another obligation, or even more honestly, admitting my suspicions and begging off. But the longer I stood staring over at him, one white surrounded by a sea of blacks, he looked so isolated and alone, and that I could identify with. What the hell? I had no place to go, and I always thought being a detective might be something I could do. I'd let this situation play itself out until further news made the decision more obvious. Connie turned back to me. You got it, he asked. That's it. I replied, oh no. One more thing, Connie said in a casual voice. She was pregnant. Coroner says 6 months. She would have shown. Is there anything more? I asked, surprised he'd almost skipped that piece of information. That's it. Get back to me when you have something. Connie's tone was a dismissal. He apparently didn't want to mix business with pleasure, so I took the hint. I kept my mouth shut about my suspicions. Whatever reasons Connie had to keep this hushed up would reveal themselves soon enough, or not, in which case I needed to consider another line of work. I better get on it immediately, I said, pushing my chair back and standing up. Connie simply nodded. I showed myself out. Chapter 14. I wasn't an experienced investigator, but I had done an internship after law school with some detectives in Chicago for 3 months that involved a lot of scut work the detectives didn't want to do, mostly going door to door like a uniformed officer but without the uniform. However, I did get a feel for what the work entailed, and even though it was 30 years ago, I still felt comfortable going back on the streets, even though it wasn't even the same continent. The fact was, I was excited to start something new, more positive excitement than I'd experienced in a long time. I didn't want to think about the last time it may have occurred because it most certainly would have involved my family, and I didn't want to think about it. I tried to form a plan in my mind, but after a few minutes it was clear my best strategy was simply to let the flow of the investigation take me wherever it flowed. There wasn't a lot to go on. All I had was a name, and that connected to an address somewhere in Soweto. That's not really a place for a white man to be traveling unaccompanied, and Cobb wasn't selling anything, so I helped him pack his stand into the back of the truck. And we drove the 20 kilometers to the outskirts of the township, then counted the streets from the city center because there were no street signs, having long since been stolen for scrap, if there ever were any. There were no house numbers either, but Cobb asked a group of black men loitering at a nearby corner, and they pointed out a clapboard shanty with cinder block pillars holding up a sagging porch. The hulk of a dead baobab tree dominated what served as a front yard. Many Africans think their ancestors' souls reside in the long-living baobab. I wondered whose soul had died when this tree had died. Poverty is in the eye of the beholder. Westerners wonder why any black living an idyllic existence in a grass hut unencumbered by modern responsibility, even if it was marginal, would trade that for the squalor of ramshackle corrugated tin hovels in putrid townships, especially if they had to travel as refugees over long distances and enter a country illegally. Because life in the bush was far from the fairy tale imagined by the entitled and secure people in modern nations. Hundreds of thousands of African villagers died of malaria, and millions were savagely executed with crude makeshift weapons because they were a taller or lighter-skinned minority. Also, pride was a powerful motivator, even under the lash of benign white oppression, and hope did not seem so ephemeral when many of the immigrants had flooded into the South. The structure had bars but no glass in the windows, and the painted stucco was made from a mixture of clay, sand, and cow dung. Somebody had attempted to paint the place with a roller sometime in the far past, but there was only a single application, and the result was worse than nothing, so presumably they'd given up. What paint there was faded so much, it might even have been a shadow and not paint at all. The place seemed even more forlorn than the other, equally decrepit, houses around it almost repealing. My first day as a detective fit my imagination of what a hard-boiled mystery novel would have entailed. Heat waves rippled over the corrugated tin door. I knocked. The door rattled and I could hear someone walking on a plank floor toward it from the other side. "Who's it?" a gravelly voice asked through the door. I didn't know quite how to answer. I wanted reason and authority to be there, but didn't know quite which I represented, if either. "Law enforcement," I finally said. The door opened. I could tell by the hot air that enveloped me that the inside of the house was as hot as it looked. An old black man with wispy gray hair on his chin and on both sides of an otherwise bald head looked at me. "Who you?" he asked. "Mr. Imwayabacha." I answered with a question of my own, hoping the formality would give me some credibility. "Yeah, what you want?" "Unfortunately, I may have some bad news," I said calmly, intentionally not mentioning my name or any more about my position there. "May I come in?" The old man reluctantly opened the door wider and stepped back so that I could enter. He was dressed in casual petty clothes, the cast-offs of sanctimonious Americans who think that donating out-of-style Dockers and ironic T-shirts to Africa makes them a better person as well as providing more room in the closet. This cavalcade of clothing has all but destroyed whatever budding textile industry Africa might have enjoyed. No price can compete with free, especially if the item has the aura of America about it, even if every stitch was made in Vietnam. There was such a flood of this noxious clothing that it didn't have to be washed. Simply wear until dirty, then put on something from the next shipment. Do-gooders had unlimited supplies. In Mwayabacha's case, however, he obviously never bothered to change his clothes. He may even have worn the same thing to bed. Wear it until the threads rot and the fabric falls off your body might have been the active process here. I pushed a black and white photo of the dead girl's face towards him. He looked at it only a moment. "That girl dead," he said matter-of-factly. "Is this your daughter?" I asked. "Yes, it's Sani." He didn't show any emotion, no amount of caring at all. "Somebody strangled her," I coaxed, looking for a reaction, digging for more information. "I'm trying to find out who that would be." The old man remained silent, so I looked at him until he raised his eyes to mine. "Mr. Bache, I'm sorry about your loss." Sani's father remained silent, still looking me in the eye. "Is your wife here?" I finally asked. "She dead too," he said matter-of-factly. "Lost her to the fever." "I'm sorry," I said. I felt like I was repeating myself, trying to make idle conversation. He only shrugged. "How long were you married?" "It would have been 20 years. He paused. "Is she live?" It was getting awkward standing on the porch. "May I come in to talk?" I asked. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. He wiped at it with the back of one hand. I wasn't going to walk away. Eventually, he nodded without comment, stepped away from the door to let me inside. It was like stepping into a furnace. The mud brick walls sweat, and the corrugated tin roof crackled. The old man walked, stooping over to a chair. He sucked his teeth, making little clicking sounds, like someone with a past history of chewing kudzu. I wondered if his gimp back was from old age or if there was a story behind it. Decided not to ask. Mwayabacha was very dark, not at all like his daughter, who could pass as white. He sat heavily into a threadbare chintz print chair. Its springs cracked loudly when he fell into it. Combined with his stoop and low-seated position, I could only see the top of his head. I wondered if he could get out of the chair again. I looked around and pulled a wobbly wood chair from behind the room's table to sit in so we were nearer the same height. Mr. Abacha looked up at me from his stooped position, staring somewhere over my left ear like he had cataracts and was trying to see from the edges of his eye. The first generation who escapes poverty doesn't have a moral or ethical foundation instilled in them. Their childhood was likely short, rough, and without much humor. When one has to beg or steal simply to get enough to eat, egalitarian acts and random kindness are not part of their personal practice towards their own families. You don't seem overly upset about the loss of a loved one. I observed. Who are you to tell me how to feel? He responded, ain't none of your business. This is a police investigation. That makes it my business. Mr. Abacha sat there for a moment, considering. Finally, he decided it was easier to get rid of me by saying something. What you want to know about that girl? He asked. Where she live? She don't live here. She worked for Da Big Man in Da Big House. Who's that? Da Big Man be Rhodes. Everybody know dat. You know the address? I asked. He snorted. You ain't from around here, is ya? He said. His voice was disdainful, so dismissive that I knew he intended to end the conversation. She was pregnant, I said, urgently fishing for information. Figures, Abacha replied, sneering. Last I heard, she was working at a place called the Harem downtown. I know 'cause people keep telling me. Like I want to know the slut didn't give it away. She got paid good money. With that, Mr. Abacha tried to get out of his chair. His contortions were enough to indicate he definitely meant to facilitate my exit. So to halt his flailing efforts, I stood and nodded slightly. I may return with some more questions, I warned him. Don't you people ever run out of questions? He said, sitting back down with a deep breath. I done talked to that other guy just yesterday, Abacha answered in a monotone voice. My curiosity was piqued. What other guy? I asked, not showing my surprise. Mbower, Abacha said. Connie was my instant thought, but presumably there are lots of whites in the Johannesburg Police Department. And why would Connie be out here asking questions without telling me? After a moment, as the thought sunk in, I knew it was Connie. Tell me what you told that officer, I suggested, not showing my surprise. I just did. Don't you people talk, he said disdainfully. I had no response. Sorry to have troubled you, Mr. Abacha. I'll keep you abreast of the investigation. Don Boder, he replied, flatly. She dead. Who gives shit anyway? I did, but I didn't tell this uncaring prick. I left him to stew in the heat. Chapter 15. I knew it was going to lead back to the widow of a privileged white male eventually. Everything in South Africa always did, and Connie probably knew who that would be, but he made me follow the breadcrumbs anyway. I still wasn't quite sure what the secrecy was about. Was it a South African thing? A Boer thing? Was everyone everywhere keeping secrets from each other because that's the only capital they had any control over? I wanted someone to discuss the situation with, which was pretty much always Kobe. I took a cab back to the truck. Kobe was sitting outside in his folding chair with 2 or 3 customers waiting to see him. He noticed me and waved, finished up with the young strung-out man he was dealing with, then waved the other 2 away. Kobe walked over to where I was leaning against the driver's side door of the truck, the metal hot through my khakis in the early afternoon heat. God, you hungry? He asked, motioning to a package of couscous he had in his hand. I nodded slightly, and this seemed to encourage him because he opened a package of couscous, pouring water from a thermos right into the box and shook it vigorously. Took the packet out of his pocket, squeezed that in too. I added some sugar. You'll like it, I know, he assured me. It was still hot out, and the rigor of his shaking threw beads of sweat from his arm into his graying hair, combined with loose bits of sugar and little white seeds. Sounds lovely, I replied unenthusiastically, to which he burst into a guffaw that sounded more like a phlegmy cough than did humor. Kobe winked with a sneer of intrigue. I met a girl, and she has a sister. Don't they all? I replied, but I assure you, this sister is the beautiful one. My girl looks like a camel. You get the best end of this deal. I ignored him. No need to volunteer as the butt end of a joke. You like girls, don't you? Kobe insisted. 19 years. I reminded him of my previous life, when I had a wife, family. No more. A man is honored by his mistresses, their age, and their beauty, their number. He can have more than one mistress at a time, you know. Your expertise is remarkable for a man who has never had a wife, I pointed out. Learn by doing, live by learning, Kobe offered wisely. You get that from this morning's horoscope, did you? It says so in the Quran, Kobe informed me with a serious look. Only if you wrote it in the margins. Kobe smiled at my unmasking his attempt at ecumenical subterfuge, but he recognized my angst, walked over to stand in front of me, nodded in encouragement for me to talk. I paused a suitable length to give my next bit of conversation some weight. It's Africa, I said, obtusely. Kobe knew just what I meant. It be Africa, he replied. A young woman was strangled, and the very first lead is a rich, powerful white man, I said. Kobe nodded again, this time more sagely, with his lips pursed slightly. It's obvious my old friend, Connie, who gave me this job, knew that but didn't tell me. Kobe repeated his normal nod. Am I going to get fucked here? I asked. It's possible, Kobe answered. Do we move on? I asked, giving him a chance to vote on the situation. Where we go? Someplace we haven't been. We've been there. It was my turn to nod. I'll see where it goes out of curiosity, and frankly, the girl needs someone to care what happened to her, which she obviously isn't going to get otherwise. Kobe nodded a last time. I nodded too. Chapter 16. I can't send you to Mrs. Rhodes' residence without formal authority, Connie told me. I'm sending Sergeant Ilio along for the ride. You don't have to tell him anything you don't want to, and if he wants to ask questions, let him. I nodded. It was okay with me. I needed a guide anyway, and any tenuous connection to legitimacy as an officer was better than where I was now. I didn't have to worry about letting Sergeant Ilio talk. He didn't say anything unless directly addressed. And even then the hesitation between my questions and his answering was too uncomfortable to endure very often, so I quit trying. That was probably what he intended. We took a police-issued Land Rover painted in the blue, green, and red, the colors of the Johannesburg police force. Sergeant Ilio acted as my chauffeur, which was okay with me since I didn't know my way around and would have had to put an address in my iPhone to get Google Maps directions. Who knows what route they would have come up with. The trip to Sandton, the most affluent city of Johannesburg, took just under 2 hours in afternoon traffic. We drove south outside the city limits, where the asphalt was light gray and melded into the savanna. The land out here was mostly intact, not peppered with shanties like most of the countryside, because rich whites lived out here, and they had squatters chased off. It also wasn't farmed, so there was a regular influx of wild game from the north looking for new territory to expand into. As long as that didn't involve threatening the humans that lived here, they were actually welcomed, and their calls in the night a placid reminder of what Africa used to be, even though they were within 50 kilometers of the city. Driving out here, it was easy to see why these whites had chosen to stay in South Africa. No country captured the heart and imagination more. The land seemed timeless, and, in essence, it was. As civilization contracted, the human population would eventually decline and old Africa would move back in, first the insects and small mammals, then the birds and agile herbivores, and finally the elephants. It had happened in Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Namibia, those countries that were no longer job magnets because of their economic decline after whites had abandoned them. But South Africa was the last stop before white families who had lived in Africa for generations finally immigrated because there was no longer a place for them. These were the lovers of Africa and all that it had meant, and most would hang on until the end, never leaving the land they loved, ultimately to being buried in it. The road's name is an honored and famed one in South Africa, founder of the world-famous De Beers Diamond Company, almost revered among the white descendants and feared by the blacks, both those who worked in the mines and those who intended to profit from their exploitation. Diamonds are not particularly rare, not even the large, clear ones, but the Rhodes family had effectively monopolized the distribution through inspired advertising, in collusion with the Jewish cutters in the famed diamond districts of the major European and American cities. In Africa, diamonds assumed a sinister countenance when abandoned colonies struggling for leadership used slave labor to procure and sell them in the abysmal quest to procure modern weapons for both repression and revolt. Cecil Rhodes descended directly from the diamond scion Cecil Rhodes from the settlement days. Though from a lesser branch of their mighty hierarchy, he was educated in European boarding schools and American universities, Yale undergraduate, Harvard MBA. His ready good looks and accent that sounded elegant to American ears attracted any number of female admirers. Add to that the possibility of a life of wealth and international mystery, and Cecil was forced to use all of his formidable management skills just to organize the inexhaustible stream of female companions, white and black, because Cecil Rhodes was not a racist where the female allure was concerned. He had but one child from his English wife, though could have quite a few others if what I'd read about him online was to be believed. Some of those spurious offspring even took the Rhodes family name, which made researching the family tree a bit confusing. but knowing who benefited when someone died seemed worth knowing. The Rhodes plantation where Cecil had lived was an inheritance from his grandfather, a tobacco grower. There was security at the plantation entrance with a simple weighted barrier of bamboo across the road, which was commonplace in Africa as a way to extract bribes from erstwhile motorists. Connie had given me a badge. "I'm here to see Mrs. Rhodes," I announced across to Sergeant Ilio, sitting at the steering wheel between me and the guard, while holding the silvered star up where the guard could see it. "Appointment?" asked the guard questioningly. "Right here's my appointment," I said tersely, wiggling the badge back and forth. The guard frowned, but badges and guns are a powerful combination where authority is concerned, and he eventually overcame his reticence to point us forward, then pushed the weighted end of the blockade down so that we could drive onto the property and waved us through. Immediately, I was struck by the well-manicured greenery around us. Tobacco was out of season, and mustard had been planted in fallow fields to renitrate them. The astringent smell of plants was strong, mixed cloyingly with the lingering scent of old, cured tobacco leaf. Images reminiscent of the old South back home crossed my mind as I watched black farm workers muscling an old New Holland harvester onto a flatbed. We drove in a capsule of silence down the long, serpentine cobblestone driveway, a stark contrast from the potholed, hard, red dirt road we'd been on for the past 90 minutes to get here. I was not a bit surprised when stuccoed colonnades came into view around a bend. Passing manicured flower beds, we drove up to the house through a rusted decorative iron archway covered with flowering bougainvillea vines. The smell of eucalyptus was strong, white man foliage and trees, an oasis proclaiming its independence from the native bush surrounding it. The Rhodes estate was not palatial in Western terms, but it represented the pinnacle of success in Africa. Multi-story colored brick, inlaid tile portico supporting the second-story veranda, and the driveway nearing the house was black stone inlaid with intricate patterns of white quartz, perhaps a subconscious manifestation of the whole social structure. We pulled in front of what I assumed was the main door, considering it was so tall and wide with an overhead glass transom. The sound of our engine was enough to get somebody's attention. A smaller door to the side of the main entrance opened, out from which a black retainer in hotel cliché khakis directed us where to park, then return back into the house, presumably to notify someone of our presence. Sergeant Ilio turned the vehicle off, then walked around to my door to usher me out. I waved him off, indicating I could open my own door. He nodded. I got out to stand next to him. Chapter 17. Sergeant Ilio and I went to stand on the covered porch before the great wooden door. I ran my hand along the fine hard grain. A piece of lumber like this had to be imported, I surmised. Looking at the slate tiles and cut glass side windows, I guessed the cost of importing them was inconsequential to the overall scheme of things. This house was a clear statement of wealth. Ostentatious consumption causes some people to feel powerful, and in Africa's reality, it actually made them so. The door was opened by an elegant black wearing a dark double-breasted English suit, tan turtleneck, and white gloves. "Welcome, gentlemen," he said in way of greeting, eyeing us scornfully. "How may Mistress Rhodes help you?" I hadn't considered how we'd explain ourselves. What do police say in the TV shows? But it's not like I had any real credentials. Sergeant Ilio, in his starched white police uniform, provided credibility enough for both of us. "We're conducting an investigation for constabulary. I'm Investigator Godfrey Carson." I looked over at the sergeant to see if he cared what title I'd assumed for myself. He never blinked. "And this is my companion, Sergeant Ilio. We'd like to ask Mrs. Rhodes a few questions." The butler, or whatever he was, thought for a moment, made up his mind. "I'm sure the mistress will speak to you." He paused. "But you'll need to remain at the door." Sergeant Ilio didn't seem surprised, and started to step back, but I pushed the door fully open and started inside as if I hadn't heard the qualification. "Sergeant Ilio will be taking notes." I signaled my intentions were not to be trifled with. The butler looked about to resist. He was standing in my way, and I pushed into him. He either had to capitulate or fight me. Recognizing this, he capitulated. "The mistress awaits in the main parlor," he informed me before shutting the door, which dimmed the light enough that my eyes needed to readjust. He then turned abruptly and headed down a hallway. We followed. The smell of cured leather and sandalwood was strong in the hallway, which opened into a large room, I presume the main parlor. Mrs. Rhodes, I assumed since no one else was there, was seated primly on a small sofa, one leg pulled under her. She was drinking a cup of tea, with the cup to her lips and the other hand holding a saucer close to her chin. She put the cup and saucer on a small serving cart in front of her, and after a moment of examining us closely to discern who was in charge, smiled at me. Agatha Rhodes was still a handsome woman, though age had taken her out of the beautiful category. She had kept herself thin, and judging by the muscle tone in her upper arms, she had at least an aerobic exercise regimen, probably daily. She did not dye her hair but let it be its natural gray, and it was the casual shortcut that formerly long-haired women adopted when they got older and no longer fit the sexual stereotype. Similarly, she wore no makeup nor fingernail polish, a sign of self-awareness and lack of ego. Many white women in Africa had foregone such triviality in desperate times. I immediately liked her because she projected an air of sincerity, which was probably her whole, possibly insincere, intention. The butler led us to stand about 2 paces from her. "Ma'am, you have guests," policeman he announced, nodding his head slightly before leaving us alone with her. Mrs. Rhodes looked at me for further information. Her face was curious. It was my turn to speak. I thought being an investigator was my go-to explanation. "I'm Investigator Godfrey, and this is Sergeant Ilio. We're from the Johannesburg Police. Perhaps you could give us a few minutes of your time to help us with an investigation." I paused, waiting for Mrs. Rhodes to say her part. She obliged by smiling. "Nice to meet you, gentlemen, but however can I help you?" Her curiosity was aroused. "We're looking into the death of a young woman," I explained, "a Miss Saniabacha." I waited to see if there was any recognition in her manner. There was. "I hope it's not our Sani," she said, distressed. "May I show you a picture?" She nodded, and I handed over the small photograph from the morgue, the face bleached of color but otherwise not gruesome. Mrs. Rhodes looked at it for a while. Her face remained fixed with anxiety. "Oh, my goodness," she finally said. "It is her. What happened?" First, I wanted to lead into the discussion at my pace, not hers. "How do you know her?" "She worked here before my husband died," Mrs. Rhodes whispered. I waited a moment, wondering exactly how to continue. "I'm sorry to hear of your husband's passing," I said, awkwardly. I never was one for inconsequential small talk, and claiming sorrow at the passing of someone I did not know seemed worse than saying nothing, but I didn't let the hypocrisy stop me. There was an awkward pause, so I continued. "When was the last time you saw her?" I asked. "Oh, it's been a couple years now," she replied, looking thoughtful. "Why did she leave your service?" Mrs. Rhodes tilted her head slightly. The sunlight from an overhead skylight caused the shadows from her eyebrows to obscure her face somewhat, masking her wrinkles and silhouetting the shape of her profile. She must have been an extraordinarily beautiful woman when she was young. "I don't know why she left," she said. "Other than the usual shenanigans among the members of the household staff, she was no problem. Her aunt worked here first, Boca, a lovely, dear woman who I considered a friend, and she brought Sani to us. And when she had to leave due to a family difficulty, Sani took over her duties. There was certainly no hint of thievery or any other skullduggery. She just didn't come into work one day. At first I thought she was ill, and asked the other servants, but no one knew what had happened. After a week, we just left the position open. I wasn't worried, but servants come and go, even the satisfactory ones. Is there anything suspicious going on that you could recall?" She shook her head. "Did Sani have any romantic dealings?" "I'm sure she did, but don't they all? Nobody to explain why she left. Can you think of anything that might help us in the investigation?" She shook her head again. "I'm sorry, officer. Like I said, it was a while ago and not unusual. I wish I could help you. I'd run out of things to ask." This was essentially my first experience as an investigator, and though I knew that generally my years as an attorney before would probably suffice as a training ground, the human element was missing. I didn't know how to cleverly back a suspect into a logical faux pas, nor how to brace a recalcitrant witness. This was just me and the sergeant sitting in the parlor of the home of a widow who probably had no connection to anything except perhaps for a philandering dead husband. We were just about ready to stand and excuse ourselves when there was some activity at the front of the house. A door opened, the sound of hard-polished shoes walking down the corridor towards us, and the abrupt entry of a well-coiffed man into the parlor. Mrs. Rhodes' face lit up, obviously happy to see the newcomer. "In," she greeted. "Such perfect timing. These gentlemen are from the police." She waved lazily towards the sergeant and I. A young man, probably in his late 30s, looked in our direction. He smiled sincerely, showing perfect teeth and a dimpled chin. He was stunningly handsome. "This is my son, Ian," Mrs. Rhodes offered as introduction. "I'm sorry, but I don't recall your names." "Godfrey Carson and Sergeant Ilio." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Rhodes, is it?" "Yes. Though I'm not my father's son," Ian Rhodes answered. "What Ian means is that he's my son," Agatha Rhodes chimed in. "He was 2 when I met my husband, Cecil. Sadly, we didn't have children of our own, but Cecil always considered Ian his son." "What can my mother and I do to help you?" he asked. Ian Rhodes' cultured voice contained only a slight lower accent. If anything, it made him sound even more sophisticated than he looked. "We are collecting information of a young woman's murder," I replied. "Someone we know, I presume. Someone who worked here, a Saniabacha." Ian Rhodes showed no surprise, but I didn't know of any reason why he should. "I do recall her. She worked here with her aunt a couple of years ago." Her aunt was a lovely, helpful woman. We were sorry to lose her, which makes me even more sorry that she's lost her niece. Is there anything you might know that would help us? I asked, suspecting there might be. Not that I can think of right now. I never really had any contact with the staff. That was my mother's prerogative. I tend toward the future when people take care of themselves in their own households, but I don't begrudge or judge previous generations that will live as they have become accustomed. I wanted to talk in private with this man, outside the hearing of his mother and the staff. Perhaps I could meet you somewhere else. Do you have an office? I asked. Indeed, I do, he replied cheerfully, and it is much closer to your police station than my mother's home. Why don't we talk there? Perfect, I said. I'll come by. Ian Rhodes recited his address, which Sergeant Ilio efficiently noted. There didn't seem to be any more we could accomplish with the Rhodes widow right now, but a subsequent visit after I had more information was certainly a possibility. Chapter 18. 2 years ago, Rhodes Estate, outskirts of Johannesburg, South Africa. White estates in the countryside had always had an air of armed fortress about them. They were surrounded by high walls capped with broken battles in concertina wire, armed guards, and all the windows were barred. The doors too were a barrier against unwanted entry, heavy wood or sheathed in steel. The outside walls of the houses were the same fired bricks as the walls. The houses could not withstand a concerted attack, but they could slow down small gangs of black robbers until the whites in the house could get their guns. Unfortunately, no sanctuary can survive betrayal from within, and the number of successful home invasions was rising due to disloyal black servants who felt they could benefit more in the short term from their employers sacking than from their meager salary. Apartheid's final throes could be measured by the number of ANC flags hanging from every tree, fence line, and windowsill. Bright yellow, green, and black foliage and otherwise drab earth colors, mud roads, rotting vegetation, and rusted corrugated tin roofs. Sandy was working with her Auntie Boca at the Rhodes mansion. She was learning the downstairs cleaning routine since Auntie Boca had taken to the house's matron, Agatha Rhodes, in her illness, which really was no illness at all, being as how her lapses were the result of prodigious consumption of alcohol rather than a physical malady. Auntie said that over-drinking of the liquid spirit was to balance a lack of spirit of the soul. Sandy's experience with too much drink, the looseness of the bowels, sickening of the belly, thought-canceling headaches, made her suspicious if alcohol was indeed the right antidote. Chocolate or sex seemed adequate medicines for melancholy. "Hello, Sandy," greeted the sallow houseboy, Mambai, obviously smitten with Sandy's youthful attractiveness. "Hello, Mambai," replied Sandy, because even though she had no interest in the unattractive boy, she knew that humoring his attentions would serve her in the future. Sandy had learned these little lessons of desire very young because she had always been well proportioned, with excellent teeth, and thin but luscious black, almost red hair, and, of course, she was Zulu. The reputation of Zulu women might be as a lioness in management of her household, but equally so a lioness in bed. Neither Christian nor Muslim morals had ever made much inroads into the southwest regions, so sex was practiced at the bestial level, young, often, and with abandon, and if one was desirable, as Sandy most certainly was, then it was expected she use her resources to their full advantage. Sandy wore the white, pressed cotton maid's blouse she had been issued during the day, but when she was off duty, she favored loose rayon dresses that let no curve of her body go unrevealed. She wore no brassiere, but she needed none, which let the friction from the polyester on her nipples cause them to remain firm, anchoring the light material on her chest. When she was backed by sunlight, the material became virtually transparent, even making the color of her body hair visible. Sandy had learned that the attention of men, even when innocent, often led to her benefit, so her small wardrobe was all intended to leverage it. Of course, there is a difference between the admiration of some and the lust of others, a dangerous difference. But Sandy's youth had not yet let her experience the cruel distinction, so she was uncaring and unaware of the dangers she naively placed in her path. Chapter 19. When I got back to the truck, Cobb had left the keys under the wheel well, which meant he was off procuring inventory. I got out one of the folding chairs and set it up outside the driver's side cab door. It was uncomfortable, and I was uncomfortable, and my mind was uncomfortable. My consciousness was pulling at itself while I settled into a trance of thought about the death of young Sandy Abacha, causing my altered state of concentration to see things in my surroundings that were usually invisible. Homeless men, vagrant dogs, and discarded furniture, broken but still functional, as proven by the men and dogs that took advantage of it. One of the hapless panhandlers must have had a special alarm that went off in his head when he could feel someone actually taking notice of his presence. His eyes locked onto mine, and his fingers went to his lips in a chewing action. He knew what it was Cobb and I were peddling, and he wanted a taste, presumably gratis. I nodded, reached into my pocket, and pulled out a rolled leaf. The man hoisted himself out of a broken-backed love seat, grimacing as if in pain, favoring both his knees, and hobbled over to where I was sitting. As he approached, I could smell dry urine and worse. I tried unconvincingly not to show my distaste at his general aura. When he opened his mouth to take the leaf, the miasma was overpowering, but the spicy sweet odor of the cod immediately enveloped us as he bit down. A smile slowly rose from his lips and eyes, and he nodded in thanks, hobbling back to his roost. Then my subconscious took over and he was invisible, again forgotten. I was in and out of my chair a dozen times trying to get comfortable. The synapses along my spine turned on and off like a frazzled light cord. At some point I began chewing my lip in anticipation of what I didn't know. I consciously stopped biting my lip, but found myself cracking the knuckles of first the right then the left hand. I stopped that and noticed I was biting my lip again. Enough, I said to myself. I forced my brain to think a logical thought. I considered the fate of Sani Abacha. The more I concentrated on the case, the calmer I became. What I needed was a plan, a strategy to keep the active centers of my brain busy. The more I thought about the girl, the more obvious it was I didn't know enough about her. Chapter 20. In the morning, since I was planning on seeing Ian Rhodes later in the day, I thought I'd use the free time to go to the place Sani's father mentioned, the harem, bar, club, cat house, whatever it was. It wasn't difficult to Google. Apparently it was busy on the weekends and well reviewed as a live music venue. Its status as a brothel wasn't mentioned. You want to help me out on something? I asked Kobe. We taking the truck. Too far for a cab. Kobe walked around to the driver's side and climbed in without asking me where we were going. I got into the passenger's seat. We pulled out of the lot, leaving the trailer with its many locks and traps set. It was early morning, still cool because the sun had just broken the horizon, and dew had not yet evaporated into the coming superheated air. The emerging sun still had the color of the previous evening's sunset, and the moisture in the air was already heavy and smelled of humus and Pharaoh's ants. A slight wind rippled through the creeping clematis vines that covered every protruding rock outcrop and tree stump. We drove to the red light district 20 kilometers outside of town. I'd been to places like this enough times to know how to get cheap food and clean water, and how to tell if a restaurant had a bowl in the toilet rather than a hole in the floor, and no paper. Often places even had live music and pretended a nightlife of booze and dancing, but only delivered shooting galleries and dirty cots. However, they did have the best hash and hookers, and if ever I was in need of female companionship, I'd stop by, smoke a few bowls, and invite the best combination of brains and boobs I could find to spend the night in the sleeper of my truck. Most of the time I couldn't get it up, but it was enough just to see the naked female body and maybe discuss something other than road conditions and border stops. To get to where we were going, we had to drive past a street market. The main product of the marketplace was chaos. How any vendor made enough money to pay the help to sit in crowded stalls all day always escaped me. The secondary product was the stench of rotting fish combined with burning waste. The ubiquitous cañas, long pieces of cloth the women used for dresses, were like flowers in a sewer. The lame, indigent, and uncouth congregated together like flies on an open wound. Normally, I'd rather eat the scum under a tanner's fingernails than go into the market. We pulled into the main street, red dirt and pea gravel, heavily rutted by runoff, and potholed with loose pumice. We bumped along the length of the district, but all brothels looked the same to me: rough wood timbers, tin roofs, decaying stucco over mud brick walls. I read the faded, hand-painted signs carefully, but hoped the poor murdered girl worked in better conditions than what we were seeing here. We started exploring the side streets, which were even more decrepit, until, surprisingly, a relatively modern wood and beam construction, 3-story with tile roof and paint, had the address we were looking for displayed prominently over the large arched entryway, newly painted in red and blue lettering, along with the rough image of a genie, the harem, bar, and nightclub. There was also a small sign that said live music with a faded photograph of an attractive, black female singer. Kobe had to drive around some to find a big enough place to park the truck that it wouldn't block traffic. Kobe said he'd stay to discourage looters. I probably won't be long, I said. If I'm not back in an hour, come looking for me. The street was paved and small vendors had set up little carts blocking the road near the shop openings, so we had to walk through the traffic. This time in the morning it was relatively light. There were marks painted on the road in front of the entrance and posts lined up against the wall, probably for a rope line when the place was busy. I saw no one, tried the door, but it was locked. Nothing gets somebody's attention like pounding excessively hard on a glass door. Within a couple minutes, I could see a black man in a wife-beater t-shirt coming from somewhere out of view. He was young, well-built, and looked annoyed. I stopped pounding while he opened the door. "What the fuck you want?" he said, sneering. I work for the township police, I said, still feeling a bit self-conscious about the mendacity of the claim. I'd like to talk to you. Talk, said the guy at the door. I pushed my way in. He was surprised at my action and didn't push back. In the relative darkness, it took a moment for my eyes to adjust. I could see a long bamboo bar with backing mirror, pendulous wine glasses, and bottles of spirits lining the rear wall, faced forward. A young black man in dark pants and a white, short-sleeved shirt wiped down the rough top with a dirty rag as an older woman looked on. I walked to stand opposite the bartender. The guy from the door walked a few paces behind me. Did anyone here know Saniabacha? I announced to no one in particular, giving any one of them a chance to respond. The door guy's eyes narrowed, his lips pursed. What if I did? He asked suspiciously. Who are you? I asked, trying to sound professional. I own this place, he said. Hibaki Molly, Mr. Molly to you, he replied. Mr. Molly, did you know Saniabacha? She died, he said. How did you know she died? I asked, calmly, looking at him. Everybody know, he responded defensively. Dead in the street. Hit by car or something. So you knew her. I persevered. Yeah, he admitted. She work here. Yeah, prostitute. I asked, straight talk to get straight talk. Molly didn't answer right away, pursed his lips. He was wondering whether to tell me anything or to plead ignorance. Ultimately, he decided maybe I would leave faster if he cooperated. Not really, not like the other girls. She only had one customer. That caught my interest. My list of suspects shortened considerably. Tell me about him, I ordered. Inside the bar was quiet. I could tell Molly was struggling with what he wanted to tell me. I guess it make no difference now. She dead, he dead, the baby dead. Who the fuck care anyway? Baby? I asked, the question hanging. Well, pregnant, Molly replied. Baby. Was it the customers? Hell, yeah. And I was going to make bank off that bitch. He white, powerful. She black, he slut. There ain't no money like hush money. Molly seemed unconcerned to be talking extortion with an officer of the law. This case might just close itself. So, what are you saying? You blackmailed him. Right, Molly replied. That goose died when the old man did. I tried to hit up the geezer's wife, but she just walked away. Though my wish for an easy murder explanation had taken a hit, it still had legs. Who was he? I asked, knowing I wouldn't recognize the name. Rhodes, Molly said. Cecil Rhodes. Jackpot after all. I struggled to come up with more questions to ask. Did you know Masihiya was murdered? Fuck no. Who did that? That's what I'm trying to find out, I replied. Do you know anybody who might want to hurt her? Any other motive involving blackmail, for example? Molly thought for a moment. Nah, he finally said. The old man died, heart attack or some such shit, before I could put the squeeze on him, and like I said, the old lady didn't give a fuck. Other than that, I don't know shit. I wanted to ask more, but while I was thinking of the next question, Molly turned and started walking away. Mr. Molly, I'm still talking to you, I commanded. No, you ain't, he sneered without even looking back, leaving through the door I'd entered from. The door slammed shut, leaving me still standing there with my put in my hand. Chapter 21. I didn't want to look foolish, so I turned back to face the guy behind the bar. The man looked up at me from what he was doing, sweat showing on his face. Did you know Saniabacha? I asked him. He simply kept working without giving any indication he had understood what I asked. I thought I'd give it a while to see if he was going to answer. Nothing. He just kept wiping the bar top, moving slowly away as he finished a section. I looked at the woman who was sitting a couple stools down. I turned to give her a close examination. She was licorice black, about my age, with Western-style sharp nose and lips. Nigerian, I thought, beautiful people to Westerners accustomed to Nordic faces. Her hair was even blacker than her skin, but so streaked with gray that it appeared salon-highlighted. It was thick and pulled back over her ears, revealing two large, looped earrings holding a large green emerald. Probably of local origin since all the shops and carts sold that kind of thing. I noticed she had a matching necklace when my eyes drifted lower. She knew I was looking at her. How could she not? I wasn't hiding it. I found that surreptitious attention only creeped people out. The woman still didn't look at me, but instead watched the cleaning bartender. I decided to try another strategy, lose the official police business edge, and act like a human being, so I simply said, "Hello, what's your name?" The woman turned her head enough to look me in the face. "Who wants to know?" She asked quietly, still without looking at me. "I'm Godfrey," I said. She finally looked full at me. Our eyes locked for a long moment. I thought to myself how beautiful she was, for her age, my age, anyway. She was probably a prostitute, or the madam here. Her sense of self-presence and confidence certainly argued madam. "So," she asked. "So," I replied. She She looked into my eyes this time. There was some kind of chemistry there, but I attributed it to her professional expertise. We looked at each other for several long moments, confident or uncaring, I couldn't tell which. I noticed that she also dressed nice, not the flowery one-piece kanga most South African women wore, but a Western-style dress with defined bodice and straps. There was lace around her cleavage. It drew one's eyes to her breasts. They were fine. You looking to rent or buy? She asked me professionally. Neither. That's good because I'm not that kind of entertainment. I'm not looking for that kind of entertainment, I replied. She considered me for a moment before deciding that I must be worth talking to. I'm in Nambi, she said, confidence in her voice. Pleased to meet you, I said. I was immediately entranced. It was time I left to see Ian Rhodes, so I had to postpone our discussion even though I couldn't think of anything better to do on the planet right at that instant. I got someplace to go right now, I said, reluctantly, but I'd like to talk later. She simply shrugged her shoulders as I left. Chapter 22. I took a taxi downtown. During apartheid, Johannesburg had been one of the jewel cities of the world, a seeming oasis of wealth and success in a desert of African betrayal. A continent so abundant yet whose promise was so meager, back when European descent brought authority and command. But democracy had brought with it the ravages of human weakness, and Johannesburg had been in decline ever since, to the point that parts of the city had simply ceased to function, virtually abandoned, settling into a vigil of decay. South Africa's change from white totalitarianism to black totalitarianism had not improved the lives of the average citizen, and their unrest had grown beyond containment. This time around there was no clear bogeyman. Whites could not be scapegoated after decades of predominant black rule, and the appetite of usurpers for power was independent of color. Simply changing the skin of the oppressor is a devil's bargain, and payment was imminently due. A taxi let me off on a sidewalk in front of a building on a busy street. It was obviously built during the glory years because it was ominous in size and oppressive in style, a white man's building. The outside facade was made of imported pale slate. A uniformed white guard holding an AK-47 stood at the doors, which automatically slide to the sides when anyone was close. Through the open doors I could almost see the ghosts of murdered black demonstrators taking advantage of the spaciousness, a distinct improvement to the moldy, unmarked graves they otherwise lay in, a small reward for martyrdom. I walked through the immense lobby with marble floors and colored tile walls, my shoes slapping on the floor as I walked through the silence. It was well air-conditioned, cold conspicuous consumption of precious electricity. There was another armed guard inside, but he also didn't seem concerned or even acknowledge my presence. Apparently the guards weren't for white people. A bulletproof glass reception booth blocked any further advance. I'm Godfrey Carson, and I'd like to speak to Mr. Ian Rhodes. He asked me to come in, I said. The receptionist smiled at me. Let me contact his office, she said while pushing a button on the console in front of her and talking into her headset. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but it must have been a positive acknowledgement of some kind because she motioned me towards a large white man in a suit and an earpiece standing behind her. Mr. Rhodes will see you now, she said with a professional smile. Without speaking, the suited bodyguard took me up an elevator. I noticed the bulge under his jacket when I was looking to see what floor we were traveling to. I was wondering what all this protection was for. If it was mere theatrics, I was impressed. If it was required, then I wasn't sure I'd want to be in Ian Rhodes's line of work. The elevator doors opened on the 4th floor. My escort motioned me out but didn't seem to intend to follow, silently maintaining his stance, waiting for the elevator doors to close so he could disappear. I stepped out to let him go, waited for the doors to close, then looked around. The hallway was expansive, tall, marble-floored, corniced, and sporting beautifully carved wainscoting. There was only one direction to go. I went that way, entering a large outer office occupied by a female secretary. She was seated, wearing a telephone headset, beautifully severe and white. So far everyone was white. It was the highest concentration of white people I'd seen so far in Africa, where racial diversity doesn't usually trend in that direction. The secretary looked up at me, smiling artificially. Mr. Carson, she asked. Her composure was alert and efficient. Her name tag read MS. Helge Fibra. She had her bobbed blonde hair pulled tightly against her neck, and the red of her lipstick and nail cover matched. No brace strap showed under the straps of her jet black professional wear top. Ian Rhodes, I said tonelessly. His Brock's facile smile disappeared. It was all business now. Just then a pair of dark wood double doors opened simultaneously, and Ian Rhodes came through. He didn't greet me there, but instead motioned me to follow. Come with me to my office, he ordered. We walked down a hallway decorated in African chic, leopard hides tacked to the wall, carved elephant tusks, native masks with elaborate feathered headdresses. There was the opening into an immense office ahead, but I didn't allow curiosity to speed my gait as I purposely sauntered in. Upon entry, the office was spacious and adorned like a Western library, legal bookcase, a large mahogany desk, leather chairs with brass tacks. The smell of fine tobacco, old leather, aftershave, and port were overwhelmingly manly. There were cricket trophies covering one wall. I didn't mention them, preferring to keep the conversation about the case. Ian Rhodes sat down at an immense oak desk, backlighted by a large plate glass window. He smiled sincerely. He waved me into a chair seated some paces away. I took it by the back and moved it so I was sitting directly across the desktop from him. Seated in the accoutrements of power, Rhodes was confident but unassuming. He waited patiently for me to start our interview. As part of the stagecraft of police work, I had brought along a file folder. There was nothing in it but the newspaper article of the girl's death and some blank pages for effect. Of course, I kept the contents of the folder away from Rhodes' scrutiny. I sifted through the folder officiously. Rhodes' patience was wearing thin. He finally spoke. "Yes, Mr. Carson. How may I help you?" he said flatly but not in an unfriendly manner. "I represent the police," I gave my pat reply. Rhodes nodded, waiting for me to continue. "As I stated at your home, there was a murder of a young woman last week, and the circumstances have become—" I paused, looking for the right word. "Involved." Rhodes continued to wait, unblinking, for me to finish stating my business. "Some of the issues involved may be sensitive to your family." "How can that possibly be?" Rhodes asked incredulously. I didn't say anything because I didn't know what to say, not because I was trying to draw him out, but he must have assumed that's what I was doing because I could see his eyebrows flex downward and his lips curl slightly. "Do people call you Godfrey or God?" he asked, I suppose as a way to take the focus off himself. "It depends if they are my friends or not, but you can call me Godfrey." Ian Rhodes raised his eyebrows, not knowing if I was trying to be rude. I wanted to retake control of this conversation, so I pointed vaguely at the room's primary decorations, two large, road-weary flags, one from each of the old pre-apartheid Boer states of Orange Free and Transvaal. Surrounding the flags were hundreds of photographs and paintings of colonial Boer life, men in thick sideburns and pith helmets standing over large groups of sweating black mine workers. Some of the images showed overseers holding whips. I was surprised at the insensitivity of the display. "What do black people say when you bring them in here?" I asked. "Black people don't come in here," Rhodes answered matter-of-factly. We were at a communication impasse, neither of us willing to engage in honest dialogue with the other. I could see a half-smile creep onto Rhodes' face. I decided to stay aggressive. "I'm still looking into the death of that girl," I began. "Everywhere I turn, the Rhodes family keeps popping up. The Rhodes name is prominent in this city," Ian replied glibly. "I didn't actually know the girl or anything of her. That was my mother's home, not mine. Is there anything specific you want to ask me?" He pressured me. I still didn't know what to ask because I didn't know anything yet. Rhodes took that as a no. "Well, if there's no more I can help you with," he asked leadingly, "I assume you can find your way out." "I'm sorry, but I've got an appointment to prepare for in a few minutes." If that was true, then he had never intended to tell me anything, just go through the motions of cooperation to alleviate my suspicions. He did exactly the opposite, but I wasn't ready just yet, so I let myself be bullied and left. While I was walking along the sidewalk waiting for a taxi, one of the signs on a light post caught my attention because Nnamdi's name was on it with the familiar address of the Hareem nightclub. A picture was on the poster. It was her, though in the photo she looked like a singer from another time. I couldn't believe the coincidence involved, but of such random catalysts, events are made. I denied the temptation for as long as I could, a few minutes perhaps, then took a taxi back to what might become a guilty pleasure. Chapter 23. The place was crowded. People overflowed out the door in both ways down the street. I pushed my way in, an advantage of my westernness, until I could see the stage. The previous act was just clearing their off instruments, so I watched a few minutes to see what was up next. My diligence was rewarded as Nnamdi stepped out into the glare of the overhead spotlight. Of course, she was dressed differently than I'd seen her before, in a tight, black sequin dress with ruffled bodice and plunging back. I still marveled that she was a singer. My earlier assumption that she was a prostitute embarrassed me, but she certainly had the beauty for it. The accompaniment band was doing a sound check as she adjusted the microphone height, and I felt like I was the only one in that crowd of hundreds really looking at her. In a minute the first song began, a beautiful South African melody, Chocolate Toffee, composed mostly of drum rhythms and Nnamdi's female harmony. Her voice was ephemeral and hypnotizing. I stood like a statue as the rest of the audience swayed their arms and hips to the music's flow. It was a long piece, and when it was finished, a political candidate took the microphone. But my eyes and ears were only for Nnamdi as she stepped off the back of the stage and into the bar. I followed her in. She sat down on her customary stool at the bar, sweat still beaded on her forehead. She seemed pleasantly surprised, smiling softly when I stepped in beside her. "Remember me?" I asked self-consciously. She nodded. "You didn't mention you were a singer." I said. "What did you think I did?" She asked, baiting me. I raised my eyebrows in speculation. "A beautiful woman in a brothel? I thought you were the liquor distributor," I replied. She smiled. "I don't drink." I smiled back. "I don't judge people well. I should have known you were so talented." She simply sat looking at me. I waited a moment to see if I had piqued her interest, at least enough to smile and make the situation more comfortable. She didn't. I shrugged. She sensed my disappointment, turned to face me. "I remember your name." "God," she said coyly. "I suppose that's good. I remember yours." "Namdi." "I don't usually remember customers' names," she said. "I'm not a customer," I replied. "You want to be?" She asked flatly. "No, good, because I don't date customers." A spark of something flashed in my chest. Hope. I don't know. I didn't want to screw up the opportunity, so I was careful with my next words. "Hopefully, that means you'll date me." "Maybe." "Are you asking me out?" "I am," I said. Though I had no idea where we would go, I would fill in the blanks as it went along. "When are you free?" "I know you work nights." "Not every night. I'm off tomorrow." "Tomorrow it is." I took the bait. "I'll pick you up here at 6, I suggested. Namdi simply nodded. She stood up. "I've got another set. You can stay to watch if you want, but I probably won't be able to get back to you tonight. See you tomorrow, though." And she walked towards the stage, never looking back at me. That went about as good as it could have been. Chapter 24. I might have been drunk when I took a taxi back to the truck. It had been a long day, mentally draining. I couldn't tell if the buzz in my head was from confusion, elation, or booze. My short exercise routine in the morning had not been enough to tire my body, but hopefully the alcohol would act as a sedative. I was looking forward to getting to sleep for the refreshment it brought the next day, and I was anxious to find what information tomorrow would bring. Kobe slept in the truck's trailer. He said to protect our inventory, but I suspected he enjoyed the solitude and quiet. The steel sides were insulated with 4 inches of sound-deadening foam, and whatever noises did get through were more comforting than distracting. Plus, Kobe just liked to be by himself, much like me. Apparently, the only long-term company either of us could stomach was with each other. Living in a truck is as much of a home as I imagined I needed. There was plenty of room in the back of the cab for the firm mattress, and I had a small portable urinal so that I wouldn't have to get up at night, one of the advantages of being a man. There was also a plastic basin with a reservoir I used to brush my teeth into. Even if it was tipped over, it wouldn't spill out. There was a mirror on the wall opposite my head, and several pillows to get myself comfortable. I was a light sleeper, but even though I was awakened often by any cry in the night, I enjoyed listening. The calls of wild dogs and hyenas could occasionally be made out over the traffic and buzz of insects. The eerie whistling of the wind around the truck's side mirrors was also comforting. The moon was up in full. I could have closed the drapes into the sleeper to block it out, but instead chose to bask in its light. There was the low trilling of a scox owl just within earshot, followed by the bellowing of a guttural toad calling for a mate. I wished them both luck in their romantic pursuits. I carefully took off and folded my pants and shirt, placing them on a shelf above the mirror, and used a damp wash rag to wipe off the grime and sweat of the day. This always made me feel refreshed, and I rewarded my skin with polyester night pants and a large cotton t-shirt. On cold nights I supplemented my insulation with a thick cotton sweatshirt. One of the reasons I kept my hair short is so that it would pose no grooming problem in the morning. Completely through with my nightly routine, I punched up 2 pillows and lay back against them. I thought for a moment about using more than a sheet for cover, but decided I would be hot in the night, so turned off the light and laid back. As monomaniac as I can be about things, there comes a time when whatever chemicals in the body keep the brain charged are exhausted, and I need to put aside whatever I'm doing and relax by concentrating on something else. I've recognized this limitation in myself and others when I was a young man, and have learned to follow my instincts to take a break, or else my body rebels by becoming lethargic and unresponsive. Though the concept of autism scares most people, I think it a blessing that I have just enough to keep me focused on a problem long enough to solve it, but not so much as to not be able to have a conversation about someone else's interests. Similarly, a smattering of obsessive-compulsive disorder and a pinch of manic-depressive behavior, and I can be a formidable friend. Or enemy. I've found that those who revel in their psychological maladies have much saner lives. However, the activities of the last couple of days had taken their toll. I recognized that, so I let my mind wander. Memories of my past life came flooding back, as they always did when my mental gates were cracked open. Sometimes the poignancy of the reminiscences would cause tears to well and put a catch in my throat. Though not a pleasurable experience, the private wallowing was cathartic and the Godspeed of recovery, body chemicals rejuvenated themselves, balance was reestablished. I was ready to resume a bulldog determination to solve poor Sandy Abacha's murder. Chapter 25. I wasn't going to get Ian Rhodes to talk to me when he was ensconced in his web like a fat spider, surrounded by the trappings of white power, an alert secretary, and armed security guards waiting to prove their loyalty to the king, so I planted myself across the street from his building and waited the day out. There was the chance that Rhodes traveled everywhere by chauffeured armored vehicle and walked accompanied post and masked by bodyguards, but I doubted it. It took most of the day. I was surprised how few people actually went in and out of that building. Whatever Rhodes did in there, he did over the phone. The only people I saw were uniformed delivery people picking up and dropping off priority envelopes. It reminded me of a law office without clients. Eventually, my vigil paid off. My hunch that Rhodes would choose to move about the city without a chaperone was apparently correct, because the suited figure that was exiting the automatic double-glass front doors was wearing the same suit, was the right height, and walked with the confidence of a white man who owned an impressive edifice in Johannesburg. I waited a moment to see which way he was going to go, and it was my lucky day. Not only did he turn in my direction, but he also hustled across the street kitty corner right towards my location. I wasn't concealing myself. I figured distance was enough to keep me unrecognizable. I thought I'd follow him, see where he was going. Rhodes soon turned down a side street, walking briskly. We went for several blocks. I began to wonder if this was part of an exercise routine, but instead of running shoes, Rhodes wore loafers and a Brooks Brothers suit. He seemed to know exactly where he was going, and after not too much longer, he stopped before the door of the bar, pulled the door open and went in. I didn't follow him inside just yet. If he'd walked all this way just for a drink, I'd be surprised, but even if he had, it would be a great time for a private interview. I found a place where the shade allowed me to look through the front window and watch Rhodes walk to the end of the bar where two men were seated, talking quietly to each other. Both were young and handsome, one blonde, the other with rusty-colored hair. They were dressed in dark blue bespoke suits and coiffured like men of extravagance do. In fact, they looked just like Rhodes. Neither had paid any attention to Rhodes. I figured they weren't why he was here, when without warning, Rhodes came right up behind the blonde, put his hand on the guy's shoulder, and pulled him off the stool he was sitting on. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but the rusty guy and him then began arguing. The guy on the floor was just getting himself up when the bartender came around the front and grabbed Rhodes by the scruff of the neck and muscled him to the front door, which he unceremoniously threw Rhodes out of, onto the sidewalk in front of me. Ian Rhodes didn't see me standing there until after he'd stood up and brushed the dirt off the elbows and knees of his suit. "Fancy meeting you here, Ian," I said from in front of him, still not having moved. He showed no reaction for a moment, but the hearkening of his name must have sunk in, and he looked around, his eyes focusing on me. No reaction at first, but then recognition widened him. He looked closer at me, surprised. "What are you doing here?" he asked, surprised. "Just in the neighborhood, Ian." I repeated his name so that there would be no misunderstanding that I was waiting there for him. "Like," Rhodes replied, still confused. He didn't take my hint, so I followed up. "You need some help?" I asked. Rhodes looked flustered. "None of your business," he replied brusquely. "Fair enough. And I suppose this guy is a friend of yours." Rhodes looked up at the beefy black man who'd thrown him to the ground. The guy stood in the doorway glaring at us. "You a fag too?" The bartender growled at me. I thought for a moment. There was only a slight ego burn, not enough to warrant my fooling around with what was obviously something I knew nothing about, but a white man's got to stand his ground in Africa. I didn't reply to the taunt. Instead, I started walking towards the man. He was either going to move and let me through the door, or I was going to run into him head on. He moved. White man wins again. I went over to the bar, looked behind it, picked up a shiny metal plate, and walked back to Rhodes. The bartender gave me the evil eye. I held out the shiny plate for Rhodes. "Do I need this?" he asked. "Look for yourself." Rhodes looked down, using the plate as a mirror, sees the scrape on his forehead. "Jesus Christ," he exclaimed. "That fucker hurt me." There was nothing I could say. I wondered how the situation had developed. Blacks don't usually throw a white businessman out into the street. Not unless they're protected or encouraged anyway. "What caused that?" I asked. Rhodes looked at me in alarm. "Nothing," he said too quickly. "I didn't do anything to provoke treatment like this." The guy at the door snorted in disgust and went back inside. Rhodes looked quite pathetic standing there, his perfect hair matted, his almost princely features scuffed, his high-priced suit dirty. "It's not what starts it," I said. "It's how you finish it." "What's that supposed to mean?" Rhodes sneered. "You're the one refolding the crease in your pants. You tell me." We just stood looking at one another for a moment until a smile appeared on his face. He held out his hand. Yeah, I think I know what you mean, he said jovially. Less tight, more fight. Something like that, I agreed, smiled back. Well, see you around, he said, waving as if our conversation was done. I stepped in front of him, not letting him pass. Is rudeness something you're raised with where you come from? He asked. No, I'm raised to treat those as I've been treated, and Mr. Rhodes, so far I got some catching up to do if I'm going to be disrespecting and inconveniencing you. Americans think they can get away saying anything they want, but look around you, sir. You'll see the world is falling down around your ears from all that honesty. You think my nationality makes me an ass. How do you explain yourself? Good day, Mr. Carson. That sounds English, by the way, Rhodes commented, trying to irritate me, I guess, but I couldn't see the connection. And you're a linguist too, Mr. Rhodes. Both I and England salute you. Rhodes only sneered and tried to walk past me, but I stood in his way. He pushed into me, but when two men are within smelling distance of each other, somebody's going to get hurt, usually the one that has the odor of flowery aftershave and talcum powder. I'm not sure what I smelled like, but it was probably a combination of sweat and testosterone. Normally, weaklings in the contest of wills know just where that leads to. Get out of my way, Rhodes growled in a low voice, but he didn't say it with conviction because he already knew the answer. We were just going through the motions now. Soon he would capitulate and I could use my established position in the male dominance hierarchy to demand he answer my questions. What's your connection to the victim, Sani Abacha? I asked, firmly but not loud enough that any other passers-by would notice the verbal lynching. I don't have any connection, like I already told you, Rhodes replied, but he wasn't looking at me directly, so I knew there was one. Rhodes would regain his composure soon and turn back to the safety of his building, so I knew I had to get any information I could right now. Do you know anybody who might know? I asked, no threat in my voice, just a tone of sincerity. Rhodes snapped his eyes to look directly into mine. Actually, there may be someone, he said, dragging the words out as if he was considering in the background. And it would be informative if you met him, especially if you tried this bullshit, Rhodes said, a wry smile on his face. Yeah, you need to question Thomas Blakey. Where do I find Thomas Blakey? I asked. Oh, he'll find you, Rhodes answered cryptically, and finally pushed past me to go wherever sore losers go. Chapter 26. I made a trip into downtown by taxi to talk to Connie about my suspicions. I'd never been someone who let questions fester, even as a child, to the consternation of my erstwhile teachers, and certainly to anyone who had ever been superior over me. I had always been known as a problem employee for not blindly accepting my assigned tasks. You're not an actor, Carson, one boss had exclaimed to me, exasperated. You don't need to understand your motivations before I kick your ass. I'd hoped Connie had respect for me, or at least my expertise as an attorney. His asking me to help him in this investigation obviously had ulterior motives. I found that when something doesn't make sense, then it's probably nonsense. And the person telling you the nonsense is either confused or disingenuous. I suspected Connie was the latter because he didn't seem confused to me. I walked into the station, but when I announced my intention to visit Connie, the desk sergeant told me to wait in the lobby. Then he got on the phone, presumably to Connie. I only had to wait a few moments when Connie came out of the side door and walked to where I was standing. He had the look of someone wondering how a truck driver looking to sever all imperatives was instead accumulating them. I'm on my way to a meeting, but I interrupted it to come talk to you for a few minutes. He apologized. I got a call from Mr. Ian Rhodes this afternoon, he continued. You have now officially had a longer and more meaningful conversation with the powers that be around here than I ever have. So you already know what's been going on. Believe me, it was nothing to recommend me for a diplomatic post. When that man talks, his breath reeks of self-satisfied contempt for his fellow human beings. I wonder what keeps the blacks from driving his crowd out like they'd done everywhere else. What, you don't think that's happening now? Connie responded, haven't you been watching the news? I'm still good here, I told him simply, but we've got to talk sometime if now's not convenient. Connie looked at me questioningly. About what? He asked. About you pissing down my back and calling it rain. Connie squinted. He didn't know if I was insulting him or feeling insulted. I guess it didn't make much difference whether either was correct because neither his demeanor nor his veracity changed. I'd never lie to you, partner. I need your help. I found my confidence in our partnership waning, and I don't like being taken advantage of, but there was still no concrete evidence that Connie was doing more than exploiting our past association and common charity. Plus, I was finding an interest in the mystery myself. I'd never been a policeman and wasn't likely ever to be one again. Connie's obvious manipulations were reason enough to keep going. I wanted to find out what he had up his sleeve. However, I did feel that any obligation that may have existed was expunged, and from this point on, I was in it for the game because of what I got out of it. If in the final outcome Connie ended up being a casualty, then so be it. I think Connie felt the wind shift too because his smile looked strained. I chased all question out of his mind when I winked condescendingly. "Okay, big guy, I'm still with you," I said. But he knew there was a chasm between us now. I wondered if he'd withdraw the invitation to investigate and instead send me on my way. I could tell he was thinking about it behind those dark brown eyes, but then he took a deep breath of the humid, savanna-scented air and winked back. Chapter 27. Outskirts of Johannesburg, South Africa, September 2nd, 1992. At the turn of the 19th century, the English and Dutch fought for the right to colonize the southern tip of the African continent. The Dutch had the advantage of long habitation, having developed their own language and customs to the point of having their own name for themselves, Boers. But the English brought the arrogance and confidence of an empire on which it was said the sun never set. The English pushed their Boer predecessors into resigned and belligerent communities that proceeded to occupy the occupiers. The blacks of the area were not themselves natives, having been lured from other parts of Africa to work at the thriving Boer plantations and mines. Though their skins and bodies were accustomed to heat and hard work, the blacks found the indomitable will of their Boer taskmasters little more than slavery. They were not treated the same, nor addressed the same, and certainly not thought of the same as whites. In fact, public policy of this nature became ubiquitously named apartheid, held firmly in place by the authoritarian apparatus of the chairman of the State Security Council and head of state, P.W. Botha. The once great nation was just hanging on amongst all this conflict. Apartheid held for 24 years while Nelson Mandela, leader of the ANC, African National Congress and South African Communist Party, was in prison off the tip of Cape Horn on Robben Island. But cracks began to show when medical student Steve Biko famously announced, "Black man, you are on your own," and the beginning of the ANC self-defense clubs, who rebelled against Bantu education push-outs resulting in only 5% of the black population going on to high school. The fuel for revolution was abundant and dry and waiting for a spark, which came in the form of the Soweto uprising after a police shooting at the Mauritius Exon High School, known for black academic excellence and the residence of South Africa's only black nuclear physicist. From there, the contagion was unstoppable, and the sheer overwhelming number of striking blacks, combined with crippling international sanctions, finally caused white South African President F.W. de Klerk to hold open elections which resulted in the collapse of white rule. After giving up on homelands for blacks, Afrikaner nationalists tried to adopt the concept for themselves. Eugene Terblanche, founder of the OB, Afrikaner Weerstandsbeweging, prior to that a South African police officer, and before that a farmer, imagined an independent Boer Afrikaner Republic, Volksstaat, which was to be the conglomerated lands of Vryheid, Stellenland, Goshen, and the Free State. As if that wasn't enough disgruntled turmoil, Inkatha nationalists among the Zulus, the largest of the ethnic tribes, were threatening civil war if their land demands were not met, called the Third Force. These pressures crushed the life out of South Africa. The worldwide boycott had destroyed most of the international business. The downtown district of Johannesburg was either vacant and looted or turned into staging areas for rioters. Anglo citizens had long since escaped on British passports, but the Boers had hunkered down, no place to go, making fragile alliances with the Zulus for protection. The white enclaves were under tremendous pressure. Remnants of Afrikaner army manned checkpoints through which the Zulu servants entered in the cool mornings and exited in the hot late afternoon to service their own households. Trash blew across streets accustomed to order and neatness. Once reliable electricity was often subject to brownouts or even disconnection from what was once a robust and stable supply. The air smelled of animal dung, overheated macadam, and sour sweat that the weakened air conditioning could not alleviate. Man's greatest cruelties are reserved for the basest of motivations, envy, spite, resentment, all the everyday, minor inconveniences, yet produce such grim promises of violence that if the inner thoughts of any person could be discerned, we would live in constant fear of even ones we think closest to us. The Lord says, "Retribution is mine," because he's afraid of what mortals would do with it. 3 guards were down at the security gate entrance, but 2 held the guard towers and prevented the main body of the mob from entering. It was perimeter fences that proved to be indefensible, and once the wave of black humanity crashed over, the delayed catharsis played out in full force. Thousands of bare black feet marched through the mud, many wearing the colors of the ANC, all enraged and vengeful and wanting to vent their resentment on whomever seemed a proper scapegoat. Zulu shopkeepers caught alone were held while rough hands pressed worn tires over their heads and shoulders, all the time pleading for mercy, denouncing the lynching as uncivilized, but always gasoline was splashed over the hapless victim and lit. just for a few moments of satisfaction as the mob listened to the dying man screaming. Then the hunt began again. Black servants were immediately hacked to death with machetes. Whites with rifles formed redoubts behind the cinder block walls of the outer circle of homes, but the rush of the closely packed black vanguard was too swift, and there were too many unguarded avenues into the center of the community where the children and undefended homes were located. The smell of diesel fumes and burning tires filled the air. No individual voices could be heard, only the mass voice of a riot. Gunshots were continuous. Connie, in dubious command, kept the guard posts under check, sending reinforcements when needed and reassuring the young men who manned them that backup was only minutes away if they could just hold their stations. So it was ironic that the guard station in the community where Connie's own family lived was attacked and overwhelmed before succor could arrive. His family was brutally killed while he protected the families of others. He did not regret his decision as an officer, but he could not help but consider himself a failure as a father and protector. Chapter 28. We never know most of what's going on around us. The fact that Connie had withheld information from someone he hadn't seen in 20 years really wasn't too concerning in the scheme of things. I certainly wasn't going to quit the job he gave me over it. Perhaps he figured if I was any kind of investigator, I'd snoop his role out sooner or later. I felt a certain pride that it had been sooner. It didn't stop me from acting, and it certainly didn't stop me from thinking. And anyway, it's probably the whole reason he gave me the job in the first place, because he had a secret. In the morning, I went to one of the mud brick and corrugated tin diners that lined the street of Soweto, each proprieted by an overweight black woman wearing a colorful duku, a headscarf that matched her kanga, efficiently making chip omelets, French fries and a broken egg, and serving strong coffee to a mainly male clientele. Black coffee tastes bitter, but I know its thought-stimulating power, and I knew that the events around Sani Abacha's murder were coalescing into an identifiable tapestry. I could almost see the picture in the weaving. I sat down, waited for my coffee, took a sip, and tried to form a hypothesis of the case from what I knew so far. It was reaching somewhat because I didn't have much, but it was a murder of a young, beautiful, pregnant girl, which could mean the child was Cecil Rhodes' bastard. Since Ian Rhodes is not Cecil Rhodes' son, an attorney in America would consider it an awkward inheritance situation, requiring expert legal counsel and an enlightened court. But here in Africa, with its patriarchal culture, a broken lineage from natural father to son would considerably complicate the inheritance if there was a natural heir. I would have liked to be Sani Abacha's representative in any settlement claims. It's not inconceivable that Ian Rhodes would lose control of the family business and a good share of the wealth to Sani. I could smell motive in the air. What didn't make sense was the timing. What made now special? Blackmail. Who would be doing the blackmail? It takes nerves and usually muscle to extort somebody who had connections to Sani and also possessed these things. Book 2. Nambi. The dead man does not know where his grave is. Bantu Proverb. Chapter 29. One day morning I drove out to the cat house district again. I didn't call ahead, but I figured the weekend patrons would be gone and all the girls would be resting up. I admitted to myself that there was one girl in particular I wanted to see again. The outside of the place was so quiet I wondered if my calculations might have been ill-considered, but the front door under the archway was open and I went in unannounced. The interior was dark, moist, and smelled of perfume and stale beer. I'd smelled worse, but this obviously wasn't a line of work I'd be suited to. And Namdi was seated on the same stool she was the last time I'd seen her. She looked up casually at my entrance, but no look of recognition entered her face, nor curiosity either. She was nonchalant as a tortoise. She wore a white unadorned shift, but was well-groomed, though plain without her makeup. Her hair was held back in a little girl's ponytail, her face smooth and unblemished. I preferred her this way. There was a hint of ancient innocence that I'd wager was rarely visible. I felt almost privileged to catch her in this private moment. The chairs in the room were all put up on the tables. A ceiling fan spun too slowly to provide any breeze. Rays of sunlight filtered through cracks in the clapboard front wall, lighting the dust up like glitter. I walked to where she was sitting, couldn't help myself from standing in exactly the same place I had before. Chapter 30. International aid workers have gotten quite proficient at establishing orderly tent camps in desolate African deserts to house an endless stream of refugees from any number of conflicts. After so many years, the ever-present threat of AIDS infection inside the camps had lost most of its impact, to the point where the inmates began equating armed revolt with AIDS medication and wanted neither of them. Sand, heat, flies, and dung were actually more reminiscent of their homelands than deterrents to communal living, and given a chance to return to their former existence or the well-fed organization of the camps. Most of the inhabitants would have chosen the latter. Children attended school regularly, girls were not raped, and neither matriarchy or patriarchy dominated everyone's lives. Namdi was a bright girl whose outlook on life was unaffected by the ravages of her early life because she simply couldn't remember. Her life was a windswept canvas, endless horizons, and news broadcast in Arabic and English from overhead loudspeakers. She had no concept of what life would be like after her maturity. The older women's experiences were not applicable, and none of the girls slightly older than her that had already left for destinations unknown had ever returned to recount their adventures. Namdi's optimistic attitude held no fear of her future, only anticipation, and when a man looking for hostesses for a string of nightclubs offered her an opportunity to begin her future, she took it. Namdi, her grandmamma warned her, "That Jacko wants you to sell your body to low men." I asked him if I was to be a prostitute, and he said no, and Namdi replied, "Hey," explained her grandmamma. What else would he say? The sound of a baby wailing to suckle started a dog barking, which in turn into a chorus of dogs. The background ambience of camp life. Namdi could smell the day's bread baking, tainted with the whiff of commode. The air was still a bit brisk from the late dawn. The red of Namdi's kanda and African scion perfectly matched the color of her lips. "I know of other girls who have gone," she insisted. "And they have their legs spread now," Grandmamma replied. Namdi pursed her lips, refusing to continue the argument because though she was positive and hopeful about life, she suspected her grandmamma had the rightness of it. And that suspicion proved correct. Namdi worked as a waitress and mattress girl in several white nightclubs, and because her moral resisted depression, she was a favorite. And because her brightness and youth matured into the sophisticated intelligence of an adult, she eventually obtained a position of power and seniority within the organization. At 30, Namdi's career success would have impressed her grandmamma and all the other girls of humble beginnings. Namdi was no longer a servant of men, she was now a singer and woman of means. Chapter 31. We sat across the table from each other in a mud brick bistro with a tin roof a couple streets away from the harem. I ordered nothing, but she asked the waitress for coffee in a language I don't know. The coffee, when it came, smelled bitter, and the steam rising off of it made elegant swirls. I felt self-conscious only drinking ice water when I knew the owner needed paying customers to make a go of the place, and I didn't see anybody other than us at the tables. But I resolved to leave a tip equaling the price of the coffee, a shame tax. Namdi looked at me over her cup as she sipped the hot joe. She didn't say anything, and I didn't ask anything, so we sat in comfortable silence until her coffee was at least half gone. I quite enjoyed the interlude. I think she did too. Finally, she said, "I was in the business for a while before I became a singer. I didn't know if I was relieved or appalled. Probably neither. What people do with their lives is no judgment I'm qualified to make. It didn't seem like such a great revelation that successful black immigrants in Africa had to climb their way off the mattress at some point. I didn't show any indication that I cared, not even a nod that I'd heard. It sounded close to a secret, and I'm good at keeping secrets." After giving me the opportunity to reply to her first statement, Namdi had another. Sani was like a niece to me. Namdi took a photograph out of her purse, handed it to me. It was washed out and faded with an orange tint like one of those photo booth pictures of her and Sani together, smiling. Again, I didn't know whether I was surprised or not. That I wasn't expecting, especially on a date, but I wasn't expecting the first revelation either. Namdi's voice was normal, even though her erstwhile closeness to the victim seemed like it would have made her death more of an emotional impact. But maybe in that line of work, emotional impact wasn't high on the list of weaknesses to be subject to. Does that mean she was in a similar occupation? I asked frankly, at first, but I went into management. She smiled over at me. I don't work the traffic except to calm down the new girls. Sani was always looking for a white sugar daddy. She thought she'd found one in Cecil Rhodes. Maybe he was. But in the end he went away, just like they all eventually do. Chapter 32. We sat across the table from one another, and Namdi was silently exploring the interior of her coffee cup. She had the expression of someone in troubled thought. I wonder what someone would say about my expression. That's nothing I've ever thought of before, and I wondered why such inklings would come to me now, in the presence of this beautiful woman who seemed concerned what I thought of her. "There is no God," she said, looking directly at me, which caused a matching reaction from me. I was nonplussed by the non-sequitur nature of the statement, but it was a sentiment with which I agreed. I nodded. "If there was a God, he'd punish the evil and reward the just," she continued. Another statement that coincided with my personal philosophy. Sani was a good girl. She didn't deserve to die, though some other people. She intimated. I took the bait. "Yeah, they do," I said. "Anyone in particular?" "That white man," she suggested. "Cecil Rhodes?" I asked, perplexed. No, that other one, the English. A lot of them were English, but blacks reserved the term for the truly heinous men, usually the ones out of Rhodesia. I shrugged. Blakey, she answered. At the one, she affirmed, nodding. He owes that little girl's a life. You mean he killed her? I asked, incredulously. No, I ain't mean it, but it was his job to keep her from being killed. Chapter 33. Last year, Sandy had a rare free day from working, and she had taken a Zola Bud, an aging minibus taxi, into downtown that she caught just outside the Rhodes estate. She wasn't paid much more than room and board, but she had used her access to the bedroom of the mistress to supplement her meager income with small trinkets and jewelry she was sure Mrs. Rhodes would not miss. She had accumulated other such items from other parts of the house, and felt safe in her dabbling by the attention Mr. Rhodes paid her. He had been to her room almost every night for 2 months now, and was smitten with her body, and maybe he even liked her as a person. He acted like a boy in her presence, and could be manipulated like one. Sandy did not exploit that opportunity where others could see, but she knew it kept her safe from the worst ramifications of her thievery. The first Sandy knew of her indentureship was when Blakey roughly grabbed her by the elbow as she strolled leisurely down King George Street in the shopping district of Johannesburg, looking for a new, bright top, and escorted her forcefully into an awaiting white Mercedes. At first grab, Sandy yelled out, but she was immediately cuffed across the mouth, and hit even harder when she tried beseeching a passersby for help. Her captor's face was a mask of vacancy, giving no more relevance to Sandy's predicament than to dogs fighting in the muddy street. She fell silent after suffering those indignities, also recognizing that no one was going to come to her aid against what was clearly an established authority. Sandy was taken to a storefront in the Bordello district. The harem sign outside said, someplace she had never been before, and it filled her with fear because she anticipated what her situation had deteriorated into. The call of the marabou stork flying overhead seemed to be the most forlorn sound she had ever heard. A thin man of dark skin was sitting cross-legged on a tall stool, bent over, his elbows on his knees, one hand holding a lit cigarette when Sandy was led through the door. Blakey stopped before him, holding Sandy firmly by her arm, near her shoulder. Molly, he barked. The thin man immediately stood up, respectful of Blakey. Where? Blakey asked, sourly. Molly thought for a moment, looked intently into Sandy's eyes. Immediately, she turned away, but she could feel his stare remain on her features. Upstairs, in room. Make sure the shower works. Molly turned back to what he was doing as Blakey increased the pressure his fingers were putting on her upper arm, and he jerked her towards an opening in the far side of the room which led into a vestibule that contained the head of some stairs. Blakey released her arm. She immediately began rubbing the pain out of it, but she kept her head down, not the least bit defiant in face of the power of this man. Up the stairs, Blakey demanded in a stern voice. Sandy made her way up the threadbare carpeted stairs. They might originally have had a chintz pattern, but that had long ago been worn away, and whatever was left was faded to a dirty gray. The gray plaster walls were cracked and needed paint. At the top of the stairs was a hallway full of doors, presumably rooms, which they passed until reaching a door at the end. Blakey tried the doorknob first to see if it would open, and it turned, so he threw the door back and pushed Sandy through the opening into a darkened room. He followed her in, closed the door firmly, and flipped a light switch on that was located next to it. Sandy could see a well-adorned bedroom, covered in ornamental wallpaper, with a large bed covered by a puffy comforter. The furniture, an armoire, chair, mirror, and large dresser, all matched. There were frilly curtains over the shaded windows. Blakey opened a smaller door in the wall opposite the bed and went inside. After a second, Sandy could hear water running. It stopped, and Blakey came out. He was looking at her. You be good, and I'll be good, he said. I'll be back. If you have any complaints on how you're being treated, you tell me and I'll take care of it. With that, Blakey opened the outside door, exited through, and closed it behind him. Sandy was left alone in perhaps the finest room she had ever personally been allowed to occupy. At least she assumed it was hers, if what she thought was happening was really happening. She knew that sentence had been passed, and among the parochial confines of the thin man, Blakey's, world, she had been treated fairly, even admirably considering the prestigious assignment of her residency, but Sandy's only response could be nothing other than utter despondency. A breeze from the window, it must be open behind the shades, carried the hint of mint which mixed with the aroma of her fear to form a strange, almost visible miasma radiating from her body. Two other girls about Sandy's age came into the room a while later. She was still standing, unbelieving but resigned, near the bed. She must have been crying because her cheeks were wet, and the sound in her throat was a soft whimpering. "Oh, girl," said the prettiest and tallest of the two, concern on her face. "S-H-H-H, S-H-H-H. It's not all that bad. Molly, he be good to you." Sandy began to sob, at first silently, then increasing into great waves of grief. The pretty girl took her in her arms. "SHHH, SHHH," she soothed. It was enough for Sanny to accept her fate, as African women do. The first customer was a handyman just in from the mines for a week of holiday. He was not an inconsiderate man, and had bathed and brushed his teeth before paying for Sanny's conjugal company. "Hello," he said, experimentally, after picking her from the lineup of girls, then being led upstairs to her room. Sanny kept her head down. They both stood there silently in front of her bed for a while before Sanny slipped her simple beige kanga over her head and shoulders, then lay back, naked, onto the bed. The burly man's eyes widened at his good fortune, and he soon removed his clothes and met her embrace. Sanny performed perfunctorily, if not inspired. This man, after all, was not responsible nor aware of her predicament. He was courteous and careful, and maintained his needs without delay. Sanny didn't care. When someone loses all control over their physical life, their inner life takes over. Sanny's thoughts had no connection to the events immediate to the physical sensations of her body, including her sight, so she shut her eyes, but her hearing and her sense of smell were her own, and could be examined intellectually, purposely avoiding anything she chose not to perceive. This is a superpower that all people have but rarely use, the ability to focus. Sanny could hear the noise on the street outside her window, but the intensified breathing of the sweaty body on top of her didn't exist. She could smell the bleach used to wash the pillowcase under her head, but not the body odor mixed with aftershave from the armpits over her mouth. Time lapsed at its own pace, without connection to any effects, and eventually Sanny opened her eyes and looked up to find the room empty and the light fading in her window. She could guess it was evening, or maybe morning, or perhaps an eclipse, or the sun was dying. Her interest was purely a curious one, but even that quickly faded to ennui. She'd felt like this before many times as a child, when all things about her were decided by events she had no control over. A feeling every child throughout time is thoroughly familiar with. For some, a lifelong feeling, and for others, a quest for mastery that eventually ends in death, sooner or later. Whatever happened to herself, Sanny thought, it made no difference, like she made no difference, like nothing did, ever. Chapter 34. Last year. The following weeks passed in a fog. Though Sanny received some enjoyment from her fornication, she also found the grunting and ejaculations of her clients ignominious, and not worth her attention one way or the other, and it quickly became monotonous. The commodity of her sex had been taken from her. It was that which caused her the most consternation, and she had not received any remuneration, presumably because the initial franchise fee had not yet been recovered. However, the respite from daily life did give her opportunity to reflect on her future, and she pledged to seize whatever chance to leave which might present itself. Outside her barred window, the Cape sparrows gathered in the shade and sang complicated melodies, unique and irreproducible. When she'd been a girl, the world was a small place. At first it was just a room in her house where her and her siblings slept. Then it was the space outside the door of their adobe home with its corrugated tin roof rusting and no longer proof against a heavy rain, which came often during the cold season. Her mother spent the day washing clothes down at the riverbank with the other women, and her father was gone most days. Sometimes he didn't even come home at night. Her mother never knew how much mash to prepare for the evening meal, nor when to start the fire on their stove converted from an oil drum. But her father never got angry. In fact, he rarely said anything. Sanny couldn't remember that he had ever said anything directly to her, though he did talk to her oldest brother occasionally. Sanny was always jealous of her brother when he got such attention, but she was frightened that she would not know what to say if the same thing would happen to her. So she made herself as small as possible and stood behind a wooden chair when her father was near. Sanny was not unhappy. Her village was secure, and the other children open and without pretension. They all were hungry and dirty, so nobody was superior to anyone else. All of their clothes were from the boxes dropped off from the back of a truck a couple times a year, mostly t-shirts with pictures on the front she could not recognize. Eventually, she learned that the pictures were written in a language she did not speak, probably American. She had heard of America as a mystical place that was on TV in the village rec center, where all the people were white, and they played strange, complicated music. Sanny did not much like America. It scared her even. She was never going to leave her village. But she was envious of the people who lived there, and as she grew, this feeling blossomed into a desire to walk among whites and live in their fairytale land existence outside her village. White men represented a chance of succor for all the advantages light-colored skin had always conveyed. Near the end of her first month in the room, Sanny had made acquaintances with the other girls, and sat with them during the morning hours when the bar was empty of patrons, the air hung cool, and business was slow. The pretty girl whom Sanny had met on that first day, whose name was Marcella, was describing a particularly odious client who had to be thrown from her room and Molly's establishment by the doorman the previous evening, when a thin shadow of a man fell across the entryway and a lean, sharp-featured wight of indeterminate age crossed the threshold. His face was shadowed, but his head swiveled side to side, scanning the interior of the room. "May I help you, sir?" asked the doorman obsequiously. The white man stopped his searching, tilted his head so that cold blue eyes were visible. His voice was gravelly. "I'm certain you can't," he said dismissively. Sanny recognized that voice, then his head went back up and Sanny could feel him staring right at her. She looked at him. His eyes burned back into her own. Even against the sun, she could tell it was her old master. She felt a moment of elation that he had come looking for her. But then there were also more ominous reasons he might be here. She looked away from the intense scrutiny. "Sanny," the white man called. She could tell by his voice that he was here for her in a positive light, and a little shiver ran through her body. She looked up, again locked into his gaze. His desire for her was clear, and it made Sanny feel elated to be so wanted. "Yea," the white man said without looking at the doorman. "I'll jib this on a spin, and if she works out, I think you may be able to help me." The thick-necked doorman walked quickly to Sanny, took her elbow so that she had to stand, and follow him to stand in front of Master Rhodes. She looked up at him coyly. Master Rhodes smelled of aftershave and hair oil. She could see he had colored his graying hair, for her she suspected. He looked her up and down approvingly. "You surprise me. Where have you been keeping her?" "I told you to call me if she came in." "The boss. You want to make some money with her first," the doorman Dalton explained. "Well," Rhodes said, so coldly that a shiver went down Sanny's spine, "I'll just have to remind Molly of my exact words." With that, Rhodes kicked the legs out from under Dalton while pushing him over, then delivered a tremendous kick right into the down man's stomach, causing an audible grunt. Rhodes then turned his back on the cringing, fallen man and faced Sanny. "Come with me, hun. Let's see if my imagination lives up to the promise." After he took Sanny by the hand, she led him to her room. Sanny undressed slowly, wondering whether the sex would be different now that she had more experience. Would he still wheeze and rut for only a few minutes before he came? It would be nice not to contend with bad breath and body odor. Rhodes was very deliberate in his own undressing. First he laid the bush hat on the dressing table, then sat on the bed and expertly removed his pointy-toed cowboy boots with silver trim pieces and inlaid turquoise stones. He undid his neck scarf, folded it, also folding his shirt and pants, and put them under the hat. The girl stared at his private pride, curiously, when he slipped off his underwear. "You like that, don't you, girl?" Rhodes said, smiling. Sanny wanted to say that she did, but she also felt a particular unease, the way she felt when she would stand behind the chair in her father's presence. She felt moisture on her forehead and back, and pressure in her pelvis. Though she had engaged in the mechanics of sexual activity several times over the past few days, she had not been part of it, had not taken her own enjoyment, or experienced any relief. This man's personal attention to her, his obvious admiration of her sexuality, the fact that he recognized her as a person who could share intimacy with him rather than only be an instrument of his own desires, that monumental change in attitude of inclusion turned on a switch deep within her. Even though he was aged beyond her ability to distinguish age, anyone with thinning white hair was old to her, his masculinity was apparent. This man had had many beautiful women, and now he wanted her, and she wanted him. When his arms grabbed her around the waist, and she was enveloped in his manly but fresh odor, there was a rushing in her loins such that she found herself pressing against him. He stiffened immediately, but rather than jamming himself into her, he picked her up and laid her delicately on the bed, entering her cautiously, watching her face for grimace or other sign of pain or discomfort. On the contrary, it had been a while since Sanny had felt this level of yearning matched with lubrication, and to his surprise, she began moving her hips deeper onto him. Within seconds their motions were synchronized. No more than a minute passed before her first orgasm, and she would several more, then they would rest in each other's arms for a short while before repeating the exercise. Sanny was amazed at her lover's endurance. He seemed to be focused on pleasing her rather than himself, which was a first time in her experience. She wondered if this was what virginity really was. Afterwards, when they separated, she felt both ashamed and elated. The glow of their passion still surrounded her, but she had lost herself to the animal spirits, and wondered if that lowered his opinion of her. She desperately wanted him to maintain the respect he had shown throughout their lovemaking. Her head was bowed. She could not look him in the eye, waiting for him to dress and leave like the others. There was instead a long pause. Nobody moved. The room was silent except for the slow movement of air from the overhead fan and the sounds through the curtains of people on the streets outside the partially open window. Sanny felt the pressure under her chin tilting her face up to his. With one finger, the master was lifting her eyes so that he could peer into them. She expected pity or dominance, but she could see nothing but compassion and longing. "I will take care of this," he said to her confidently. "There will be no others but me." Then he bent over and kissed Sani on the mouth, a sincere kiss in no way lustful or suggestive of sensual pleasure. Light exploded in her head, so bright she could not see through the brilliance for a moment, and when she was again aware of her surroundings, he was gone. Chapter 35. Sani's imaginings of how white people lived didn't quite meet reality. Cecil was such a fragile man, she had not expected whites, especially rich ones, to lack self-confidence, but as she got to know him better, the color of his skin diminished in importance, and his qualities as a person defined who he was. Some people, Sani accepted, whether black or white, were simply meek, a meekness that translated to something she understood and could manipulate. At first Sani reveled in her new power. "Cecil, could you get me a new necklace?" She would coo, and the next day the powerful Cecil Rhodes would bring the powerless young black girl a flawless white pearl gift. However, it did not take long before Sani felt as if she was betraying Cecil when she asked for something out of perversity rather than sincere desire to actually have the thing. She grew to love, in a secure, comfortable way, the sickly, balding, humble white man who only wanted to please her and be pleased in return. In fact, Sani ultimately became quite protective of Cecil, whom she recognized had a big heart but no backbone. She was aware Cecil was sexually neglected at home, either due to his wife's disinterest or his own ineptitude, so she designed to bring her expertise in the matter to the relationship, more than making up for any deficit he may have suffered otherwise. This selfless attention to Cecil's physical needs raised his devotion to her to gargantuan proportions, so much so that he began publicizing their relationship by attending movies, restaurants, and shopping together in full view of the community. Sani was honored and amused by her change of status from secret paramour to full-fledged mistress, but her budding social sophistication knew that Cecil was damaging his own standing in the community through such public displays of affection between the races and classes. This mixture of respect, pity, devotion, and lust combined in such a manner as to inspire Sani to relax her contraception practices which, of course, inevitably led to her pregnancy. Chapter 36. Men of a certain age have a bittersweet epiphany. They finally accrue enough wisdom that they can see through the clouds, but it is too late to do them any good. If only the old mind could be put into a young body, one that is still virile and attractive to young women. The biggest travesty of all may be that men do not lose their fornicative impulses after the age they are still able to sate them. The demeaning relationship between young women who consider any man with gray in their hair as a grandpa and treat them that way, versus the lusty man's own intentions, is a tragedy of Greek proportions. A male has all the old desires but no possibility of exercising them. Occasionally, though, for reasons both psychological and genetic, a woman in her prime will lose herself to a man far past the dawn of youth. And this unusual situation is the one between Sani Abacha and Cecil Rhodes. A match, if not made in heaven, certainly had the jet fuel to rock it there. Sani and Cecil could not get enough of each other, and it was true lust, love being too ephemeral a concept to diagnose without due passage of time. Sani, already beautiful, blossomed even more, and Cecil made a magnificent resurgence of stamina and virility. Even people who found the relationship distasteful for age or racial differences, not to mention marital status, still felt envious to experience the same thing themselves. No one was questioning the enjoyment two people took in the bodies of each other, but the cold fact remained that one of those bodies was ticking towards its termination date, a last great flare before burning out. As Sani was entering the third trimester, and her condition was beginning to be discernible, such that it would inevitably fuel much speculation and condemnation, the tragedy completed in truly Shakespearean fashion. Cecil Rhodes became ill from malaria after visiting his family's mines, sickened beyond his weakened body's ability to endure, and died, leaving Sani broke, pregnant, alone, and at the mercy of manipulation by others. Blakey showed up at Sani's door 2 days after news of Cecil's death reached her. When she first heard of her benefactor's death, her reactions were mixed. It wasn't quite love she felt for the man, but she was sad for his fate, and hers both. Her bastard child was at risk, and the thing she thought when she'd opened the door to Blakey's cold countenance was that he was there to kill her, or at least abort her child. "It's been a while, girl," he said simply. She nodded mutely. "I suppose you heard the all man. He done died." She nodded again. "So, you maybe guess why I'm be here." Sani was too petrified to even nod. She knew in her heart he was going to kill her. Take the baby, not me, she thought, then immediately hated herself for being so selfish. This embarrassment for her own thoughts sparked her courage to respond. "I ain't need much. I'll get by," she said, pretending Blakey was simply there to ask about her plans. "I'll be a leavin' air tomorrow." "Yes," Blakey replied slowly, thinking about something that had just crossed his mind. "You'll be comin' with me." "Says who?" Sandy whispered, alert for the worst. "Says me. If you wanted that Chiltaw live, that is." He trailed off slowly. Immediately, hope flashed in Sandy. "With you?" she asked. "With me. For a while anyway." Blakey looked at Sandy appraisingly. His eyes held a tint of lust, something Sandy understood and felt comfortable controlling. "I'll be packed by this evening," she said, easily slipping into her accustomed role. "Yeah," Blakey replied, knowingly. "I'll be back t'in." Chapter 37. "That's a sad story," I said when it seemed Namdi was through talking. She was looking towards me, but she wasn't looking at me. She was watching the past through her mind's eye. I could see memories flitting across her brow. Now Namdi was looking at me. I couldn't tell if there were tears in her eyes or not. I assumed not. "This Blakey fella sounds like a prince," I said, not sure if Namdi's knowledge of American slang included the word prince, but she seemed to get the gist of my comment. Namdi looked up at me in alarm. "Don't be crossing that man," she whispered. That was just the kind of paranoid reaction that caught my attention. Testosterone is like that, but I didn't let on. "I suppose I will," I reassured her. "He seems like someone I need to talk to in my investigation." She crossed both her hands on the table in front of us, looking at me sternly. We both sat quietly for a long time after that, examining our thoughts. I didn't know what Namdi was thinking. I suppose reminiscing about times that would never be repeated, but I was considering the various familial relationships that had been exposed. "You think you can take care of yourself?" she finally said, rhetorically. "What's that mean?" I asked, confused. "You're lining up to smack into the Rhodes family." I shrugged. "And that means Blakey," she warned. I shrugged again, and Namdi sighed, looked out the window, back at me. After a bit, the waitress came back with a ticket. I paid the tab plus a 20 Rand note to cover the seat, and Namdi stood up quietly. "Do you want to go back to the club now?" I asked casually, and Namdi looked me in the eyes to see if there was an unvoiced meaning in my question. I hadn't intended there to be, but now she was making me think there subconsciously was one. Out of a sense of unwarranted optimism now long since abandoned, I had resolved to remain faithful to my wife until we could be reunited. Though my aged loins were not the temptation they would have been in my youth, and the need for physical gratification numbs after a few months, the pilot light of my desire remained burning. At such times it was my habit to excuse myself back to the confinement of the truck's sleeper cab. So were my intentions when Namdi entered my life. Now I felt the heat start around my ears and go down my spine. "There's a hotel close," Namdi offered. The heat exploded into elation, but I tried not to seem too eager. Instead, I led her to the door, opened it into the morning sun. Namdi cocked her head, indicating which direction to walk for a half block until we reached a small but inviting hotel, totally suitable for what we intended. The room was small, but the bed was large enough, and I didn't last long. Namdi was vocal in her satisfaction. I was certain it was not feigned. Her perspiration was proof enough. We had a short rest, then I was good for one more. Not quite so anxious, my desire sated. I took my time ensuring both Namdi's and my needs were fulfilled a second time. The pleasure and sense of satisfaction was overwhelming. Finally, we were done, laying on our backs, holding hands, looking at the ceiling. "I've got to get back, but can we go out again?" she asked. "Of course," I instantly replied. We walked back to the harem slowly, our shoulders rhythmically touching at each synchronized step. I could feel electricity each time. When we got to the front door, she waved me off. "We'll talk later," she said, giving me her phone number as a commitment. "I'll call soon," I committed back. She nodded and turned away from my smile to go inside. Chapter 38. The truck actually traveled smoothly on the eroded dirt roads cut into the dry savanna, the duellies in the back wider than the ruts, but the dust bellowing behind it was considerable, a veritable smoke screen. However, the cab was high enough that I escaped the majority of the choking particles, though the smell was pungent and familiar, red clay and crushed pumice. Fluffy clouds in the sky seemed to mimic the one following me, except their color was gray-fringed white, not dull red. The tall elephant grass was dry from lack of rain, and the season was still months away. It would soon be desiccated and blown flat by the nightly winds. Occasionally I'd pass a mud brick shack, the majority of them long abandoned and decaying, their window and door sills torn out. But every so often an old man or woman could be seen sitting in the dark interiors, whiling away the end of their lives. In my past legal experience with domestic violence, men who dominate women come in two varieties: those who also use abuse as some macabre reenacting of their troubled childhood, and those whose personalities burn hot and controlling. The former would swing our attorney's office into action. The latter would cause anyone watching to scratch their heads and wonder. Sometimes the women would claim psychological abuse, but the law isn't provided to punish what people think, only what they do. And as long as both sides are benefiting from the relationship, no matter how perverse, what is anyone's role to condemn or say differently? Life is difficult. People do what they do to get by. I certainly want no one measuring my life by their standards, and I won't do the same to them. Those men who consume a relationship with dominance simply find women to willingly provide the fuel. I didn't know where Blakey lived, but I'd been told he frequented a Boer bar in a rural district. During the long days between halls, when my normal reticence to associate with other human beings is waning and the darkness inside a bar seems a necessary compromise, I will sit in an isolated booth or table and nurse a seltzer while reading or simply practicing Zen without the yoga. In a bar, the tantalizing smell of alcohol and the anonymity of glazed windows form a cocoon that attracts troubled and morbid souls and gives them a place to release the pressure building in their hearts. When my GPS map told me I was near the place, I pulled into a gas station with signs in Afrikaans, so I wasn't surprised to see a white attendant, quite rare in Africa since blacks presumed all menial jobs should be theirs. The signs were newly touched up with red and white paint. All the glass in the windows looked whole, and the concrete pad in front of the tanks appeared clean and taken care of. Obviously, the attendant was also the owner. The place was surrounded by mud brick saloons with faded signs and broken furniture. I could hear a pump whirring nearby, and the street noise magnified off the station's tin roof. The brown uniformed man was aged but still spry, with gray hair and sparse beard. He chewed a matchstick in the corner of his mouth and carried a dirty rag in the breast pocket of his uniform. His breathing had the hard rasp of emphysema. He had a name badge over his pocket that indicated his name was Hawk. "Huck?" I asked. "Yeah, easel's at the far pump." "Sure, I'll fill up, but I'm looking for Blakey." "What you want to see him for?" I gave him my dead eye. He wasn't nearly impressed, but he answered anyway. "You be messin' with him, you be asking for trouble," he warned, taking the matchstick from his mouth. "People keep telling me that." I agreed. "People be right," he answered. I waited for more. None came. "You drink around here?" I asked. "Yep." I waited again, longer. Instead of saying anything, Hawk pointed down the street at one of the makeshift bar fronts. He nodded. I nodded back. I filled up both tanks on the truck, asked if I could park it behind the station while I went to the bar. Hawk said nothing, nor even appeared to take notice of me. I parked the truck anyway and walked across the street. The door of the bar was sheet metal reinforced with rough lumber, and the inside was dark. I could make out a couple white old-timers on stools facing the bar and a younger white man propping himself up on the arms tending the spirits. Everyone was smoking. Obviously the designated smoking area was the whole bar. There was no air conditioning, but several warp-bladed ceiling fans turned lazily, mixing the cigarette smoke into swirl patterns. I walked to the bar, ordered tonic. While the bartender was making change, I told him I was here to meet Blakey. Without looking up, he pointed behind me at the low tables near the rear of the place. I turned around to see a man, his back towards me, seated at a knee-high small table under a dim light. I strolled over, around in front so he could see me, and I could finally see him, unimposing old white man but with hard muscles and tight chin. His lips were thin and barely signified the small mouth. Most Boers I know tended to be large men, but Blakey was presumably English, both by name and by appearance. Blakey was a universe unto himself. The room seemed to orbit about him, sounds were louder in his presence, and his body odor dominated other even less savory aromas. Whatever power he had was the exact opposite of animal magnetism. Blakey slowly raised his head until his eyes aligned with my face. "I know you," he asked, his voice deep and resonant from long time smoking. "Maybe," I replied. "You here to try to hurt me?" He asked casually. "Why would you think that?" I asked. Blakey shrugged, guessing. "No," I said. "No, I'm not guessing, or no, you're not going to swing on me." Both. Apparently, if I wasn't there to somehow hurt Blakey, he had no further interest in me. He didn't speak again, just continued to chew tobacco. Eventually, I sat down beside him. He chose to spit into a dirty dish right in front of me. A tiny splash of brown goo landed on the back of my hand. "I guess we do have a problem," I said. "That right," Blakey replied calmly. "You raped a girl. I want to know about it." Blakey snorted. Spittle came out of his nose, sprayed the table. "Which one?" He barked gruffly. "All of them," I said. Blakey bleated out another laugh. "It'll take a while," he chortled. "I got the time," I said. Blakey quit laughing. His face froze, then went flat. His stare was glassy, threatening without betraying anger, but his body conveyed pent-up violence and potential mayhem. His age melted away in a flood of testosterone. Neither of us broke out of our stares nor spoke for a full half-minute. "You're wrapped into the Rhodes family," I finally stated. "You got a problem with him. Why you coming to me?" He growled. A girl got murdered and everywhere I go sniffing around, you've left your spore. Why is that? Son, you don't know how little time you got, he warned ominously. Neither do you, I replied evenly. I could see Blakey looking over my shoulder. The other patrons in the bar were intimate parties to our conversation. I figured this may be the time, but definitely not the place, so I pushed out my chair, stood up, nodded to the silhouettes of the other men, and left the way I'd come. Chapter 39. The southern tip of Africa was blessed with skies that bespoke tranquility and a geography fit for the cradle of civilization. But those memorable attributes were masked by colonial perfidy and profoundly backward people, which can only be explained when history is viewed in thousand-year increments: Egyptians, Romans, Europeans, and in the modern millennium, Chinese. Why sub-Saharan Africa itself never produced an advanced civilization of its own has been the source of much speculation throughout history. It was always known as the Dark Continent for reasons that had nothing to do with skin color, but because the crucible that is Africa is not one that fires men's imagination and ambition, instead it fosters a darkness of spirit that has never been conquered. The real difference is that evil in Africa is not like anywhere else in the world because it is the result of the strength of nature over the frailty of man. Rhodesia's formation followed the successful formula of moving blacks out and whites in. 500,000 native blacks were moved to accommodate mostly English whites. A figurative democracy was formed, but the income requirements limited enfranchisement to only 52,000, of which only 560 were black. From this inequity sprung the ANC, African National Conference, who deftly utilized the tactic of diplomacy when they were weak and violence when they gained strength. In fact, if South Africa had not withdrawn their support of the white government, the tactic might have let the whites dominate for another decade, but South Africa was in no position to help themselves, let alone support Rhodesia's whites, for the system there was also starting to burst apart. In 1979, the whites of Rhodesia made a last great effort to maintain their station in life with a power-sharing arrangement based on the results of a flawed general election that did not include the two main black revolutionary parties which combined into Zimbabwe African National Union Patriotic Front. To his credit, white Prime Minister Ian Smith kept the facade going for almost a year and got several Western powers, including the United States, to drop even the pretense of embargo. But inevitably, when the pressure exploded, it was the worst of all possible situations, and new elections were held the next year. The election that extricated Zimbabwe from white rule was a thing that must be witnessed. Crowds were joyous and willing to dance all night to loud music, and songs played over megaphones mounted to the tops of small, Asian-built pickups. Many of the city's taxis and buses had been commandeered to drive in parades along the busy streets, honking their horns incessantly, and throwing T-shirts with erstwhile Prime Minister and real Methodist Minister Robert Mugabe's grimacing face on the front, and the slogan Endurance on the back, to the enraptured onlookers. ZANU-PF, Zimbabwe African National Union Patriotic Front. Candidates seemed to have funds without end, from donor nations throughout Africa and from the communist bloc, supplying countless banners, campaign posters, and dumped truckloads of eager, well-paid workers to mount them. Everywhere were notices of politically sponsored beer parties where, to the accompaniment of live music, a video of the candidates' achievements and promises could be played to captive audiences. The whites in Rhodesia could see the writing on the wall, and they did everything they could to ease into a power-sharing arrangement with blacks. They thought they had someone they could make a deal with in Robert Mugabe, the prime minister during the transition into becoming the country of Zimbabwe. Mugabe had 7 academic degrees, including law, education, and economics, from South Africa's Fort Hare University, several of which he received while incarcerated in prison there for sedition. He was awarded another 14 honorary degrees from all around the world in recognition of his peaceful negotiations. So much was he admired that Queen Elizabeth awarded him a knighthood. He was also shortlisted for the Nobel Peace Prize and actually received the Confucius Peace Prize, China's equivalent award. As the leader of ZANU-PF, Mugabe eventually became president. It wasn't until after he had consolidated all power to himself that the true Robert Mugabe allowed himself to come out of hiding. Robert Mugabe, the power-crazed, monomaniac dictator who espoused Marxist-Leninist ideals and destroyed the once great nation with policies that became known as Mugabeism. Mugabe used the word Ukurahandi, which in his native Kai Shona language means rain that blows away the chaff before the spring rains. This quickly became Gori Ukurahandi, the year of the People's Storm, and in Matebeleland, the homeland of ZIPRA, Zimbabwe People's Revolutionary Army, it became the sweeping away of rubbish. The rubbish being populations Mugabe wished targeted, specific supporters of the MDC, Movement for Democratic Change, who opposed Mugabe. 2,000 civilians were killed in 6 weeks, while ZIPRA soldiers forced their relatives to sing songs in the Kai-Shona language praising ZANU-PF while dancing on the mass graves. Newgate then imposed stringent curfews, banned all forms of transport, closed shops, and blocked drought relief supplies. Whites in Rhodesia did not silently slink away, but held out until there was no more ammunition and no hope, and white immigrants continued to come to Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, as it was newly named, right up until the flashpoint. It was these new immigrants, these people who had hoped for so much and would not let their dreams easily go. They were the most loyal, the most effective, the most committed. Where the black mobs had murder and chaos, the whites had ruthless retaliation. Terrorism works both ways. A black rapes a white woman and takes her land. Whites burn a village to the ground and poisons the well. It was among these singly determined men that Blakey found more than willing recruits. Chapter 40. Outskirts of Salisbury, Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, July 2, 1980. The fetid odor of the jungle assaulted the senses. The dry, desiccating heat of the savannah drained the body. The halting coughs of bush animals was a reminder that death was only a claw or canine away. Blakey's whip arm was corded muscle and sinew far out of proportion to his alarmingly slender build. His whip was a baton conducting a choir of violence. He addressed his remarks to the blacks under his watchful eye as immense droplets of sweat rolled down their ebony skin, forming rivulets down their backs and chests. If yous wanna go home and suck you mama's titties, go now and be done with me. There's plenty of Kaffirs where ye come from, was Blakey's favorite refrain, which he would deliver in a sing-song tone that belied the anger and perversity of his actions. If Blakey's disdain for black men was antipathy, his contempt for their women bordered on mania. He would scorn and belittle the labors of even the youngest, building resentments and anger in each that would certainly explode in the future towards all whites. "Yahweh know enough o' a load in dat basket, Kaffir," he would scream at 5-year-olds straining under a load of cuttings, and if close enough, Blakey would visit them with his lash, ensuring their indelible resentments. Worse yet, married or single, whore or wife, Blakey would demand and receive sexual congress and seemed to take great pleasure in the defiling of his victims. It was not uncommon for Blakey to drag the object of his desire from the field by her hair up onto the levee where he stood watch. He felt no shame in dropping his pants to copulate openly, then leave the object of his attention collapsed and weeping to put on her blouse and skirt. If she was not quick about it, his lash would hurry her progress back to work. Blakey was English, and the blacks under his lash knew it, for he used it often and indiscriminately, not like a Boer overseer, which was lucky for Blakey because with the waning power of whites in the Rhodesian colony, if his charges did not bend to his rule, they would have instead stabbed him with their hoes and sickles, then cut off his head as they were wont to do to whites in the final days before Rhodesia became Zimbabwe. And Newgate's thugs roamed the cultivated fields for white farm owners and their families. Get on it now. Blakey yelled, his lash leaving raised and bleeding welts on dark skin for even a momentary hesitation to follow his instructions. The bizarre thing, which is usual in the perversity of Africa, was that blacks under Blakey's lead far outweighed the relatively small number of whites. These were the people whose families had worked the white farms for at least a generation and sometimes since the beginning. In the mob's eyes, these blacks had reveled in their unholy symbiotic relationship with whites, had acted superior and proud of their white relationships, of which many were a product. Having white blood as well as black, they were called Gothels, neither truly black nor white. The social fact was that in Africa, the lighter the skin color, the more social status one exercised. They had the best jobs, lived in the most prestigious black neighborhoods, sent their children to white private schools. Blacks and Gothels with such loyalty were despised by the new nation's black masses, and their families were at risk even more than white families. Their lot in the new Zimbabwe was set. They were white collaborators. Everyone knew it, so the farmsteads invited them to relocate to their fenced-in fortified properties. But they were not military installations, and a sufficiently armed and angry mob could break in. Plus, the farms that were sheltering what the mobs considered traitor blacks were especially targeted, and if they fell, they weren't simply killed and raped like whites were, they were tortured. Among their small group were regular, fully trained black troops from the time before the Trouble. These were the ones who rejected Newgate's entreaty to defect from the whites and follow his orders because they were already cursed as traitors. It was these professionally trained killers that the whites among Blakey's band most respected because kill they did over and over and over. When Blakey chose to make a strike, it was with the black soldiers, still in their Rhodesian army uniforms, who he sent into the village first to pillage and burn. Then the other blacks under his command were sent in to kill whoever had not run away. Finally, the desperate erstwhile white settlers would arrive to organize scavenging of supplies and ammunition to keep themselves alive. In this hierarchy of death, Blakey suffered no retribution from his draconian leadership to his guerrillas. He was their only inspiration because Blakey was assuredly a killer without hesitation, without remorse, and as efficient and resourceful in its enacting as could be conceived, which made him a survivor and natural leader in this state of hopelessness, because in the end there would be no cavalry. Rarely did Blakey let their force meet any organized government resistance. He knew when to retreat. Their numbers were too few to inflict anything but terrorism, but one of his black lieutenants received word that the farm where his family had been seeking protection had been overrun and everyone was dead. The lieutenant showed no emotion, as was his custom, but he walked as if in a daze, and he retreated into personal isolation. His command languished and his men uncertain what to do, soldiers uncertain of their leadership, and who could easily change their circumstances by slipping off into the night, are dangerous to themselves and their comrades. Blakey, as commander, had to respond. In a normal situation, he would have relieved the lieutenant of his charge. He walked into the squad's encampment and stood watching. The lieutenant seemed not to notice his presence, but the dozen or so men became anxious, knowing what was coming, but instead of asking the lieutenant to meet with him privately, he instead walked over and handed him a long machete, thinner than normal, its edge finely honed to ultimate sharpness. Blakey held a similar knife, and he used it to point into the bush towards where their enemy was several clicks away. The lieutenant immediately knew what Blakey was intending. His eyes narrowed, and he silently followed Blakey into the bush. Soon they were invisible to eye and ear. Early the next morning, just as the sun began to crawl down the tree trunks and shadows began to form, Blakey and the lieutenant emerged out of the jungle. Both were saturated in blood. The lieutenant wore a necklace of severed black ears and immediately ordered his platoon to gather so that he could issue orders. The war continued another day. This is how it was for almost 2 years until their numbers had dwindled below those needed to inflict anything but trivial hit and run operations with no hope of a larger victory. Exhausted, completely demoralized, they all came to completely rely only on Blakey's stoic reserve, waiting for him to tell them what to do, hanging on every word, of which he spoke fewer and fewer. Finally, recognizing that nothing more could be gained, and that even perversity and revenge had run its course, Blakey led his small remaining band into South Africa. Rhodesia was lost forever. Chapter 41. I spent the day investigating the death of Sani Abacha, a young pregnant girl with the kind of baggage one can only get in Africa. No birth certificate, never mentioned in the newspapers other than her death, no records whatsoever. A couple places of past employment led nowhere, nobody who knew her when she worked there, no forwarding addresses, no care really. This lack of simple human empathy made me think of Blakey, his unreal visage, skin stretched over his face like a taunt drum, his smell almost a stench, the way he formed his fingers into claws, nails uncut, delicately rolling cigarettes that constantly hung loosely from his white lips. The man was completely dry, not a hint of moisture on his skin, around the eyes or on his teeth, like a straw doll with charcoal eyes and no nose. It is often the case that the actions of men bring them into conflict with one another from which there is no extraction. There are simply some issues so estranging that they cannot be resolved outside of violence. This is the case both big and small. Even family members can reach an impasse from which there is no way back to courtesy, which is why stories of people who lose their memory and create a new life are so popular. Haitians never lose their memory. In fact, inside their groupthink, past slights and degradations only intensify their feelings. Historically, genocide was the solution, but in recent modern times, the idea of reconciliation by granting amnesty for telling the truth emerged. No matter how heinous the crime, how vicious the deprecation, or evil nature of the offense, the person testifying was excused if they only told the truth. If the turmoil that was the end of apartheid brought anything to the world, it was the concept of reconciliation hearings, modeled after Liberia's movement for democracy and elections that had semi-successfully allowed that country to come back from the brink. So South Africa attempted to use the Truth and Reconciliation Committee as a method of placing a band-aid over a gaping wound. It would have been comical had the stories not been so horrific. Beheadings, burnings, mass rape, mutilation. Somehow the purveyors of these atrocities were forgiven in the name of peace. It did not seem logical that knowing the bloody facts of what happened to your loved ones can be offset by forgiveness of your own atrocities towards the loved ones of others. Such was the weak facade explaining the hearings. But a better definition would be containment, because anyone could predict that whatever pressures were bottled up today would only ferment and become more explosive at some later date. It would be the children of the people who testified who would pay the penalties for the sins of their fathers. With promised immunity, both sides of the conflict were encouraged to divulge their most sacrosanct secrets in an effort to answer the myriad of outstanding questions that 30 years of subjugation can engender, and solve mysteries that otherwise would never materialize. The televised hearings made the whole world scandalous voyeurs. Though the actual transcripts of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission hearings were held at the Central Methodist Mission in central Johannesburg, every word had been transcribed and uploaded to the internet seemingly moments after they were uttered. I made my way to the second floor of the still-functioning public library, parked myself in front of a computer terminal long past its expiration date, and began my perusal. I suspected Blakey's name would come up with a quick search, and I was not mistaken. It seems Lieutenant and then Colonel Thomas Elias Blakey figured prominently in some of the most egregious displays of vicious behavior. Most of the city's electrification grid had degenerated due to lack of maintenance and copper looting, but an effort had been made to adequately supply lights and power to the government building where the conciliatory hearings were being held. However, the best efforts of the city's remaining engineers could provide only asthmatic air conditioning that did little more than cool the forehead sheen of the court's attendees. The magistrate seemed particularly vulnerable to the heat, with standing beads of perspiration on his forehead that he mopped at periodically with a monogrammed handkerchief. The court recognizes Colonel Blakey in the witness chair, declared the court clerk, who was white. You recognize, sir, that whatever you say under the court's scrutiny will be public, but you will be protected from prosecution for any self-incrimination, said the court magistrate, who was white. I do, Blakey replied, calmly. An inquisitor, who was black, stepped forward. He looked sternly at the witness, wrinkled his forehead dramatically. How many deaths have you been involved in, Colonel? Asked the inquisitor. I don't rightly know. May I remind you that your admissions protect you, but you will remain responsible for any omissions or lack of candor. I understand, you honor, but I simply don't know. The inquisitor lowered his eyelids in a disdainful expression. He sniffed, then shook the cuffs out from under his robe and walked to stand leaning over the railing of the witness box, as close to the witness as he could physically stand. Was it more than 10, Colonel? Yes. 20. Yes. The inquisitor turned to face the court, his back to Blakey. Was it over 100, Colonel? He asked clearly and slowly for emphasis. Yes. The inquisitor's eyebrows raised in feigned surprise, but he still faced the court audience, never looking back at the man he was addressing. Colonel Blakey, the inquisitor exactly articulated each word as he pretended to examine a spot on the polished marble floor. Is it possible that you have been involved in as many as 500 deaths? The inquisitor waited dramatically. It's possible. You, sir, the inquisitor turned abruptly to stare into Blakey's eyes, are possibly the best argument for this court to withdraw its immunity promise and have you declared for what you are, a war criminal. The inquisitor spat. Counselor, warned the magistrate, you forget your responsibility of neutrality. The court wishes all of this man's testimony to be recorded. Threats regarding withdrawal of the veil of conciliation are not your place. The inquisitor looked up to the judge's podium. Pardon me, Your Honor, he said contritely. It's just that the heinous nature of this man's crimes makes a mockery of justice. How can 500, possibly 1,000 murders be attributed to one man without retribution? I've warned you, Counselor, admonished the magistrate. Before I continued to read the details in the harrowing chronicles, I stared out the window at the Johannesburg skyline. Urbanites aspire to live in downtown cities that are clean and pristine, but the stark reality of dirty and decrepit Johannesburg was a constant reminder of failure. The smell of macadam and diesel mixed in a strong alchemy with the blooming Barberton daisies and cosmos flowers coming up through the cracks in the sidewalks, which provided color in an otherwise colorless environment. Racial tolerance requires not seeing color, aspiration is colorblind, and the smoke that rose ominously on the outskirts of the city also lacked all color. The stark silhouettes of abandoned skyscrapers provided a grim reminder of the turmoil that provided the primordial genesis of world condemnation and outrage. I considered what the gunshots would have sounded like through the very window I was watching from. I could see the Nelson Mandela suspension bridge across the railroad tracks, and I imagined burning cars and tanks crushing resisting protesters trying to block access to the city by authorities. Johannesburg is situated in the Snake Valley Basin, at the crux of the Juxkay and Limpopo rivers, the Transvaal, which had over the eons laid down a thick and fertile cover of soil excellent for farming. Dutch settlers recognized this and took the land from the Bantu people, who had taken it from the indigenous San people. Crops were immediately productive, but Johannesburg really got its start in 1886 when gold was discovered on Burger Langlock's farmstead. After that, Johannesburg grew rapidly, becoming South Africa's largest city by 1928. It was taken from the white settlers by the English in 1900 in the Second Boer War and tenuously held at the end via technology, because it could be said that apartheid was the bastard child of the computer age. For how else can a minority white population of 15% keep in check a restless black majority without computer technology? Complex databases needed to be meticulously searched, and information quickly determined, border crossing checks, ID cards, homeland assignments. Then computers were specifically disallowed by the United Nations sanctions, and South Africa was taken from the English by the repeal of apartheid in 1994. Johannesburg became the perfect crucible of social upheaval due to its ponderous, overdone western facade. A pretender in Africa, it deserved what it got. Blakey had operated as a commando in and around Johannesburg, but he had also been active throughout South Africa, wherever anti-apartheid organizing was hottest. His calling card, it seemed, was to hang local ANC leaders in the low branches of the upside-down appearing baobab tree. Sometimes there were a dozen or more black bodies swinging from the branches. White local authorities, while publicly outraged, were silently relieved that rebellion had at least been slowed down in their area. There were no survivors to implicate Blakey directly. All information about the atrocities he committed came from his testimony at the hearings, for which he received full amnesty. As satisfying as the information he provided might be to the authorities and the ones left behind when those they loved went missing simply because they spoke out against injustice, the fact that he walked away a free man, as they all did, tainted that knowledge and left resentments that have festered and grown ever since. It also creates an aura of fear towards Blakey held by every man, woman, or child who had ever heard of him, especially those that had actually met him. Blakey was an infamous name, spoken in whispers, and used as an example of what went wrong with good intentions. My suspicions of Blakey's connection to the case only got stronger the more I thought about it. Whereas no one had a hint of a connection to Sani Abacha, everyone seemed to know Blakey or had heard of him directly, or had heard tell of the English to stay away from. Mention Blakey's name and the conversation would go quiet. When pressed, the woman in the newspaper records department had said, "It best you not bring that name up in civilized company." She would not say more, but instead closed up the old microfiche holder of the newspapers not yet digitized and probably never would be, and she walked indignantly away. "Ma'am," I called after her, but she did not turn. Her strident retreat was indicative enough of her thoughts of Blakey, and by extension, me. Chapter 42. I returned from the library long after it had formally closed. I'd stayed past time to go after telling them I was a police investigator, and the attendants were very patient and understanding, but even their tolerance frayed, indicated by their pointed glances at the overhead clock. Eventually, the staff left, apparently leaving instructions with the night janitor to lock up after I was finished. His incessant bumping of mop on my feet was finally hint enough that it was time for me to go, and satisfied with what I'd found, I went immediately home to consider it. Cobb was standing outside the truck when I got back. He had been rewrapping the load ties and neatly rolling up the mud chains. I could see them laid out next to the storage box. The wax was out too, and the way the moonlight reflected off the fenders, I figured Cobb had put a few hours elbow grease into the paint. And it also looked like the emergency flashers had been cleaned and the chrome around the headlights had been polished. It was late, after 2 a.m. He must have been waiting there for a long time. I suspect it was to talk to me. I walked over next to him, leaned my upper back and head against the cab, and crossed my feet in front of me like he was doing, implied camaraderie. We stood like that, silent, for another half hour, except for the insects. "You heard of Thomas Blakey," I finally said, breaking the quiet. Cobb remained silent, knowing I was leading up to something. "He's a bad man," I continued. "We're bad men," Cobb said simply. I knew what he meant by that. "I think, in the end, the baddest man is going to win," I hypothesized. I just wasn't sure who that was going to be. Neither of us spoke again for a long while. "That other man you're chassing round," Cobb eventually said. "What other man?" "The rich white one, Rhodes," I asked. "How do you know I'm looking for him?" Cobb shrugged. He had been leaning against the back of the truck to talk to me, and in his nonverbal way, rather than answer my question, he turned to do something constructive, in this case, check the locks hanging from the trailer doors. He jerked down on the master lock and yanked a few links on the chain to see if it would move, after which he looked at his fingers to check for road grime that might have transferred. He glanced up at me once to see if I was still waiting for an answer. I was, so he walked around the side of the trailer and began inspecting the rivets. There are some men who, when they don't want to talk about something, they simply shut up about everything. For example, you can talk about politics or work or the wear patterns on truck tires, and they have as much or more to say than anyone. But if you ask them what they had for breakfast, or worse, about their family, their eyes narrow and they give you a warning look. If you persist, they walk away. Women don't seem to understand this concept of privacy and simply consider a man under its influence as taciturn or emotionally undeveloped. But other men know that if you want to maintain a channel of communication in these situations, you go back to talking about wear patterns. Cobb knew me well enough to know things would get complicated if I continued to expand my sphere of interests. Both of us did better with simple existences: drive truck, sell drugs, polish things. I was slipping more and more into complications, a job that required consideration and perseverance, a woman in Namdi, a friend, Connie, and a general re-entry into a regular mature life. I did one of those once and things hadn't turned out well. Chapter 43. I was wondering about the connection between Blakey and Ian Rhodes. After all, it was Rhodes who had mentioned him first. Remembering the incident, I also recalled the slight smile Rhodes was wearing when he suggested it, like he was perpetrating an inside joke on me that I didn't know about. Back when I didn't know anything, and what I had discovered since then just made me more aware of how little I knew. I called Rhodes' office, talked to the receptionist that had directed me the last time I'd visited. I was real sweet. She scheduled me an appointment for 1:30 p.m., presumably after his lunch. I took the truck because none of the taxis would stop for me. The feeling in the city was like a frightened cat, the hair on everyone's back standing straight up. Smoke could be seen on every horizon in a complete circle, and there was a just perceptible roar permeating everything. Traffic was light on the main streets, and the side alleyways were empty of cars. Nobody was coming into the city from Soweto, at least not now, and certainly not to work. But the people who were on the street, the black to white ratio was almost even. I don't think I'd ever seen that before. I could guess what was brewing, but there were no hastily pasted up flyers, or even extra graffiti signaling that anything was happening. People simply knew. They couldn't say what, and they couldn't say when, but they all stood ready and tensed for whatever starting bell was going to ring. I arrived half an hour early to see if I could catch a look at Rhodes' lunch buddy if he had one. But the guard had been instructed not to let me into the building until 1:25, and no obvious stretch limousines pulled up and dropped anybody important off out on the sidewalk. On time, the guard lowered his rifle and stepped aside. The receptionist obviously recognized me because she smiled, but she waited right up until my appointment time before signaling for the bodyguard guy in the white suit to take me up the elevator. Ms. Brock recognized me too. "Mr. Carson," she greeted me, no expression on her face. "Follow me for your meeting with Mr. Rhodes." I followed her down the fascistic decorated hallway to the double doors. Ms. Brock knocked on the door, waiting to hear a muffled response from inside, then opened both simultaneously as if to make the reveal of Rhodes' office more dramatic. It worked. I walked in, waited for Rhodes to offer me a seat, but noticed there were none. Rhodes didn't make any small talk nor much of a greeting. "Mr. Carson," he said without preamble. "How can I help you this time?" Rhodes' voice was flat and his manner irritated. Actually, I was kind of relieved. I'm not much for small talk either. "Blakey work for you?" I asked abruptly. Rhodes didn't blink. "Why do you ask that?" He had answered a question with a question. I hadn't rattled him, and he was going to continue to stonewall me. I needed to try something stronger. "Are you gay?" I asked, trying to get a rise with an uncouth and personal but possibly relevant question. I did. Immediately Rhodes's face clouded over. He had a tinge of anger and threat in his voice. "Are you spreading rumors?" He accused. "I don't gossip. When I hear something of such questionable nature, I go to the source and find out for myself." Rhodes answered by pushing a button on his desk. A side door into the office opened up and Blakey came in. The odor that surrounded him reached my nostrils. It was overpowering. He scowled when he saw me. I smiled back. Rhodes finally showed some expression on his face. "I arranged to help you after all," he said to me. "This man has betrayed my courtesy," Ian Rhodes said to Blakey. "See to it that he leaves." At that Blakey did smile. We were smiling at each other. "Oh, he'll not be bothering you again, Mr. Rhodes," Blakey growled threateningly. "There's nothing you can do about it," I replied directly to Blakey. Blakey sneered, but I'd already turned and left down the hall. Ms. Brock was nowhere to be seen. The elevator door was open. It closed immediately when I entered and delivered me into the lobby where I walked straight out. Luckily, because it would have gotten messy if Blakey had touched me, and I was in their territory, not mine. Chapter 44. Out on the street, I didn't try to get back to the truck. It was parked on a nearby side street, but instead simply walked down the sidewalk, letting the adrenaline drain out of me and thinking about everything I knew. The coincidences were getting too thick for me to swallow any longer. Rhodes, Blakey, Rhodes, Connie, Blakey, and Namdi, and somewhere in the past there seemed to be a Connie, Blakey connection that I wanted to explore. Besides, Connie and I were getting estranged, and I wanted to put a little more love into the relationship. I called Connie at his office from my cell phone and made arrangements to meet him at a wimpy burger joint that was easy to find, and I could walk to it in half an hour. It took more like 45 minutes. When I got there, Connie had already ordered and was about halfway through his sandwich. I didn't care. It wasn't a lunch date. "Connie," I greeted him. "God," he replied expansively, a big smile on his face, lettuce from the sandwich sticking to his lip. I couldn't tell if his seeming pleasure of seeing me was sincere or not, but I went on the assumption that it was. The next sentence from either of us was not forthcoming, and during the time I registered the wafting smell of fried grease and the underlying odor of African cities, 2 parts body odor, 1 part open sewer. Eventually, since he seemed to be waiting for me, and partially because I arranged the meeting, I spoke. About the Abacha murder. Of course, Connie seemed truly interested in what I might say. It's tied to the Rhodes family. Connie didn't comment, waited for me to continue. "And everywhere I go I run into this thug, Blakey. People have noticed," Connie stated sagely. "Who is the fucker and do you know him?" I asked straight out. "Why do you think I know him?" Connie asked cagily. I let that disingenuous statement hang for a moment before leading him on. "I've been reading the Reconciliation Committee's transcripts." I let the revelation linger. The fact was, Blakey was in the report, but Connie wasn't. I was guessing there was a connection, and hoped I could bait Connie into revealing it. He looked at me hard for a while before speaking. "Blakey is the one who asked me to keep this investigation off of the police blotters, to handle it myself if I could." That answered the question of why Connie had asked me to do it, but it opened up a lot more. "And Blakey works for Rhodes," I said, trying to reaffirm my suspicions. "I wouldn't say that," Connie replied, surprising me. "Other way around, I suspect." "How's that?" I asked, confused. "Every white in South Africa is a servant of Colonel Thomas Blakey in some fashion or another," Connie answered, looking me directly in the eye. "Lots of people think maybe the only reason the lid's still on this boiling pot of shit is because what Blakey does," Connie explained. "What's he do?" I asked. "He takes care of issues like a pregnant whore of a prominent family dynasty." "Did he kill Sani Abacha?" I asked. "Hell if I know," Connie answered, somewhat bewildered. "Hopefully you'll figure that out, and we'll take it from there. If it is him, seeing as how he put you up to this and all, are you going to do anything about it?" "Can't say what I'll do until we know," Connie replied forthcomingly. I didn't know what I thought about that answer. I didn't want to be complicit in a cover-up, the stooge of greater machinations, but so far there wasn't anything to cover up. Trying to predict the future is a fool's game, the purview of mystics, seers, and revelators. I didn't have any more questions at the moment, at least until I had some more information. "You want me to continue with the case?" I asked. "I don't see any reason not to," Connie replied. I stood up. "Until then," I said in parting. Connie just nodded as I walked away. Chapter 45. In the evening, Cobb and I do maintenance on the truck. Flip the cab up, check the water in the radiator, squirt some grease into the Zerk fittings, tighten the fan belts. But Cobb was off somewhere, so I was doing it myself. I put my thumb around the hubs to see if any oil is squeezing out. They were fine. The right rear turn signal bulb was burned out, so I replaced it. Though no one issues tickets, I made a habit of keeping everything on the truck in working order, if not for increased safety then for my own amusement. I was lowering the cab when a dark-colored late-model Land Rover drove down the street towards me and stopped in the road opposite the truck. There was nobody else around. The industrial district closed down at night, so I figured it was somebody lost asking for directions. I couldn't see who was driving when I asked, "Need some help, bub?" in a cordial manner. The car's door opened, but there was no interior light, so I still didn't know the nature of the visitor. "Hey," I called. "How you doing?" No answer. The hair on my back warned me, and a wee bit of testosterone emanated from my loins. Perhaps the guy had taken my bub comment the wrong way, and I simply needed to reassure him I was willing to help. "Need some directions?" I tried to put some lightness in my tone, clearly indicating I was a friend. "Don't need nothing," said a gravelly, ominous voice. I knew the voice, but it took a moment to place a face to it. "Blakey." Immediately, I stepped back and raised my arm defensively, but it was too late. There was a tremendous impact across my left shoulder and side of my neck, and I tumbled over sideways. I lost my bearings and was momentarily dazed. Another blow came across my knuckles. I was in tremendous pain. Then there was a flash in the back of my head and consciousness left me. I woke up with water splashing on my face and an acrid taste in my mouth. Startled, I recognized the taste as piss and abruptly opened my eyes to see a stream of water hit me in the forehead and across my cheek. I shut my mouth, tried to raise my head to evade the cascade, but was slammed in the side of my head again for my efforts. I tried to defend myself and felt a kick to my ribs, forcing me into a fetal position. Pain suffused my body, my spine screamed out, my fingers felt broken. I again heard the voice. "You come sniffing round me, you deserve the consequences," Blakey said gravely. "You know better than a whore, just a man with a pussy." The urination stopped. I could tell Blakey was shaking the last drops from his member over me, then I heard him zip up his pants. "Next time I'll put it in your ass," Blakey warned matter-of-factly, kicked me contemptuously one more time, walked to his car and drove away. I lay in pain and humiliation, not able to stand, hoping no one would happen by and see me in my degradation, especially Cobb. Please, I thought, don't let Cobb see me like this. I couldn't take the shame. After what could have been an hour, or 5, I couldn't tell, I climbed up the steps of my cab, worked open the door with my good hand, crawled into the sleeper, and hid from the world. I stayed holed up in my truck all the next day and most of the night, only coming out when thirst and hunger overcame my chagrin. I made sure no one was around, then slinked off, legs and chest a cacophony of pain and a splitting headache. I went to a nondescript bar I'd never been in before on the next street over. The late-night clientele couldn't make out the extent of my injuries, but they could certainly tell I was beaten up. One old codger at the bar nodded, then turned around to let me stew in privacy. I drank a beer, the first in a long time, and ate peanuts. The bartender brought me a leftover sandwich from the night before. He wouldn't take money. Feeling better back at the truck, I worked up the nerve to leave the cab in the daylight. Cobb was seated before his card table of goods. He hadn't seen me in over 2 days, but he must have known I was in the truck. His face portrayed no surprise or emotion when he first saw my condition. There was no hint of pity. Men simply accept as natural when one of their number is defeated in battle. He nodded his head slightly, face showing no expression. I pretended nothing was amiss even though my face was a mass of cuts and bruises, and I taped 2 of my fingers together because my right middle one was probably broken. "How are sales?" I asked casually. Cobb didn't take the bait. "That Blakey guy beat you." It wasn't a question. I was hoping the light wasn't on me so Cobb wouldn't see the red emanating up my neck and out from my ears. I bowed my head unconsciously. "You want me to do something?" Cobb asked. "I'll take care of it," I replied. The embarrassment was receding now that the secret was half revealed. Of course, I would never tell Cobb the complete extent of my debasement, though he wouldn't care. I'm sure Cobb had seen and experienced far worse than any degradation I've ever felt. I spent the rest of the day sitting next to him at the sales table. During that time, the tingling began. Book 3, Descent into Violence. Don't fight a lion with a stick. Nisai Proverb, Chapter 46. The next day I was ready to again go out into the world. I'd walled away in my psyche the Blakey event as something I would deal with another day. I put together the pieces in my head and percolated on the result all day. One connection that seemed worth more investigation was the harem. It was the starting point of the story and still served as a stage for current events. I didn't know who I was going to talk to or what I was going to ask, but the prospect of seeing in Namdi was more than simply professional. I literally got a warm and fuzzy feeling when I thought of her, so I called her. "God," she answered, her voice different because of the magic of electronics, but it still made me melt. It took a moment of holding my breath before I could reply. "Can I take you to dinner?" I asked her. "I'm hungry and I'd like to go out someplace nice with you." "You don't have to do that," and Namdi replied. "I get meals at the club." "Well, I can just stare at you across the table while I'm eating," I said, mischievously, feeling better already. I could imagine Namdi smiling softly. "Okay, I'll eat, but not too much. My nightclub dress barely fits now." We made arrangements when and where she would be to pick her up. I didn't know where we were going, but I knew downtown Johannesburg would have plenty to choose from. I flagged down a cab, asked him, "I want to pick up my date, then go to a hip restaurant downtown. Someplace they give you a kickback for bringing us there, but not too expensive." The driver, a middle-aged black man with graying hair, chuckled. "I no need a bribe to get used to a nice place," he said as he cut into the busy traffic. First we picked up in Namdi, eyes filled with concern when seeing my damaged face. She was too courteous to ask, but I knew she wanted me to tell her what had happened. I didn't. It was about 20 minutes into downtown. The streets got considerably more crowded, as did the sidewalks I could see from the car window. There were small caches of young black men standing together near parked cars. They were there to extort the people who wanted to park for protection money. The cabbie led us out on a street lined with restaurants and high-end dress shops. "You go there," he said, motioning with his chin to a well-lit place just up the street that had a turnout with valets waiting to park cars. "Not too cheap, not too steep. Good chow," the cabbie explained, then drove away with the money I'd given him. "It looks yummy," and Namdi said, licking her lips. "Anything would be good right now," I replied. but I liked the idea of eating on a tablecloth with silverware and a napkin. We started walking up the street. Namdi took my arm in her two hands, me walking streetside, her next to the storefronts. The place was about 100 meters away. I could see one of the gangs of young toughs, perhaps 6 or 7, between there and us. I didn't anticipate any problem, but it explained Namdi's sudden closeness. They were quiet until we approached within hearing distance. "Watch the car for a tenner," one of them said, knowing we had arrived in a taxi. He was standing in front of the others, all of which were staring at us. I half smiled at him, but I could feel the tingling, and Namdi gripped my hand harder. We continued walking at our normal pace. A kid in the front stepped over a little bit to let us through, but my ears did not stop buzzing. We took another step, too. Then I felt a firm push in my back, enough to collide me into a large kid standing in front of us. "Hey," he exclaimed, "look out, where you going?" I was only off balance for a minute. I could see the kid attempt to hit me in the stomach as time slowed and the volume of life decreased. The tingling was full force now. In that moment, I woke up looking down at the scene below me. Sounds were muted, but I could see myself taking a step back so that the gut punch from the big kid didn't incapacitate my body. I felt no pain. There was no feeling. I had no thoughts. I was the observer. I watched my flesh below let go of the girl's hand so that it could grab the big kid's hair. The flesh pulled the kid's head up to expose the neck, then slammed its right fist into the soft muscle. The big kid immediately fell, grasping his neck, choking on his collapsed windpipe. The flesh then turned and grabbed the kid's ears, who had pushed me, and shook his head vigorously before throwing him to the ground bleeding. Then the flesh stood to my full height and looked around. I couldn't hear what was going on, but I presumed the boys on the ground were wailing and choking. The other boys, 4 of them, stood motionless. They did not seem inclined to experience what their friends had, and Namdi stood with her hands over her face. My consciousness returned to my body, the flesh. In a snap, I looked around me, surprised like I always was when this happened. The 2 young men who had been injured were writhing on the ground. The other boys said nothing, did not move, probably in fear of the apparition, but the flesh was gone. It was only me now. I reached for Namdi's hands, took both of them into my own, and walked towards the restaurant. The boys stepped out of our way. I could feel Namdi shivering. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. I did not want to try and explain the flesh. I'd tried before. The frightened eyes on the other side told me the excuse was not a successful one. Instead, I pretended as if nothing had happened, which was easy because for me, nothing had. I was simply an observer, a familiar feeling, if not a usual one. We waited for a table at the restaurant, but Namdi shook her head when I asked her what she wanted. She didn't even drink the glass of water I ordered for her. She certainly didn't speak. I didn't either. What was there to say? "Do you want me to take you home?" I asked. "I'll go home with you," she finally said. I was surprised and pleased to hear that. "But I live in a truck," I explained. "Is there a motel nearby?" She asked. "Yes," I answered. "There is one right across from where the trucks park." And Namdi nodded. Elated, I sat close to her in the back seat of the taxi on the way back. Chapter 47. So late in the night it was actually early morning. After Namdi had been asleep a long time, I googled Thomas Blakey and found his address easy enough. It's amazing how much information you can get about a person on the internet without them knowing about it. Code was out, which was good because I didn't want to have to explain to him what I was doing. I didn't know myself. I drove the truck by myself to find where Blakey lived. I exited the city limits and dropped off the thruway onto relatively well-kept asphalt surface streets. After 20 minutes or so and several turns dictated by my GPS, the roads became rougher, in ill repair. The buildings were industrial, with undeveloped fields between them. Junk vehicles were abandoned along the sides of the road. No one was out even though the moon was almost full, giving enough light to see. As the route got closer, there were more clusters of residential housing, not ramshackle like in the Soweto but old designs, perhaps from the 1960s. My guess is that it was a mixed neighborhood of blacks and whites who were not pretentious about their living conditions or simply worked locally. I parked about a kilometer away in one of the industrial parking lots so that the sound of the truck's diesel wouldn't arouse suspicion on neighborhood streets and wouldn't attract any attention. There were no street lights, but a couple of the houses had their inside lights on which came through the windows. That plus the moon provided enough illumination to barely see by. There were dilapidated houses on either side of the street. I didn't know which one was Blakey's. Mail was not delivered here. People used a post office box in town, so there were no addresses. But because of occasional visitors, one house had an address scribbled on a post outside their property line which gave me a general location. I looked at each of the houses in turn, found another one with an address. Given the location of the two, there could only be one house that was Blakey's. It was dark with no indication that it housed a monster. I walked quietly to the front door. The path was paved with old bricks. There was no step up. The door was at ground level. It was old, weathered. There was no deadbolt. I tried the doorknob. It opened easily without noise. My eyes were already adjusted to the stark blackness within. I saw nothing, literally nothing except perhaps dim walls. I slowly and carefully walked through what might have been intended as a dining or living room but was vacant of anything that would signal its current usage. No table, no chairs, blank walls. I couldn't tell in the darkness, but I thought I was walking on a path in the dust from the outside door to another door on the other side of the room. I followed the path and looked through the open doorway. Blakey was inside. He lay on a bare mattress, completely nude without any covering. His dick and balls hung flaccid against his thigh. His arms and legs splayed outwards like he was posed by someone into the most unnatural position possible. The room was completely void of other furniture or decoration of any kind. A blackjack laid on the bed next to his head, and I could see a straight razor on the floor near him. No gun was in sight, which was surprising, but there was a cache of knives of various lengths leaning against the wall, and a loop of roughly woven rope. Blakey's breathing crackled as he exhaled. His lips were dry, and his face maintained the same tautness as when he was awake. I felt an eeriness that I'd only experienced a few times before in my life, back before I had completely rejected mystical explanations for the unknown. Now I considered myself a student of science only, but that commitment was being severely tested by what was in this room. Blakey was not a real man. He was something less or more. He was an instrument of torture and death, the product of Africa. I considered picking up one of the knives and plunging it into his heart, or simply strangling him with my bare hands. The thought appealed to me, but I pushed back the urge with great effort. I had resolved to dole out justice in a manner commensurate with the crime, and even though I hated Blakey with a passion so deep that only another man who had been similarly disrespected could understand, I did not have personal knowledge of an act that would sentence Blakey to death. I stood over him for perhaps another half hour listening to the rhythm of his noisy respiration. During that time he did not move even slightly. It was an inhuman stillness that convinced me he was not fully human. So before I violated my resolve not to do him extreme prejudicial harm, I silently exited his house and shut and locked the door behind me. Chapter 48. I awoke fully alert, early like I usually do, and got out of bed without waking in Nnamdi. I silently slipped out of the hotel room and went to a nearby convenience store to see if there was anything I could prepare for breakfast as a surprise when Nnamdi got up. Indeed, she looked pleased at the eggs and grilled potato halves when she shuffled puffy-eyed into the kitchen a half hour later. She had a sheet over her shoulders to cover her nakedness, but it was translucent against the pale rising sunlight coming through the opposite window, clearly delineating her breasts and pelvis, provoking a physical reaction in me. "You sleep well?" I asked. I held up the pan of sizzling potatoes for her to see the contents. She smiled slyly. "Sure," she said. "When you finally let me." I smiled back while scooping a helping of scrambled eggs with peppers onto a chipped porcelain plate, the only one I could find in the cupboards full of eclectic kitchen utensils that seemed both festive and utilitarian. Nnamdi seated herself and took a couple bites, smiling appreciatively as if I'd created a chef's masterpiece of breakfast foods. She looked sideways at me before taking another nibble, her fork poised just in front of her lips. "Did you go someplace last night, God?" she asked casually without actually looking at me. I thought a moment about denying it or making a vague explanation, but discovered I did not want to keep secrets just now, so I answered truthfully. "I went to Blakey's house." Nnamdi looked directly at me. "Why'd you do that?" she asked seriously. I found myself shrugging my shoulders. "Don't know. In fact, I did know, or at least partly knew. It was because Blakey had invaded my space and humiliated me." Nnamdi ate in silence for another minute. I sat motionless nearby. "Did you talk to him?" Nnamdi finally asked, before taking a sip of water from a mismatched crystal glass. No, Nnamdi had put down her utensils, though she hadn't finished eating. The situation that had started so coyly had now descended into an uncomfortable conclusion. I looked directly into her eyes. It's in my nature. I was matter of fact about the motive, and she didn't seem to want to contradict me. "He's a scary and capable man," she warned, "but I suppose you are too." It was a rhetorical statement which I chose not to answer immediately, and when I did the words came unprepared and raw. It's not something I can control intellectually. I know infuriating a demon like Blakey will only incite a reaction, but for some reason the idea of taking this to the next level excites me. I actually look forward in anticipation to what he does next. Maybe it's testosterone, or dopamine, or one of those other brain chemicals that have motivated men forever. I don't know why, I could just do it. That's why I always have to leave a place eventually, because if I stayed. I let the threat of my potential violence hang in the air, waiting to see if she understood or had a response. But she said nothing. Instead, I sensed concern, maybe even fear. "What did you do to him?" she asked quietly. It wasn't a question of what I'd said, but what I'd done. She immediately assumed there had been violence. It was a clear indicator of her subconscious opinion of me and my likely proclivities that made me somewhat uncomfortable. If this was the impression I engendered in those whom I intentionally and cautiously cultivated to like me, then what must the world at large make of me when the lid was off the boiling pot? "I didn't do anything," I answered, somewhat defensively. "It didn't start with me. He's damaged goods." Whatever capacity for social interaction he might have been born with is long since distilled into pure venom. I didn't think he's human any longer. "So, what did you do?" She remained insistent. "Nothing, I just looked. He was spewing poison into the atmosphere, and I left due to the stench." She continued to look at me for an uncomfortably long time. "You don't explain yourself too well," she finally said. I tried a little conciliatory smile, but she didn't smile back. I finally turned and walked through the front door. The morning city noises were just getting into full cacophony, and the promise of another hot day persuaded the biting insects to crawl under bed sheets and behind moldy furniture. I could see a grizzled shop owner across the street throwing detritus from a dustpan into the roadway, and another obese woman desultorily mopping the wooden sidewalk in front of a hair salon. But the morning didn't seem fresh to me. It retained the scent of the odious contact with Blakey, a man whose soul had atrophied while the sharp corners of his ego had become spikes. His very presence sucked the life from guileless people and raised the hackles of anyone with testosterone enough to grow hair on their face. I wondered if it was a mental illness or something more treacherous. I'd never been a religious man, yet thoughts of heaven and hell crossed my mind. I contemplated those thoughts until a tiny bead of sweat rolled down my forehead, alerting me from morbid reverie to step out of the warm rising sun into the shade. An old man sat smoking in a rough-hewn wooden chair. He watched me blandly but intently. I looked back. "There's a spirit with you," he commented enigmatically. I waited for more, but he continued to sit mutely. His face was wrinkled, the age lines only indigo dark skin can achieve. The lines were in crosshatch patterns, giving him an aura of wisdom. Eventually, I looked away, which apparently inspired him to speak again. "Don't leave it here," he warned, again without explanation. "Don't worry, there's plenty where that came from," I replied and walked away. Chapter 49. Liberia is arguably the United States' only colony. Its capital, Monrovia, was named after American President James Monroe. Their flag was a mockery of the American except with a single star, and they used American currency. Liberia was established in 1822 on the coast of northwest Africa by black families organized by the American Colonization Society because they thought they would have a better life. Notably, Abraham Lincoln supported the effort, as did many abolitionists of the time. The colony managed to survive, but the blacks who went there did little more than establish a simulacrum of their previous lives except with the roles reversed. They considered indigenous blacks as inferior, and only property owners could vote. A 1% oligarchy of patronage and power was held firmly in the grasp of three dynastic families, the Barclays, the Tubmans, and the Kings, who called themselves Americo-Liberians, subjugated a population of 2 million. This aristocracy lived in a ghastly reflection of the antebellum American South, complete with slaves of their own. Firestone Tire and Rubber Company underpinned the kleptocracy. Liberia also had the world's largest ghost fleet. 2,500 ships flew the Liberian flag, though Liberia only had 2 ships of its own. Being associated with America, no matter how tenuously, had its advantages. This way of life continued for over a century until the last of the old-school tyrants, President William Talbot, a conniving Baptist preacher enveloped in a cocoon of nepotism, in an amazing display of poor judgment, increased the price of rice by 50% to finance the 1979 OAU Heads of State Conference, immediately precipitating demonstrations which inexorably expanded to consume all the ills the majority had suffered at the hands of the tiny, patrician minority. Talbot ordered police to shoot into the swarming crowds, the beginning of the end. On April 12, 1980, 17 soldiers, led by 28-year-old Master Sergeant Sam Doe of the Country Boy Cron tribe, who made his living selling single cigarettes, snuck into the executive mansion at night and assassinated Talbot with 3 bullets to the head, gouged out his eye, and disemboweled him. A general massacre of the old order commenced, and so began the New World Order. Doe's first act as head of the People's Redemption Council was to suspend the Constitution and declare martial law. Like most African revolutionaries, he believed he was protected by the supernatural, and perhaps they all were. He maintained a coterie of juju men who prescribed blood and fetuses as the source of his power. It worked to the tune of 38 unsuccessful assassination attempts, though not the 39th. Even the supernatural was afraid of his eventual usurper, exiled Liberian from the Geo and Mono tribes, Charles Taylor. Taylor, an American-educated economist, successful embezzler and jailbreaker, with 100 members of his National Patriotic Front of Liberia, the NPFL, crept back into Liberia from Côte d'Ivoire. Though responded in his usual manner of sending his Kron clan to annihilate Taylor's clan by any means possible, raping, killing, looting, and burning of their villages. Kron death squads also began genociding the former ruling clan members. This, of course, fed the ranks of Taylor's army with raw recruits of illiterate teenagers and boys filled with hate and a lust for revenge. The modern child army was born. Orphans became small boys' units, powered by cane spirit, marijuana, and amphetamines, and dressed in the clothes of their female victims. They were the most ferocious, merciless, and psychopathic killers that humanity could produce, creating what became known as the Kalashnikov lifestyle, a child's war where cutting off the most heads and limbs were cause for promotion. With such a fearless and ferocious army, victory was quick. Doe's demise was videotaped. His interrogator cut off Doe's ears and ate them on camera, Doe screaming in the background, and it became a bestseller throughout the continent. Chapter 50. Outside Matitaya Village, Liberia, July 2, 1989. Liberia's intertribal war had killed 250,000 civilians, displaced 1 million villagers, and turned every fifth child into a soldier. Its leaders were brutal and bloodthirsty, the most infamous of which was Joshua Blahy, more often referred to as General Buck Naked, described internationally as the most evil man in the world, who served under Liberian warlord Roosevelt Johnson, a competitor of Charles Taylor for control of the failed nation, with its phenomenally lucrative trade in blood diamonds, cocaine, gun running, and money laundering. General Buck Naked claimed to have personally killed over 20,000 people and carried out regular human sacrifice and cannibalism, starting with his initiation as a priest at the age of 11. He was called Buck Naked because he would charge into battle naked, apart from a machete and machine gun. General Buck Naked liked children soldiers best of all because they were the most ruthless, probably because of their age, not in spite of it. And the general liked Cobb best of all of them because he was the most inhumane ever, even more so than the general himself. There was no one General Buck Naked was afraid of, but if there was, it would be the Bakassi boys, the most horrific dispensers of jungle justice modern history has ever witnessed. With his size and physical maturity, coupled with the formative stage of his intellect, Cobb was a prized soldier, a killer totally devoid of empathy, sorrow, guilt, or indecision. His only stimulus was the punishment he would receive unless the burlap bag he was given was filled with amputated limbs. This alone afforded him no special place in the hierarchy that was reserved for the men. Cobb only wore an oversized utility vest over his bare torso. The older boys and men had khaki-colored uniforms with a matching beret with a thin braided silver molding. They all carried .47 seconds, though often without ammunition because bullets were precious while machetes were prevalent. It was because of the quantity of severed limbs that Cobb was special. After a raid on a village, the boys were supposed to bring back the empty food sacks full. Most did not, in fact. Only a very few of the bags were brought to the front of the camp after any particular raid, and most had only partial contents. The only one to consistently return with full bags was Cobb. After every raid, as the bags were fearfully deposited at the feet of the commander, Cobb never learned his name. Cobb would nonchalantly stroll to the front and plop his bag on the jungle soil. Sometimes the bag was so full that its contents would spill out onto the ground. The commander was always pleased, but he also had a perplexed look that bespoke the macabre situation. The commander would reach down for Cobb's bag and upturn it so that its contents would scatter to the soil. Severed limbs would fall helter-skelter, some intertwined with others, children, adults, even babies, more forearms than feet, and sometimes both left and right that seemed to be from the same individual. The blood from the grisly payload would soak the ground. The commander would hold his arms out to Cobb and nod his head rhythmically to the other boy commandos as encouragement that they should also be as productive as Cobb. This was what true terrorism was about. This was how guerrilla wars were won. After the ritual, Cobb would always sit by himself in a corner of whatever makeshift camp they were at. He would sit on branches sharpening his blood-drenched machete until its blade again gleamed. Then he would take the handle in both his hands and turn the newly sharpened point on himself, carefully and methodically etching iconology into his skin. When he had first been forced into the troop, he would carve one image for every person he had maimed. But as time went on, and the number of victims became increasingly large, the sheer scarcity of available space on his skin forced him to instead equate one-to-one a hand-carved line of simulated blood squirting from a stick figure without arms. His chest and legs were covered with stick people without arms and legs, blood spurting in copious lines from the lopped-off appendages. Eventually, because he could not reach his own back, Cobb had to sit while others made the gruesome carvings into his skin. Afterwards, they would rub powdery soil into the shallow wounds to stanch the blood, but this also served to cause a raised, light-colored scar that other members of the troop would rub their index fingers along. Soon the rumors had spread, causing villagers to evacuate their homes if there was news of the scarred ghost boy anywhere nearby. Cobb was unaware of the horror and fear his body mutilation caused, just as he was unmoved by the havoc and devastation he wrought. Cobb was a child of Africa, and Africa does not recognize cruelty, only the imperatives of survival. Cobb sat outside the circle of boys in the night around the fire. He endured silently, patiently, and without outward signs of distress while carving into his skin with the tip of his knife. Rivulets of blood were circling around his arm and dripping off onto the ground. Even among these boys, hardened as they were to pain, mutilation, and fear, Cobb's actions spurred a kind of deep fascination. Fascination gradually morphed into admiration, or at least a willingness to submit. A few times Cobb spoke, they listened, and if he mentioned anything that even sounded like an instruction, his words were treated like a command. The commander, commandant to his boy soldiers who did not know his name, was aware of the power Cobb had over the other children, and even some of the young men in his troop. Cobb was a good soldier. He did as he was told. He was ruthless, remorseless, and served as an example to the others, but those very attributes also made him a threat to the commandant's own leadership. As much as he disliked the idea, he had to rid himself of Cobb's emerging threat and show them all who was in charge. Commandant walked to where Cobb was sitting by himself outside the light of the fire. Withering patterns of light and darkness simultaneously highlighted and obscured Cobb's features when he looked up, sensing Commandant's approach. Cobb's gaze was empty, his pupils fully dilated in the almost darkness. Commandant felt a shiver go through his body, recognizing the power that was within the boy was supernatural. The sooner he was eliminated, the better. Without hesitation, the Commandant swung at Cobb's neck with a machete. He gave no warning, there was no indication of what was coming, but somehow Cobb shifted position just in time for the blade to graze his throat and slam into the tree against which he was sitting. The speed of the swing caught the blade momentarily in the tree's bark, and Commandant was standing back a step, reducing his leverage for removing it quickly, and that instant of vulnerability was enough for Cobb to pierce his own machete through Commandant's throat. Commandant felt nothing at first, still intent upon removing the stuck blade, but instantly his eyes went wide, the whites exposed, bulging, and afraid. He tried to grab at the knife with his free hand, still not releasing his own machete, but Cobb calmly turned the blade in the wound. There was a quiet gurgling, and the Commandant collapsed like a rag doll. Cobb smoothly pulled his machete from Commandant's neck, raised it above his head, and swung the razor-sharp blade down across Commandant's throat, severing the head with a single blow. Commandant's eyes blinked twice, then stayed open in amazement. Cobb picked up the head by the hair, and without looking at it, casually tossed it underhand into the fire where the hair immediately started burning, causing the others to grimace and hold their noses. They were all staring at Cobb as he bent over to cut off the Commandant's hands one at a time, then putting them into his bag. Cobb sat back down, leaned against the tree in the same position where he was just minutes ago. His eyes again found that spot somewhere far away, his stare returning as if nothing untoward had happened. The group of boy killers was his now. Chapter 51. Cobb was at the truck. He didn't ask me where I'd been, just as I never asked him, but we both did care about one another. We sold our merchandise all day without talking, though he was attentive towards me and watchful of what was happening around us. When it was starting to get dark in the late evening, and I said I was going to the harem, he didn't speak while putting away the table and chairs, nor did he say anything when he climbed into the driver's side of the truck. He also didn't ask any questions on the way there because he knew the way and also knew I'd tell him what I wanted to when I wanted to. When we arrived, he parked the truck, but instead of staying to guard it, he got out with me. I waited as he looked up and down the streets for any threats to the truck, or as I suspect, before making our way to the club. The evening was bustling. Food vendors on the street selling braised meat spice to mask its rotting smell. Couples walking arm in arm indiscreetly advertising their affairs. Hawkers selling everything from shoes to toilet paper. The sidewalks were crowded, people walking in the street. Even in that atmosphere, the crowds parted around Kobe like water going around a rock in a stream. There were no whites visible, but nobody looked at me, and I didn't feel out of place. I never did. In fact, I was starting to get that everybody's looking at you feeling more in predominantly white surroundings than in ethnic Africa. What was euphemistically referred to as sub-Saharan Africa, otherwise black, not Arab, not Mediterranean, not mixed ethnicities, black. These black people were comfortable as anyone can be with the country burning down around them. We could hear the club up ahead, a drumbeat and some kind of horn, probably a saxophone. Kobe and I pushed through a line at a food cart just down the street from the club entrance, but that masked a long line waiting to get in. There were other clubs on the street. I've always been confused why people must flock together rather than do what's convenient or less expensive. It's as if they gain power from standing in long lines. I remembered the definition given for an extrovert by the Myers-Briggs personality test, as a person who draws energy from being around other people. I could imagine invisible sparks crackling between the people in line. The closer together, the brighter. I couldn't remember what the MB definition was for an introvert, but if it was the opposite of extrovert, if being around people caused a loss of energy, psychic or otherwise, then that was me. I found it tedious to make small talk with people I didn't know, and the only lightning bolts I was going to get at a Starbucks was the one I felt when I got the bill. There was a bouncer at the door screening customers going into the club, dressed Western style in a too-tight black t-shirt, exercising his little bit of authority, but Kobe, paying him no attention, walked right in, and I followed him in. The place was transformed from the last time I'd been there. A live band played up front on a low stage, a fashionably dressed female singing in accented English. A disco ball tuned on the ceiling, reflecting colored laser light into the crowd. The working girls all looked beautiful in the pockets of light, dressed provocatively with expertly applied eyeliner and glitter on their cheeks. Cigarette smoke and perfume combined intoxicatingly. I wanted to apologize to Nnamdi for walking out on her this morning. The longer I thought about it, the more guilty and contrite I felt. I looked around hopefully, relieved to see Nnamdi sitting at her accustomed place at the bar, and was rewarded with a flash of jubilance to see her there. She hadn't noticed our entrance, and I could watch her profile reflected in the bar mirror on the back wall. I stared, motionless, long enough that Kobe dumped me with his hand. "What's up, man?" He finally asked something. I flinched, brought back to consciousness. "I'm looking for somebody," I answered lamely. Just then Nnamdi caught sight of me, looked into my eyes, and smiled. Involuntarily, I smiled back, but I would have smiled voluntarily as well. My feet started to walk toward her on their own accord. For a moment I thought all the lights had focused exclusively on her. It seemed only an instant, and I was standing next to her. "Good evening, Nnamdi." "Hello, Godfrey," she said in an almost whisper. "It's good seeing you." "You too." Before we could say more, the bouncer from the door came up behind us. I didn't see him, being preoccupied with Nnamdi, but apparently he grabbed Kobe's arm, because the next thing to capture my attention was Kobe gruffly shaking his elbow and turning around threateningly. The bouncer held one hand in front of himself like a stop sign. He looked at me, then to Nnamdi, then back at me. "I seen you," he accused. "I seen you too," I replied. The bouncer scowled, obviously not used to insubordination. "What's your business here?" he demanded. "Who's asking?" I replied, uncowed. The bouncer didn't know how to continue his interrogation, not used to back talk. He finally got to the point. "You can't be just common in here," he warned, and motioned to Nnamdi. Nnamdi looked away from both of us, embarrassed or hurt. I didn't know, but the hair on my back went up. I could have ignored him. I could have let it ride. I could have talked the situation down. I didn't. "The lady isn't talking to you, and you and me sure as hell aren't having a conversation, so eat the shit that's been coming out of your mouth and step away." I hadn't been looking at him when I said it, but I turned to directly stare into his face. Kobe took a step closer to him. The bouncer's eyebrows went up in outrage or surprise, and he didn't say anything for a moment. Then anger or curiosity compelled him to respond. "You talk to me like that?" he questioned, trying to establish what was going on. I didn't reply, and I didn't look away. The fire smoldered in his eyes but winked out. Probably he saw a white man willing to cause trouble on a busy night. The business equation didn't add up, and it was nothing that couldn't be dealt with later. He looked at Nnamdi, squinted, and pointed his finger at her. I grabbed the finger, bent it back, and all hell broke loose. Kobe isn't one for gradual escalation of violence. He grabbed the bouncer around the waist and tossed him someplace else in the room. When the bouncer injudiciously tried to stand, Kobe crashed a chair across his back so that he stayed down for the duration. A couple other burly men tried to get involved to calm things down. Kobe had an empty beer bottle raised and was about to wreak murder. The whole place was about to hit the flash point when the police showed up. Kobe was instantly gone, and when I looked around for Nnamdi, she was gone too. There was only me to arrest. Chapter 52. Connie had me brought directly to his office. Sergeant Ilio was my escort. I didn't see a lot of uniformed officers either in the hallways or in the rooms with doors open enough for me to see inside. Connie was trying to undo the latch of a stuck file drawer, his gun and holster laid casually on the desktop in front of him. He only looked up at me long enough to nod, either a greeting or an acknowledgement to the sergeant to leave. I couldn't tell. The sergeant shut Connie's door as he left. The file drawer finally came open so Connie could direct his attention fully on me. He did a double take on my face. "Somebody I know?" he asked. "Blakey," I said simply. Shame held me from saying more. Connie considered my bandaged hand, held it up by the palm, and examined the white-taped fingers closely. "Broken?" he asked. "Maybe," I answered. "That it?" he asked casually. "It," I exclaimed. "This isn't enough." Blakey knew when he pissed on me that I'd never tell. A man can take a lot of injury, but embarrassment and shame stay hidden wounds. "Blakey don't take prisoners," Connie said matter-of-factly. "Why'd he come after you?" "I thought you could tell me," I answered, looking pointedly at Connie. Connie turned, looked out the office window. I could smell fish baking through the open screen and hear the sounds of the street wafting from below. "God, when you take the task of investigating on, you really are serious." The question seemed rhetorical, so I didn't answer. "That place you busted up." Connie jumped past the discussion of Blakey. "The hurrying, you mopping the floor with the hired help, turning the place upside down. What the hell were you asking?" "I was there to see a woman," I answered, enigmatically. Connie's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "I doubt that," he exclaimed. Again, no response seemed appropriate, so I didn't make one. Connie began drumming a pencil on the desktop. "Want me to arrest Blakey?" Connie asked. There was no way I was hanging around long enough for a trial, and I suspected that if I thought on it a while, I'd deal with the situation myself. I have a special talent for doing that. The room was quiet for a moment. A sudden lull in the outside noise coincided with our stalled conversation. Finally I stated, "You know Blakey." "You mean well?" Connie clarified. I nodded. "Yeah," Connie breathed out a deep sigh. "I know him, but nobody knows him well. He thinks I'm out to hurt him," I offered. "Are you?" Connie asked, accusingly. "I am now," I said flatly. "I wouldn't recommend tangling with that man. He won't hesitate to do you great bodily injury the next time." "There won't be a next time," I said ominously. My shame was metastasizing into conviction. It stopped Connie. He looked intently at me. "You disrespect me if you take the law into your own hands," he warned. "You put the law in my hands, Connie," I reminded him. "I won't take no shit from you," he said slowly, warning in his voice. "You aren't the one who's going to." Connie considered the implications of my statement, must have decided I was still his friend. "I asked you to help me, and I think that's what you're trying to do." I shrugged. "Keep doing it for now," he said, then got up and walked around the desk to open the office door, ostensibly dismissing me. I didn't look for any salutation, so when he stuck out his hand to shake, I was a moment slow taking it up. Connie considered me seriously to see if I meant something by it, determined I didn't. "Just watch where you're looking," Connie warned, searching my soul with his eyes. I shrugged again. It felt like somebody was being shined on, and that person was probably me. "I won't look anywhere there's nothing to see," I replied, but I'm sure that didn't provide the reassurance he was looking for as I left his presence. Chapter 53. No cabbie would stop after getting a look at my face, so I took the city bus. I was too wound up to go back to the truck, and I wanted to learn more, both about the case and what my situation was with Nnamdi. When the other passengers who had an empty seat next to them noticed me, their faces dropped. But I found an open row and sat down without looking at anyone. Riding a bus is always someone's last transportation resort. The guy with the beat-up face, the plump cleaning lady with the bad knee, the pimply-faced kid not quite sure why he's still taking saxophone lessons now that he's old enough to know there's no money and no glory. At least the floors were clean, and the tiers in the Naugahyde seats weren't uncomfortably large. I immediately turned my head to look out the window, ignoring everyone else. The sight of Joe Berg's demise immediately hit me. Most storefronts were closed or dilapidated. The sidewalks were dirty, with piles of trash left on the corners, making the place smell like a dump. People were standing in groups, aimless from the look of it, talking casually like they did every day. There were no work trucks, and nobody in company shirts distributing beer and foodstuffs, and most of all, there were no white people. I looked around the bus. I was the only white person aboard. It dawned on me the looks I got when I was walking down the aisle were not because of my face. I got off at the stop nearest to the hurrying, which meant I still had to walk a couple kilometers to get there. Actually, I enjoyed the exercise, and except for the underlying smoke in the air, it was as perfect a day as anyone would want. There was a taxi stop not far down the street from the harem's front door, so I seated myself there and watched who came in and out. Now my battered face was useful keeping the cabbies away. Time went quickly, no one bothered me, and I didn't bother anyone. After about an hour, the door opened, but I couldn't tell who was coming out. I felt a tinge of optimism that it would be Nnamdi, but it was the owner of the place, Molly, who emerged. I was bored, and he seemed as likely a lead as any of the other tenuous straws in my grasp, so I followed him. Molly walked a couple blocks to Wimpy Burgers. I was getting hungry, and though not as tasty as McDonald's, and a little exotic with the garnishments, each bite of their burger and fries were a gustatory delight, with a chocolate milkshake on the side. Lots of people must have thought so because the place was crowded with all kinds. It amazes me how the popularity of Western-style businesses can so overwhelm the local culture. Convenience, taste, and price are a hard combination to beat. Molly was already dutifully standing in line, awaiting his service in a clientele of blacks and whites. He looked over when I came in, but obviously didn't recognize me, so I chose to keep it that way. When a register came open, he stepped towards it, but was interrupted by a white woman who had just entered the restaurant and seemed in a hurry. She was wearing a white tennis outfit, prim and expensive. Her hair was platinum blood, coiffured beyond any chance of surviving a shower. She began to order. "Hey, excuse me," Molly said indignantly. Most blacks are oblivious to the presence of a white. They stay out of the way and expect whites not to get in the way. However, some blacks have a deep, abiding resentment towards whites, a mixture of envy, spite, scapegoatism, and sometimes legitimate grievances. It wasn't easy in public to recognize the mentality, but it was easy in some interactions. The woman continued ordering. Perhaps she was so wrapped up in her own affairs that she actually didn't hear him, or maybe she was ignoring him. "Excuse me," Molly said louder, no chance of not being heard. "But I was in line here." The woman turned her head, smiled condescendingly, turned back and began discussing the options and shakes with the cashier. Molly inserted himself between the lady and the cashier. "Hold her order," he commanded. "I'd like a number 2. The cashier, a young black girl, didn't know what to do. She would have to cancel out the register if she was going to start a new order. Her eyes were wide with discomfort and outright fright. "How incredibly rude," the blonde tennis player exclaimed. Molly turned toward her. "Lady, did you use menstrual wash this morning? 'Cause your clothes is stinking the place up. Might even make me puke at my meal." The woman was outraged, her face reddening in embarrassment and confusion. Becoming angry, she tried to assert herself in front of the register, but when Molly blocked her way, she exhaled loudly and stomped from the building, slamming the door behind her. Molly watched her go. The restaurant was eerily quiet. "What was that all about?" Molly said innocently. "White folks always gotta make a scene." By this time a manager had come out of the back, surveyed the situation, stepped to the register and asked Molly politely, "Can I help you, sir?" Everything calmed down. After a few minutes, Molly sat at a table near me with his tray of burgers. He was quite fastidious, wiping off the formica tabletop with a napkin, arranging his food in front of him in a conveniently reachable arc, and tucking a second napkin in his shirt front. His dark skin contrasted elegantly with the snowy white. He had dimples that formed when he sucked his teeth. He noticed me watching and pursed his eyebrows in a frown. "Do I know you?" he asked disingenuously, meaning to scare away the audience. I didn't change my gaze or expression. "As a matter of fact, you do," I replied simply. "Yeah, I know you. You're the John hanging around in Nnamdi," he announced. "And you're the guy came into my place and made trouble last night. I've been looking for you," he added threateningly. "You found me," I answered, my voice and countenance unchanged. Molly laughed. "What was I thinking of?" he asked mirthfully. "I should have just come here to the white man joint. Instead you sent a stooge," I countered. It took a minute for the implication of what I'd said sink in. Molly's face lost all semblance of humor. He began rolling a napkin into a little ball between his fingers. He stopped to pick something out of his teeth, an attempt at disrespect. It just made him look silly. "You think you're bad." The threat was again in his voice. "For a short man, you sure do talk big." I replied, the challenge clear. "I'm big where it counts." Molly's verbal repartee was long practiced. "Your head." I looked at him quizzical, seeing if he would get the insult. His snort told me he did. Then I lowered my voice. "You stay away from Nnamdi. I'll stay away from you," I said. Molly looked at me questioningly, drew a conclusion. "You don't know, do you?" He barked, gloating. "Fucking bitch took you for a ride. She back with me now." My sweat turned cold. Molly took great glee in needling me. "Black bitch comes on to you, and money ain't chained in hands. Then you bane chumped out." He instructed me seriously, wagging his finger on each word. Molly's whole demeanor was condescending. "Nnamdi needs someone to watch out for her, especially from some putz like you. That girl's been around. You'd think her radar would be better. Are you trying to sound noble?" I asked, confused. You prey on the weaknesses of others. What's she want from you anyway? He asked, almost sincerely. I didn't respond, but I kept looking at him intently. Now let me give you some advice. Molly articulated each word separately. Take your dick somewhere else. Either you'll be getting played or you be getting hurt. Got my drift? He threatened. I still didn't show any response on my face. I simply held up my middle finger. Molly snorted again, then turned his attention away from me to eat his lunch. I sat there a moment with the image of Molly's sneer in my head, the sound of insult in his voice and actions like a physical blow. I felt for my anger but found only chagrin. Having lost the first round, I gathered up my leavings, threw them in a nearby container, and walked out the door. Outside, the sun beat down hard. The burger joint was western enough to have air conditioning, so the temperature change was shocking. I thought of what had just happened. Another man had bested me in the masculinity game. All boys learn early that in the male dominance hierarchy, you either fight your way back up when you're pushed down, or you're under the boot of everyone above you. I knew the score. After Blakey, Molly was right. If you don't know who the chump is, it's you. This was not a familiar or comfortable social position for me. I may be getting older, but I'm not so old yet that I'm excused from the competition. It was time to become toxic. Chapter 54. Men have a place deep inside them where they keep their worst hurt. Sometimes it's visible to a loved one who might ask, is there something wrong? But invariably, the answer will always be no, and a tiny bit of the hurt passed on to the asker. This is not fair, and men know it. No one else should be subject to their discomfort. So the inside place remains secret, and the hints that it exists become even more rare. The place inside me was old and dark, and large enough to swallow my denigration at Blakey's hands. Whatever he thought he was going to accomplish, probably intimidation, might have been effective for him in the past on purer examples of manhood, but I was far past simple beta male shame. Blakey would bear the brunt of my revenge, no doubt about it, but not just because a wave of emotion had been released by the beating. If I wasn't going to be the target of the Mollys and the Blakeys of the world, then they must be my target. I'm not a big man, and I'm not a specimen of human conditioning, 5'10", still have my hair, can shoot a layup on the open break, but average in the sense of physique, and certainly not able to engage mano a mano, even with somebody my own age, let alone young bucks in the flush of their strength. However, no one has ever accused me of being dumb, and guile was probably bred into our family's gene pool. Subsequently, after careful consideration, I picked as my weapon of choice the simplest and most effective equalizer of brawn versus brain, a 500 kV stun gun. A cattle prod is an ingenious device. Its encouragement is simple and convenient, the kind of elegance that most men find appealing, since in our experience, other methods involve force, brutish, and messy. Passing my time with intriguing YouTube videos, I watched how to make a stunning device from a ballpoint pen, some wire, and a 9-volt battery. This piqued my interest enough that the next time I saw a stun gun for sale at a street market, I bought one to see for myself. It was black plastic, small, maybe 10 centimeters long, and fit into the palm of my hand. There was an indentation over the trigger wide enough for a thumb. The tip was tilted at a 45-degree angle, the shiny metallic terminals reminiscent of teeth. First thing I did after seeing the electric blue spark crackling across the terminals was touch them to the seat of my denim pants. A lurch of involuntary response from every muscle in my body was a surprise even though I expected it. My hand had clenched closed on the device, holding the trigger in, but my elbow had straightened to disengage contact. It took a couple more seconds to recover my thoughts. I was convinced of the effectiveness. Though there was some pain, it was insignificant compared to the incapacitation. I have watched other videos where very muscular men have held their own against the device for several seconds, but they all succumbed with continued application of electricity. I was not one of those men, nor was any normal human being. I immediately recognized its utility for avoiding the pitfalls of more primitive methods of delivering a message. With the internet's guidance, I became an expert on stun guns, how long they lasted, dependability, effectiveness, risk of self-immobilization. I slipped the homemade stun pen into my pants pocket, then I rolled up my sleeve, and using duct tape, strapped the black plastic one to the underside of my left wrist, electrodes away from my body. The trigger I had previously extracted, and I taped that inside my palm. I also put a long, thin gravity knife into my back pocket, invisible and out of the way but convenient if needed. Chapter 55. That evening, I undid all the locks and opened the back of the truck. Toby had gone off somewhere, which I had been waiting for. I climbed up inside and opened the crate that held the daily inventory. Specifically, I wanted some caught. I didn't usually use drugs. Life was calm enough without them, but my life was no longer calm, and drugs are popular because they relieve the anxiety in such times. Plus, like caffeine, khat hyped up my reaction times and slowed down time so that I could think and react better to emergency situations. There's a reason African revolutionaries were universally addicted. I put the roll of khat in my bottom gum like chewing tobacco and waited. When I felt heightened senses, I got in the truck, left a note on one of the chairs for Kobe, and drove out to the bar where I had found Blakey the first time. I didn't even realize the time had passed when I arrived and parked the truck in the Boer gas station. The attendant from before, Hawk, didn't seem to be around to ask questions or make any observations of my presence. I decided to wait in the cab watching the front door of the bar for a while to see how many people entered or left the place. Not many, it seemed, none during the 20 minutes or so I watched. I climbed down from the cab to go see if he was inside. I thought about my course of action as I went. If he wasn't inside, I would go back and wait in the cab to see if he came, and if he was inside, I'd play it by ear. I passed several gangs of black men and women talking harmlessly, passing the evening away. None accosted me, and all stepped back to let me pass. It seemed to me that the street lights got darker, but they were probably covered with the soot that was constantly blanketing the city from the fires off in the distance, but still close enough to be concerned. I didn't want to think about what those fires might indicate. Whatever was happening to the city was getting closer. Coming up to the door, I considered the tactical situation. The bar's entrance was peeling paint of a lion on the back of an antelope, the antelope's face a mask of surprise and fright, the lion sinking its claws and teeth into the antelope's neck. The place was called The Kill, not an inviting name, but fitting. I smiled secretly to myself. Passing through the door, I entered an alcove of relative darkness. I waited for my eyes to adjust while taking full inventory of what was around me. There were stuffed game animals, long past their prime, the hides rotting, lining the entranceway and lobby, which might have once been a nightclub hat check but was now abandoned to storage. A hand-lettered sign above a vacant hostess table instructed me to seat myself, which is what I intended to do. I knew from the previous visit where Blakey sat, at least at time. I looked around to make sure he wasn't somewhere else watching me. Walking into the large serving area, a waitress noticed me and smiled. I was intent on my mission here and neglected to smile back. She dropped her head and shuffled quickly off. There were more amateurishly painted jungle scenes on the interior walls. A crocodile dragging a gazelle into a river, an ostrich fending off a pack of hyenas with a kick. Presumably the stuffed ostrich with ratty feathers in front of the painting was to add a sense of realism. But the people inside the bar were real enough. All low lives, drinking here because they allowed smoking, whatever the city ordinance might say. I doubted a police officer of any kind, except perhaps an off-duty alcoholic, had ever passed through the front door. I went towards the booth Blakey was in the previous time, sniffed. He had a distinctive odor that would penetrate even the palpable fog of beer, sweat, cigarette smoke, and rotting animal hides which served as atmosphere in the place. I thought I sensed him among the wall of booths in the darkest part of the bar, where the hostesses tended not to stray too close to. Each booth could seat as many as 6, but none had more than 1 or 2 occupants. It was the ones with a single patron that I surveyed, and there he was again, third from the far end, no mistaking that grizzled thinning hairline on a bullet-shaped head, and black eyes reflecting nothing. I slid into the bench seat across from him. It took a moment before recognition widened his eyes, then he squinted. "I thought you'd be learned not to be talking to me, boy," he sneered. I smiled. "You'll have to excuse me," I said, calmly. "I come to this vocation late in life, and I must admit you'll be in a select group of people that I've injured real bad." Blakey's face filled with scorn. "You," he hissed, "not bloody likely." Under the table, I touched his leg with the electrodes of the stun gun while simultaneously pressing the trigger taped inside my palm. Blakey's eyebrows immediately arched up and his teeth clenched. I pulsed the stun gun's trigger in time with the odd jerking of his arms and head. When I paused my ministrations, Blakey went slack, his upper torso laid inertly on the tabletop. I sniffed. "Someone seems to have poor bowel control," I commented. "In your line of work, I'd think you'd toughened up your sphincter for just this eventuality." Blakey started to slowly raise his head, so I touched him again with the stun gun. I had entered that other being, the flesh, where my eyes were telescopes and I was peering through them at something far away, disconnected from the real me. My eyes saw 2 people sitting across from each other in a cramped diner's booth, one sweat-filmed and exhausted, the other triumphant and glowing. The latter spoke next, sounding like me but not me because I was here, watching. "Your mistake was you thought you saw someone weak, enfeebled from Western living and over-civilization. But I'm not lost. I'm running away, and now you found me." I whispered into Blakey's ear. The flesh's hand had reached into its back pocket for the gravity knife. The arm whipped it open and placed the tip into the wood tabletop in front of Blakey's little finger. "Congratulations," the flesh said, calmly, as the elbow levered the knife blade across the upper knuckles of Blakey's little finger, cutting it cleanly off. Blakey started to yell as the blood pooled, but the stun gun again lightly touched him and the scream strangled in his throat. During the whole time, though it was only a matter of seconds, I watched events unfold from my insulated perch just above the whole scene. I could hear no noise but my own thoughts. When the flesh evaporated and I came back into my body, Blakey was unconscious. I reached up and pulled his jaw down, opening his mouth, and put the fingertip inside, then closed his mouth. The end of the finger was bleeding profusely, now dripping onto the floor. If he didn't get medical attention soon, he was going to bleed out. I looked up to see at least one customer looking our way, wondering what was going on. If he was curious enough to come find out after I left, Blakey might live. I figured such situations are best relegated to fate as I stepped back. "I look forward to our next meeting," I said, leaving him sitting in his own shit and blood. Chapter 56. Normally, in the morning after a night's sleep, my soul re-inhabits my body. There were no after effects other than general anxiousness and physical weakness due to my exertions, no hangovers, no vestiges that might indicate that I only had tenuous domicile of the skin and meat and bones that my mother had given me. Since I'd had this sensation half a dozen times as a child, I was not afraid. As an adult, I always wondered what would have happened if a child psychologist had diagnosed it, but after puberty I knew to keep my psychosis secret. Obviously, I was borderline, and probably not uncommon in the realm of mental conditions. History is full of descriptions of men in the throes of berserker, from pain, patriotism, lust, anger. I wonder if it is a manifestation peculiar to men. One time I looked into the symptoms, but there was no indication of male preference. Often I've seen and heard it described as a red mist over the eyes, but I don't see a red mist. I simply recede behind my eyes into the flesh. It made me think of the last time it had happened to me, the incident that separated me from my wife and family. I'd met Marilyn Chambers in college. She was beautiful, made even more so by her ebony skin and athletic build. She was tall, played forward on the school women's basketball team, and didn't have a lot of time to devote to romantic involvements. We didn't immediately realize that we had both been waiting for the other, but when we did, it was almost simultaneous. She got pregnant at the end of my junior year. It wasn't a surprise. We probably wanted it because no precautions were taken nor even mentioned. We did discuss getting married because that's what people who love each other and have children do, so we just went down to the courthouse and waited in a short line until it was our turn. When she called her family to tell them the news, they were more happy to hear about the coming grandchild than anything else. Things went as smoothly as is possible for young families, but we never had the luck of a second child, so I poured my devotion into our single beautiful daughter. We'd been married a long time, and she'd been a nurse for 20 years, plus perception was always one of Marilyn's strong points. So when I came in that early dawn, she looked at the amount of blood on my shirt and she knew. She came over and hugged me, blood getting all over the front of her nightgown. She put her hands to either side of my face. "Tell," she whispered, "tell me all of it, every last detail." So I did. I told her about how my soul left my body, and I hung above the flesh that was my corporal self, and I watched. I watched the flesh that was me walk up behind Elmer Lute and put the stun gun to his neck and pull the trigger over and over and over. I watched the flesh tie Elmer to a chair, put a gag in his mouth, and methodically cut off his fingers one by one. When Elmer fainted, the flesh would tap him again with the stun gun. When a man is not sure if his death is certain, he maintains hope. He feels pain, but he tries to stay alive because even without one or two fingers, at least there's life. But a man knows an unsurvivable wound. So the flesh gave Elmer hope by wrapping rubber bands around his finger stumps so he would not bleed to death. Then the flesh pulled a cigarette lighter out of its pocket and played the flame under Elmer's earlobes. Elmer's eyes were wild, like cattle before slaughter. His skin had a glistening sheen of perspiration. His body trembled uncontrollably. "You don't know who I am," said the flesh to Elmer matter-of-factly, "and it doesn't make much difference. You're a bad man. The odds were simply against you, me, somebody else's father, the brother of one of the women you violated. Eventually, someone would be standing here over you with a knife and a blowtorch." The flesh stood there still for many moments. Elmer's breathing remained fast and anxious. Blood dripped slowly off the chair arms onto the floor, causing little splashes in the pools forming underneath. Then the flesh finally spoke. "I'm glad it's me, though." That's when Elmer knew there was no hope. He began struggling against his bonds, knowing what was coming, knowing it was going to get worse. The flesh zapped Elmer again with the stun gun. While Elmer was incapacitated, the flesh cut off Elmer's pants and boxers, exposing Elmer's withered penis and shrunken testicles. That's when the flesh let Elmer see the hammer, and that's when he put every last effort struggling to get away. My wife, Marilyn, flinched when I began telling her how Elmer's balls burst with the hammer blows, and the look on his face when his member was cut off, so I stopped my narrative, but she looked up at me, sadness lessening the grim set of her face. "Go on," she whispered. I did. Though nothing would ever bring our daughter back, this final justice erased the debasement. Vengeance is an underrated form of retribution. When I packed my bags, Marilyn helped. She made sure I had enough clean underwear and socks, checked the foreign plug converter, and included bandages and medications. She didn't speak, neither did I. "I love you, goodbye," were my wife's final words to me. One of the dangers that a man like me threatens is that he has nothing to lose. Combine that with a dearth of ecclesiastic prohibitions, and pity those who overestimate how much civilization will restrain my hand. There are those who would say I do not have a conscience, but that's only because they view morals through a lens distorted by religion in their childhood. They still hunt large game, letting it bleed out in a tranquil grassy field, anxious to mount the head and rack over their mantelpiece, but would condemn my actions towards obvious bad actors. There was nothing that I wanted. I'd stopped wanting things on the container ship that transported me from the U.S. to Accra, Ghana. I'd gone down to the docks and asked around about cheap rides to Africa. Actually, it wasn't low cost I wanted, but anonymity and invisibility. Turns out there's a brisk trade in just such accommodations for people leaving America's hallowed shores. I bunked with 4 other men of indeterminate age, and one woman whose life story must have been a brutal one given her appearance. It was there, in that cramped cabin that smelled of seaweed and unwashed bodies, that the enormity of my decision sank in. I would never see my daughter again, never discuss inconsequential items with my friends, never feel the embrace of my wife. I was the bull elephant chased out of the herd, surviving on strength alone, until the intensity of life extinguished my desire to continue. Walking on the windswept deck, spray from the sea filming on my skin, that consciousness tugged to leave my body. The cost of my internal struggle to keep the flesh and mind together was a hardening of my already brittle personality. Cracks appeared, then the pieces broke away, and the raw psychosis that is the core of every man was laid bare. The other passengers, who had previously talked to me with cautious demeanor, noticed the metamorphosis, and I never exchanged another word with anyone until I reached my new homeland. Chapter 57. I was sitting silently in the cab of the truck in the morning when I was awakened by the blast on a siren. It sounded close. I peeked out from behind the privacy screen that covered the sleeper compartment behind the driver's seats and could see a Johannesburg police car idling in front of the cab. There was still dew condensation on the hood of the truck when I pulled on my pants, slipped on a pullover, and donned a light jacket to go out and see what's up. I popped open the cab door, carefully lowered myself down the dewy aluminum steps, and walked over to the right-hand driver's side of the police car. The windows were tinted, but I could see a large silhouette inside. The electric window rolled down. It was Connie. "I'm on." Connie greeted me warmly. "How you doing this brisk morning?" he asked. "No coffee yet, so I'm kind of fuzzy. Did you bring me any?" As a matter of fact, Connie smiled at me. "I was thinking of you when I picked up my cup." Connie took a sip from an aluminum flask. It steamed like coffee, then he reached to his left and picked something from the car's console and lifted it through the window. It was a large paper cup with a plastic hot lid. I took it from him, pushed in the plastic tab, and took a sip of hot, pungent, black coffee. It tasted good, and I was immediately awake. "Thanks," I said. "What do I owe you?" "You hurt my feelings, Mon. You do the same thing for me. Plus, I want to talk to you about something." He waited for me to respond into the silence, but I remained mute. Finally, he continued for what he was here for. "Locals are saying someone who looks an awful lot like you come into the dive where Blakey hangs out, cut off his little finger and ate it." Connie waited for me to say something. When I didn't, he continued. "Blakey ain't saying anything." Connie looked me in the eyes. I remained silent and still. "You didn't cut off that man's finger and eat it?" he asked, very seriously. I acted surprised. "Certainly not. I wouldn't eat a man's finger." Connie remained silent for a while, considering. A hyena laughed in the distance. "I don't know how much to tell you," Connie finally said. I didn't respond. The hyena laughed again, farther away this time. Connie shrugged. "Blakely said he cut the end of his finger off shelling nuts last night." I only slightly raised my eyebrows, except there were no nuts and no finger, just the guy marinating in his own waste. If I was to guess, I'd bet someone drugged him. "Wasn't me," I reassured him. Connie waited. "Why do I get the feeling you're not telling me the truth?" he said at last. I would never lie to you, my friend, I assured him. The hyena's laugh was very far away now. The smoke from the fires somewhere to the south blew over us. Connie sniffed. I hope that ain't your soul I smell, God, 'cause it smells like it's rotting. I didn't say anything. I insult you and you wallow in it, Connie asked, perplexed. I can't control another man's sensations. Connie looked at me long and hard. Should I be afraid of you, God? Con, you're not the only one here who's ever struck fear in men's hearts. Chapter 58. It was 6 a.m., and the light was just climbing into the cab. I'm always refreshed in the morning, especially after a night's sleep where I was physically spent. I like to wake up early in the morning, my body clock telling me to get up, not some mechanical alarm set to interfere with a body's natural rhythm. I enjoy this part of the day so much. I try not to drink or imbibe after 11 p.m. Otherwise the recovery time lapses into the limited peaceful time because morning is over by 10 a.m. So if your feet don't hit the ground before 9, that's a lot of special time wasted. This contentment doesn't even include the genius I feel in the morning. Problems that were unsolvable the night before seem to fall away like tissue paper when examined by recharged morning time brain cells. I cleaned up in the sleeper and was opening the door within 10 minutes of waking up. My routine included a cup of coffee, but not where I purchased it. In fact, I never went to the same place 2 days in a row because I didn't want the regulars at the cafe or street vendor to get too chummy. I had nothing to say to anyone in the morning. That just wasted the high. People who want to talk about the weather are oblivious to what they're missing, which is their own potential. There was no line at the street vendor's cart up one of the side streets, so I grabbed a quick cup, snapped on the lid, and started my morning walk up the street to find a place to sit and think that wouldn't attract companions. I sat on a stump that had not been removed, but instead the sidewalk was poured around it. The top was black with the residue of countless bottoms, possibly a century's worth, of people who needed a little physical respite, or maybe just a place to call their own while passing the time. I could see out into the streets, the battered taxis passing one another, intent on at least one more fare this day than the last. The walkways were mostly empty, but I could see a young child peeking around the corner, apparently looking at me. I smiled back, though I don't know if she could see or if I was even the object of her attention. Then she returned the smile. After a moment, encouraged, she stepped fully around the corner and came toward me. She was wearing a light blue dress, Sunday wear though this was a weekday. Her thick, kinky black hair was pulled up off her ears and tied together in an eruption sprouting from the top of her head that reflected the sunlight off the tightened hair. Her smile had expanded, showing perfect teeth, but as she got closer, she became apprehensive and slowed to a stop 10 feet away from me. Neither of us spoke. I had little to say to pre-adolescent females, and she apparently felt something similar about middle-aged men. The smell of dew-laden vegetation wafted in on a slight breeze. The moisture on the undersides of the rusted street railing were beginning to disappear. Masihiya, she whispered, a smile on her face. I'd heard the word when Code was around, but never had anyone ever said it to me. I didn't know what the word meant, but it was probably Swahili because so many different language speakers used it. Eventually, she asked, Are you I'm somebody, I answered, but nobody in particular. My mother told me you was here. She wanted me to come into the city with her to see the spirit. She's right over there. The little girl turned to indicate a side alley a bit up the street. I could just see a shadow of someone standing on the other side of the red bricked building. Did your mother say what this spirit looked like? I asked. She said he came into the city and that the people could tell who he was, the girl answered. I looked at her for a moment, innocent, hopeful, shy. I think I know who you're looking for, I said. The girl looked confused. But if he is not you, how will I know him? She asked. I could only smile back at her. Chapter 59. I didn't know who to talk to next or what my strategy would be. I doubted anyone who I had directly connected to Sani Abacha had any more to say unless I had something specific to ask them. I needed to find someone new, someone I hadn't spoken with, and probably didn't know existed, to get another perspective from. I looked through the notes I'd taken in the library. I didn't know how to contact most of the random names that were associated with various people. When I googled them, the only one with an address was Mrs. Bakamoso Nkosi, Sani's aunt who had gotten her the job with the Rhodes family. It was worth a shot. I drove the truck out the N1 freeway until I was out of the city, then turned onto the frontage road. Driving through the lowveld, the baobab trees grew thick and majestic. An old dog lay in the road ahead of me that took no notice of my passing. To live to such an age in this country proved his resilience against men who considered dog meat a delicacy, and predators that did too. I admired the Dodd's lackadaisical confidence and wondered how much longer it would suffice. I turned off the gravel road onto a dirt path, 2-axle-wide tracks on water-hardened yellow pan. A cloud of dust followed in a plume behind the vehicle, and when I slowed in the rough areas, it would catch up to envelop me such that I was constantly closing the window, then opening it again to escape the dust, heat, and confinement of the cab. I'd always needed a lot of space, which is why Africa so suited my personality. I approached a stucco-covered mud brick house with glassless windows and a thatch roof. It may have been meager, but it blended into the surroundings, and it was as clean and well-maintained as was possible under the conditions. I parked the truck, stood for a moment to take in the vastness of the surroundings, took a deep breath of air scented with carnivores and rut, then knocked 3 times loudly on the simple plank door. I could hear rustling in the dark interior. Then a shadow appeared under the wide door threshold. A latch was lifted, and the door cracked open to reveal the wrinkled countenance of a thin, old black woman, a bandana tied around her forehead pushing her gray kinky hair into an impressive tower. "Who be you?" she asked in heavily accented Fanagalo, the pidgin English of South Africa. "I'm Godfrey Carson," I responded evenly. "I am here in the matter of Asani Abacha's death. I'd like to ask a few questions." "I don't know anything about that young girl dying," she said hastily, and began to close the door. I put my hand out to stop it. "I'm going to have to insist you answer some questions, ma'am." "I won't be long," I said reassuringly. I kept pressure on the door when she tried to push it shut, kept smiling. Reluctantly, she took her hands away, and I slowly eased the door open. The interior of the room was dim. Curtains hung closed over the windows on either side of the door, only a slit of light where they joined providing illumination, but my eyes adjusted quickly, and I could see the old black woman standing in front of me, apprehensive. "Can we sit?" I asked to calm her, and it seemed to because she made her way behind a low coffee table and sat gingerly on the edge of a battered recliner. The scent of mildew and dust permeated everything, combined with the acetic smell of rubbing gel, the kind old people spread on their chests to breathe easier. Outside, the call of the gray-crowned crane sounded out of the treetops, and the dust manure smell of the savannah creeped under the doorway and through the cracks in the floor, only partially hidden by a worn, hand-woven rug. Obviously, the old woman wasn't going to speak without coaxing, so I said evenly, "I'm working for the township police force." The lie coming easily now. I could see the skin on her face tighten at that announcement. "And I'm looking into the death of Sanny, who I was told was related to you. Like I said, I don't know. I ain't seen dat girl since I had to leave Mrs. Rhodes' service and tend to me paps. It's a sad teen she dead, and I feel bad about her, but I ain't know nothin'," Mrs. Nkosi said, emphatically. I decided to try a new line of inquiry. "Can you tell me anything about Ian Rhodes, and if he could have somehow been connected to Sandy's death?" I asked. The old lady's eyes widened at the mention of Ian Rhodes, surprise maybe. "Young son," she asked incredulously. "Dat boy never done nothin' to nobody." At that she crossed her thin arms across her sagging breasts as if standing firm against anybody saying otherwise. "So Mr. Rhodes never hurt animals, or pulled the legs off spiders?" I asked, smiling to make the statement witty, and it worked because the old woman relaxed a bit, though she kept her arms folded. "No, nothing like that. Ever." She thought for a moment. I could hear the hot wind blowing through the front eaves. "Anything young master ever did was be born in Daron's skin." I thought I knew what she was saying. "You mean Ian Rhodes is a homosexual?" I asked. The old woman immediately looked concerned. She looked around her as if somebody might be hiding in the room who would overhear our conversation. "Don't say dat," she hissed. "We have none of dat air." I understood. Homosexuality was a capital crime in Africa, and the stricture only seemed to be getting more severe in public opinion. I nodded my head slightly to show I understood. The old woman whispered quickly, "It'd be better young son emigrated to America." I waited for more, smiled to encourage her to continue speaking, but she remained silent. Finally, I asked, "Could he have been involved in Sandy's death?" "Oh, no, never. He couldn't have hurt nothin', not even the little spider he kept in a box as a kid. He gonna get himself killed is what gonna happen. No female's gonna be there." Before I stood up to leave, I thought of something. "Did his parents know?" I asked. "Course, how not? But they ne'er talk about it. Ne'er do anything to heap. Poor boy." I could see a tear in her eye. The misery in her voice was palpable. I stood. "Well, thank you for your help." The old woman looked at me pleadingly. "Can you eat, young son?" she asked quietly. There was nothing I could say, and she wasn't expecting an answer. I left her in the dimness, standing quietly behind the door. A lion coughed far in the distance, having just made a kill. Chapter 60. I wanted to talk to Ian Rhodes again, but was pretty sure he wouldn't take an appointment, so I intended to try my luck with surprise. Once again, I drove the truck downtown, past overcrowded Soweto, onto the poorly maintained streets of Johannesburg proper. The air smelled acrid. I could see columns of smoke slowly rising to the north, close enough to feel the pressure of the oncoming tsunami. There had been morning news reports of civil unrest in Darrenwood and Northcliffe, with the black populace overwhelming the black police forces and black officialdom. The Rhodes building was an island of calm in a tempest sea, but I noticed ash starting to darken the front facade. I changed into some clean lettuce, still my favorite and most comfortable of clothing. I looked casual in a plaid work shirt and plain leather belt. I combed my hair and shaved, so as far as I was concerned, I was dressed up for this meeting. The guard at the front sliding glass doors must have agreed I was presentable, because he made no inspection of my person, nor did he try and block my way. I walked into the lobby and went straight to the elevator. The receptionist and white suit were the same faces as during my previous visit. I was hoping my boldness signaled that I was expected and in a hurry, and it appeared to work, because both studiously ignored me, thereby avoiding any unneeded confrontation. Nobody must have clued them in about my last visit. Enlisted, I pushed the button to the top floor. The elevator car must have been idle, because the door on the next one over immediately opened with a soft ding. I stepped inside and went up. After arriving in the office suite, the smell of oiled acacia wood and moldering prestige again assaulted my nostrils. I could see Ms. Brock was waiting and was surprised to see me. I walked over to her. "What are you doing here?" "Mr. Carson was it," she said without cordiality. "You have a gift for names, Miss Hodatha." Ms. Brock didn't answer. She simply reached over and pressed a button on the desk in front of her, presumably to let Rhodes know something unforeseen was up, because his office door immediately opened up and he strode out looking in my direction. Recognition lit his eyes, and he walked up to me, frowning. "Mr. Carson," he said with disdain. "It was so courteous of you to call for an appointment," he continued facetiously. His face was eerily smooth, his chin shaved so close that it must have involved a straight razor, leaving behind a faint reddish tinge. "Don't get me wrong," I replied. "I wouldn't have shown up unannounced, except I wanted to make sure I caught you without company." Rhodes' frown disappeared at my implication, but he immediately recovered his composure. He was obviously a smooth operator, and dealt with fluid situations often, because his whole manner changed to facile businessman mode. He donned a sanguine smile. "Well, let's both feel lucky that my schedule had a hole in it then," he commented smoothly. "Now, seeing as you're already here and I've got things to do, what can I quickly do for you?" Rhodes seemed sincere in his offer of help, and I took it. "I think you have information that would identify the killer of Sani Abacha." "I don't know what I could possibly tell you," he said matter-of-factly, "but if you've got questions, ask them." I looked up at the paneled ceiling, its dark wood reflecting the blades of the circular fan slowly moving the thick air in a languid spinning. Then I looked at the display cases of Afrikaner memorabilia, the Boer flag with its Weerstands Vuurtjin, the three-sided swastika. A century of history stood encapsulated in this room, in this building of residual white power, in a country that was eating itself. "I wanted to talk to you about what someone told me about you," I answered calmly. "Maybe you want to talk in private." He sneered. "Anything you say to me, Hodatha can hear too." He motioned to Ms. Brock. "This person told me you kept a spider alive in a box because it was injured and were distraught when it died," I said. Rhodes' face went blank. He stood motionless for a moment, processing what I'd said, then he mutely motioned me towards the open door of his office. I went in and sat in the only chair in front of the acacia wood desk. We'd talked it twice before, except this time I had a chair. Behind the desk, Ian Rhodes' high-back chair was upholstered in zebra hide. The low-back chair I sat in was upholstered in springbok, a much smaller and common animal, a subtle reminder of relative positions. After seating himself, Rhodes faced me aggressively and demanded, "What do you want?" Very slowly, the words purposefully spaced and drawn out to insult and impose. A small whistle stood out on Rhodes' forehead. It pulsed on each syllable he spoke, the Boer accent thicker than usual. I answered uncowed. "I'm still investigating that girl's death, but from the things this person told me, I'm less inclined to keep you at the top of the suspect list. Perhaps you'd like to confirm that." "What you think you know does not concern you," Rhodes replied disdainfully. "None of my business concerns you." "Oh, I very much disagree. I think your business is exactly why that girl died. I just no longer think you did it, but you may have the information of who did." Rhodes snorted. "I don't care what you think. I had nothing to do with that girl's death, and neither did my family. The baby was related to you, you know, whatever you call the offspring of a philandering stepfather." At that revelation, Rhodes finally showed unsuppressed surprise. We waited there together silently for at least a minute before his thoughts returned to the present. "Get out," he said, just audible under his breath. "Get the fuck out of my office, and get the fuck out of my life." He scuttled me away with his fingers. I left without asking any more. I'd set the machinery turning. By the time I turned back to close the door behind me, Rhodes' face had become blank again, deep in whatever thoughts the holder of secrets fell into when the secrets emerged. On the way past Ms. Brock's desk, she put her hand on my arm. When I turned to look at her, she handed a business card to me. It was Rhodes. "He's a good man. He needs a friend," she said, her eyes beseeching me. I took the card, smiled, not sure what she meant. She smiled back sincerely for the first time and waved me off. My gears in my head paused and started reversing directions at exactly that moment. Every woman I met who knew Ian Rhodes wanted to protect him, that's not something you dismiss lightly. Chapter 61. The next morning, I walked to the closest coffee shop, run-down but inexpensive with big breakfast helpings and generous coffee. I enjoyed my feast on the dirt-floored veranda, watching the passers-by, both black and white. South Africa is one of the very few integrated countries. It felt a tiny bit like home, except, of course, the colors were reversed. I tapped my spoon on the side of the ceramic mug just to hear the musical tinkle. A bird cued off the sound and chirped in response. Another bird replied to the first, then several. I felt like the conductor of an orchestra. I was on top of the world, or at least not currently on the bottom. A black passerby heard the mug clink and looked my direction. He smiled when he saw my face, and I nodded my head back. Presumably all the birds nodded their heads. I sat on the red folding chair watching the street bustle for some time, thinking about what I'd said to Rhodes. His personal preferences were of no concern of mine, and it was discourteous and rude to act otherwise. But I'd thought maybe if I made him uncomfortable, took him out of his comfort zone, maybe he would let something slip. Otherwise his composure seemed invulnerable in his seat of power. Another bird called. It sounded like my name. I took it as a sign and found the business card Ms. Brock had given me with Rhodes' number. I called it wondering if Rhodes would answer, and after 2 rings I recognized his voice on the line. "Hello, Ian here," he stated over the phone distractedly. "Rhodes, this is Godfrey Carson," I said. There was a moment's hesitation. "How'd you get my number?" he demanded. I could imagine his frustration at having to deal with me as an intruder in his personal life yet again. "Rhodes, I just wanted to call and apologize for speaking discourteously to you at your office yesterday." I waited to see if he would hang up or make a sarcastic remark, essentially ending my attempt at communication. But the line remained silent. Then, "I'm sorry too," he said. It sounded sincere. "I was rude to you also. You were just doing your job." "I appreciate it, Mr. Rhodes," I replied, and I did because he seemed like a good man, regardless of the white supremacist fetishism he surrounded himself with. "Ian, call me Ian," he insisted over the phone. "I feel bad, and I'd like to make it up to you, plus I do have more to say." That got my attention. "What are you proposing?" I asked. "I've got a hunting camp a couple hours from here, and I'd like to invite you as my guest," Ian Rhodes offered. I wasn't doing anything else. I had no more leads, and it sounded fun even though I didn't hunt, so decided to take him up on the offer. "That actually sounds quite interesting. How do we meet up?" He told me his car would pick me up at a taxi stop near where I was in 20 minutes. Africa had not been colonized before because the threat of malaria was almost certain to kill whites, and the rains and jungle onslaught prevented the road construction. That left only the vast, semi-arid grasslands, the savannas, for large-scale white settlement. However, Africa is also home to abundant large animals that lived in the plains for similar reasons of convenience, which proved to be a source of food and entertainment to the settlers. Most of the free range was now gone, and along with it the large game herds, but there were still pockets of protection. Kruger National Park was not far, and many private game parks surrounded Johannesburg and its outlying districts, providing hunting opportunities for big game hunters from around the world. These semi-captive creatures, combined with the remaining creatures that still ran wild among the hiding places, were the source of Jawbird's famous nighttime reverie of howls, growls, screeches, and roars. Add in the constant whir of insects, plus the mid-range of bird calls, and the total was an orchestra equal to any in the world. The village may not have paved roads, and it may not have sewers, and the people lived in mud-floored huts with grass roofs, but everyone has a cell phone. Cell towers are relatively easy to raise, even in the jungle, and solar power is free. Every busy street has cell phone provider storefronts, the entire front of the shack's colorful signs, Orange, Vodafone, Airtel. And boys also sold minutes off of overturned crates set up on the street corners, 100 megabits for in USA, how the US dollar was commonly referred. Google and Facebook were common reference points in casual conversation. It was probably that all of these people essentially made their living working in and around the Kruger National Park Conservancy. It had been the secret to the recovery of the dwindling number of mountain gorillas in Rwanda. If the natives made their living keeping the animals alive, then they wouldn't have to kill the animals to live. This concept translated well, and had rejuvenated South Africa's once struggling game herds. Wildebeests, zebras, lions, leopards, and elephants again populated the veldt. There were also several private game hunting parks. The one we were going to, Motswary Game Reserve, was owned by the Rhodes family. It was 500 square kilometers abutting the northeast corner of the famous Kruger National Park and other private reserves in the Timbavati, the immense savanna that contains all of them, almost all owned by wealthy families of South Africa. Ostensibly, they are for foreign safari visitors who stay in air-conditioned luxury bungalows with villager-made furnishings and advertising high-quality cuisine and sincere passion into one extraordinary experience. There is no hunting by government law, but the ordinances allow a certain amount of herd culling and elimination of dangerous animals, which is enough leeway for those who can afford the steep premium to get whatever trophy animal they desire. The nature of the hunt leaves nothing to the prey. Spend 50,000 rand, walk away with a mounted Cape buffalo head for over the mantle. When we passed through several gates, all with grates underneath to discourage hoofed animals crossing them, there was a sign at the largest entrance that promised, "Arrive as a visitor and leave as a friend." Inside we changed over to riding in a remodeled Land Rover driven by one of the Black Rangers. I could tell because he was dressed in the stereotypical khaki shirt and shorts with covered-in pockets, wore a bush hat, distinguished by a hatband made of a strip of leopard hide, and an embroidered insignia over his left pocket with the park's name on it and the letters AWDF for African Wildlife Defense Force, or Africa Wild Swearmag to the Boers, the African solution to poaching. These people carried rifles and were permitted to kill human predators on sight. Ian Rhodes was sitting up front of the Land Rover next to the driver while I and another Black Ranger sat in the back. "Had you been to Kruger before?" Rhodes asked, turned to look over the top of the seat. "No," I answered truthfully. "There wasn't a lot of truck traffic in the Timbavati." "Do you want to take pictures?" "No." We drove by an encampment of permanent square safari tents, made of thick canvas with thatched roofs but sitting atop a wooden foundation rather than the sandy soil, and equipped with a refrigerator and microwave. I could see a satellite dish to one side, what appeared to be a larger rectangular mess tent, its sides rolled up and populated with tables and chairs. The tables had tablecloths, and I could see wine glasses and silverware. "We'll be going to a more private section," Rhodes informed me. "That way we're not having to listen to the vapid prattle of American dentists asking us if his lion kill is the biggest ever," he explained. We drove for a while longer, the Land Rover occasionally bumping over eroding granite roadbed, but mostly it was the loamy sand. Rhodes must have felt compelled to expound on his theory of animal husbandry. "When I hunt, I keep exactly one bullet in the gun." He didn't sound like he was putting me on, and looking at him from where I was sitting, he seemed sincere. He seemed to be waiting for me to respond. "I'm not much for putting high-caliber holes in large mammals from 100 meters and letting them bleed out," I said, calmly. Rhodes looked at me for a moment, uncertain if I was joking. He must have decided I wasn't, because he neither chucked politely nor continued with his death narrative. "This is Africa," he finally offered, as if that single statement settled the matter. As it turned out, after we'd stopped, Rhodes didn't even put one bullet in his gun, either as a courtesy to me or because he'd only intended to be a sightseer all along. We did travel with 2 trackers, however, and they were armed. "Have you ever had to use that on a person?" I asked the one who seemed senior, but he only looked back at me disdainfully, or maybe he didn't understand the question. I didn't try to initiate conversation with him again. The second tracker seemed more remote, an automaton there for one thing, and talking with guests wasn't it. When we stopped, he got out of the vehicle without speaking to me, walked around our perimeter with his rifle pointed outwards, then nodded to the tracker who was driving, who then got out. He went around the back to open the luggage gate and take out a couple of bags, one long bag made, and the other that looked to be a photographer's case. The tracker unzipped the long bag, carefully took out his scoped rifle, checked the level action, popped the clip to see if it was loaded, then reinserted the clip and walked over to hand the rifle to Ian Rhodes, who handily placed it over his shoulder like he'd obviously done many times before. The tracker kept the photographer's case. No one offered to give me anything, and I did not offer to take anything. We started walking almost immediately, the quiet tracker in front, rifle held in two hands, pointed forward, and the driver following along behind with his own rifle that he kept slung over his shoulder, though his eyes kept constant vigil of the surrounding bush. As we walked, the noises out of the elephant grass started to get louder. We clocked over a small wooden bridge. A crocodile split through the reeds nearby, its path a clear roadway back to the Tanzania River, whose tributary branches watered most of the lowlands during the dry season but disappeared into a solid immense plain of shallow water when the rains began. Roads were temporary affairs, and once the colonists left or were driven out, the tarmac and gravel were completely absorbed into the earth, as evidenced by the top half of an abandoned wartime vehicle was still visible sticking above the water, but a few summers hence it would be fully rusted and submerged. The river swirled in Mandelbrot patterns. A lonely male croc growled its frustration into the afternoon malaise. A pride of lions lazily cooled itself in the overhang of a willow tree. Hippos, called the traveling beasts by the villagers, yawned toothy grins. The sound of distant roars was soothing in its rhythm. Somewhere close a giant body crashed through the underbrush, followed by the truncated cry of its hapless prey, after which the cacophony of insect voices resumed. "Does anybody ever get eaten out here?" I asked, more curious than afraid. Rhodes said maybe in the past, but while I've had the place, the creatures run away when they smell us. But there may be a day when some old brute of a lion with attitude has decided it's lunchtime, and it will turn out to be an old woman with a camera. I didn't have any more small talk queued up, so I decided to be that old lion and go for the jugular. "Did you know that Sani Abacha was allegedly pregnant with your father's child?" I asked flatly. Rhodes didn't show the response I thought he would, but he was still caught off guard. "That is surprising," he answered slowly. "My father was always so careful not to leave progeny hither and yon across the continent. To be fair, it seems he may have been entrapped, if such a thing is possible in an exploitative relationship." "And you think the parentage of the child will lead you to the killer?" Rhodes asked. "It leads to motive. The heirs of your father's estate would have to change their expectations if another offspring showed up out of the blue," I suggested. Rhodes looked at me a moment as if trying to decide whether or not to tell me something. Ultimately, he raised his arms, indicating our surroundings. "All of this is mine. I built it. My father's money and influence played no part, and I certainly don't need any more. In fact, the old family empire is more of a millstone around my neck than anything else. I would gladly hand it off to another heir if one existed. You're definitely barking up the wrong tree if you think I'd be involved in murdering a paramour of my father's and her baby for something I don't want anyway." Rhodes made the last sentence a declaration. He'd finished talking, but he continued staring into my eyes. There was no guile there. This was a man of power and influence in his own right. Though some people's thirst for more cannot be sated, he did not project that aura of greed. And besides, eventually Rhodes continued, "The lineage is dead after me, as you well know. I should have been actively trying to find a bastard heir. Hell, I should have put holes in my father's condoms." "Does your mother know you're gay?" I asked. "She does, but she's under the impression I will produce offspring nonetheless, surrogate mother or some such. I guess she thinks any kids of mine will have more knuckles than most. Is that something you talked about with her?" "Of course not. My mother and I never discussed my deviant proclivities, and if it came up, she would dismiss the possibility I would remain childless. No false hope was ever encouraged. I even suggested she assign all the trusts over to a charity of some kind to maintain the family name after she was gone. What'd she say to that? Where my mother is concerned, it's Blakey who decides what is or is not good for our family, even when my father was alive." Chapter 62. The English have a look, their thinness, the length of their face, and ungainliness, even generations removed. They also tend to maintain their accents. In fact, there's a convincing theory that an American accent is what the British sounded like in the 17th century. Other cultural accoutrements, like culture and cuisine, have also tended to follow them, and Ian Rhodes has been an eager participant. I couldn't decide if he was ironic or comical, standing before me in his bespoke suit and straight razor shave in the middle of the African belt. "Blakey's always had great sway in my family," Rhodes said gravely. "As a child I can remember my mother, and even my father, saying Blakey wants this and Blakey wants that. My family started out as farmers in Rhodesia. Blakey was the overseer. He worked for my grandfather like his father before him. English are loyal to their own, and it's not uncommon for families to maintain alliances for generations. When the uprising came, Blakey held off the rioters with the other young whites, while the women and children and goods were spirited out of the country. From the stories, he was ruthless, but he had to be. We were outnumbered 10,000 to 1. I don't know exactly how he pulled it off, but I can guess, in the end, when he finally followed us out, he was the only one left. My family and the other Rhodesian refugees then went to Southwest Africa. Farming wasn't as good there, but the mining is. Blakey played an instrumental role in making anyone who disagreed with our plans change their minds or disappear. That's when his reputation really ballooned, and just the mention that he was involved in a project was enough to get the locals on board. Our fortune can be traced back to his actions. But when Portuguese rule in Angola collapsed, Marxist guerrillas crossed from there into Sway, Southwest Africa, threatening us. Blakey, who was a colonel by then, led a secret South African column, codenamed Zulu, back across the border in retaliation. His troops advanced up the coast, supplied en route by air and accompanied by helicopters. However, it wasn't very long before they were forced to withdraw by the MPLA, Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, who were heavily resupplied and reinforced by Cuban troops. SWA itself was eventually lost to SWAPO, Southwest Africa People's Organization, soldiers. The country was renamed to Namibia, and my family was forced into South Africa. My mother was young then, and Blakey was a powerful figure. I don't know the details, but I know my father turned a blind eye to their affair. What could he do? He was afraid of Blakey just like everyone else. My mother would do anything Blakey said. Still would. Blakey got us here when Southwest Africa fell to the rebels. By that time, the family fortune was secure in overseas banks, and most of our business interests were insulated. Could he have killed Sani Abacha? I asked. Thomas Blakey has always been the power in my family. He would do anything to protect it, and it certainly wouldn't be the first time he's killed babies. That seemed like answer enough, but it wasn't proof of anything. I chewed on the possibility during the rest of the day, which, thankfully, was uneventful and required no one to unsling their rifle. I would have taken no joy in seeing any animal killed, great or small, and they seemed to sense that. The ride home was just as maudlin. Chapter 63. Most men don't have the ability to make fundamental changes in their life. Most women neither, but men find it especially difficult because the role they are trained to conform to since childhood is such a narrowly defined one. Women, however, almost from birth, are taught to change their last name at marriage, subsume their own lives into their children's, and suffer the hardships of having a series of males demand their allegiance like a procession of kings. Hierarchical relationships, once learned, are the most difficult bounds to break. A man is to respect his father and be respected by his sons. In apartheid-era Africa, blacks knew their place in the pecking order, and whites congratulated themselves for lifting them from savagery. In those days, Blakey, at the peak of his vigor, walked like a young lord through the mud-brick villages and tin-roofed township bars and brothels. He stood proud in his bush boots and hat, crocodile skin belt, khaki pants, and utility shirt rolled up and buttoned at the sleeves. There was no need to coiffure his hair with chemicals because it was thin and light-colored and took on the contours that his hat left it in. The familiar morning drum beats and chanting of the blacks Blakey considered part of his own, even though he never participated. The complicated hair weavings of the women he found attractive, and he even preferred the body odor of black people over that of the whites he sometimes associated with. Attendants called him Mr. Horse slept with him willingly, often no charge, and the occasional Kafir who wouldn't service his passionate needs was easily forced into it, and didn't complain to anyone afterwards. And when there was killing to be done, both sides entered the fray in enthusiastic glee, almost celebration. Those were the good old times, and then the Europeans stuck their self-righteous noses into somebody else's business, and now the whole place had gone to hell. Blakey survived these social tectonic movements by simply acting as if they never happened. He still dressed the same way, moved with the same confidence, expected to be respected by those who should recognize their betters. In fact, it had worked out just fine for Blakey and all the other dinosaur white men that would eventually die out as a generation. Occasionally, however, a tourist or recent immigrant, someone who hadn't taken part in the tacit agreement between the pre-existing black and white society, someone who didn't understand the accepted chain of respect, someone who was bound to get into very serious trouble if they hung around too long and in the wrong places, one of those people would cause a flare-up in the otherwise calm truce. Blakey walked on the sidewalk, if there was one. Unlicensed vendor stalls would encroach on most of the walkway, but usually one person could get by at a time. If two people happened to need to pass one another and one was white, the black would step into the gutter on step. Didn't even take a moment, no one even noticed. The black man approaching Blakey was chewing on a matchstick. He walked with a jaunty step like something he'd seen in an American movie. He had his chin up, mouth and eyes set, staring straight ahead. Blakey took no notice until the man did not step away, but instead jostled Blakey hard, then nonchalantly halfway turned and said, "Sorry, man." Not a second transpired before Blakey had a hand around the man's throat. Of all the indignities, being jostled by an uppity black was damn near the top of the list. The focus of Blakey's air was not small, so it was even more surprising when he found himself lifted completely off the ground by the aging white man. "You want to die, Kaffir," Blakey hissed, his voice almost inaudible. The black man could see consuming rage in Blakey's eyes. A primal fight or flight caused him first to try and get away, then to swing punches wildly. He only succeeded in increasing the travesty of the event with his pitiful attempts. No other passers-by had reacted by this point. They were all in stupefied, suspended animation, but there were dozens of other black men around. Blakey knew this situation intimately, and he knew just what to do. Without looking anywhere except into his victim's eyes, he addressed the audience. "If there's anyone here wants me to come back and find them, they just interfere in my shit," he growled in warning. No one came to the victim's aid as he slowly passed out from lack of air in Blakey's grasp. Blakey let the limp body drop to the ground and walked off without looking back. Chapter 64. Normally, since she didn't have anything else to do and she felt comfortable there, Nnamdi would go into the harem on her days off. Sometimes she would perform, but normally she simply sat at the bar bantering with the customers and occasionally turning a client if he was particularly attractive or she was particularly pliable. Today, though, she had no intention of going in a place. She dressed slowly in an unprovocative sundress with a hat that would hold sunflowers around the brim when they were in season and a red plastic rose when they weren't. She chose comfortable but open-toed walking sandals, and a gold bracelet with a lion charm on her left ankle, and a silver one with 3 gemstones on her right. Somebody had given it to her as a gift, and the stones weren't significant of anything, but she liked how they glittered when she walked. Outside was hot, so she carried a small pink parasol with white tassels, which so far had simultaneously kept her in the shade and fashionable. This Sunday was a local holiday welcoming spring, primarily a tourist attraction, but the locals celebrated too with bright-colored flowered shawls and carried bundles of fragrant twigs that symbolized the jungle's bounty, or not, depending on the marketing material you were reading. The sidewalks were crowded with foot traffic, the food vendors' carts thick with flies and the smell of sugared breadsticks. A youngish man, but with grizzled gray facial hair, was hawking sausages on a stick, beckoning to her with a smile, holding multiple pork or beef sticks in either hand. She smiled slightly while shaking her head no, not wishing to insult but proof against further insistence. Farther down the street, the sidewalk was blocked by a crowd of young girls and boys ordering shaved ice from a modern street cart constructed of sheet metal and glass, rather than dilapidated wooden planks and wire-spoked wheels on the traditional rolling shops. She could have stepped out into the street and detoured around, but an overhead sign citing Glamour Unique Boutique attracted her attention, and she made the split-second decision to go in, curiosity more than a conscious interest in glamour or uniqueness. The space was claustrophobic, every inch of the floor, walls and ceiling covered with bric-a-brac, from Africa, Asia, Indonesia, and even France, though those things seemed out of place here. A narrow pathway remained open which channeled her through the unattended aisles. Occasionally she would stop and examine a particularly garish item, but after a few minutes, seeing no one else in the store, she felt as if she should buy something, anything small. A white porcelain teacup with an indigo blue design on the handle and saucer was attractive, but ultimately she settled on a tigerette stone pendant whose sparkle was a match for the ankle gems, and it was cheap. Making her way to the register, the anxious cashier looked grateful for the business, smiling broadly, showing a space between her teeth and 2 red lipstick against her deep ebony skin. "May I help you?" the cashier asked, courteously. Nnamdi looked around at the imported facial cream and foreign perfume in small, elegant bottles. She saw a familiar label, picked it up. "This," she showed the cashier. "Let me get the box for that," replied the cashier, smiling, and went through a door into another room. As Nnamdi was reaching into her purse for money, she felt something brush her back. She turned around, surprised to find Blakey standing directly behind her, smiling ghoulishly. She stifled a scream. Blakey said nothing and didn't step back from crowding her. Nnamdi looked anxiously for the cashier to return, but was still left alone with Blakey. "I think maybe you've forgotten your place," Blakey hissed. "Perhaps I should remind you of where you come from." A chill started under Nnamdi's breasts and quickly spread into her limbs. She was paralyzed, unable to articulate words, let alone back out of Blakey's personal energy field. Blakey was aware of her compulsion to remain perfectly still, like a frightened rabbit waiting for a curious dog, which may or may not grab it up in its jaws and shake violently. Blakey knew his power, had exercised it on others numberless times. He languished in it. "Tell him we ran into each other," Blakey whispered, then winked. A sound from the counter snapped Nnamdi back to attention. The cashier had a small pearly box and was beckoning her. Nnamdi turned back to where Blakey had stood, but he was no longer there. She looked frantically around the store, but he was gone, vanished in that instant. She turned back to the counter, noticed her hands were shaking. She tried to steady them but was only partially successful. "Thank you," she managed to squeak out through her parched throat. Sunlight glinted off of the perfume bottle as the cashier slid it carefully into the box. Chapter 65. I hadn't seen Nnamdi since Kobe and my conflict at the harem, and subsequently hearing from Molly that she probably wasn't serious about me, and I didn't expect to see her again outside my pseudo-official capacity. So I was quite surprised when a taxi, the ubiquitous four-seater but could hold 6 South African-made Ford Fiesta, stopped outside the driver's door of the truck and Nnamdi got out. I couldn't see her well in the moonlight, but her profile was indelibly marked in my memory. It wasn't until I'd opened the taxi door that the dome light exposed her dark and swollen eyes and lips. I blinked and moved my head from side to side to see if I was being fooled by the shadows, but unfortunately, yes, Nnamdi had been in a terrible accident or worse. "Nnamdi," I exclaimed, climbing out of the truck cab to put my hands on both her shoulders and stare into her damaged face. "What happened?" I asked with as much sympathy as there was within me. Nnamdi didn't reply. Maybe she sobbed. She was breathing fast. I didn't know. Her emotional reserves were much deeper than could be easily understood. I helped her up into the truck cab. The dome light went off when I shut the door, and there were no street lights or oncoming cars. Nnamdi, visibly relaxed, began to breathe normally. "Blakey followed me," she said, starting an explanation. "And when I told Molly, he wanted to know what I told him," she said. "Why is it a problem?" I questioned. "You don't know anything." Nnamdi shook her head slowly. "He didn't believe me." "And he hit you?" I asked the obvious. "He was drunk. I think he would have killed me if he hadn't have gone behind the bar to get more beer." I ran out the door and down the street. She shuddered. I could hear him screaming after me, threatening me. I went cold. I recognized the feeling, having recently acted on such impulses, and I knew that I couldn't let the rage consume me. I had to think of Nnamdi. She was the center of attention now, not me. I could deal with my demons at a later time. Domestic violence is not something African culture deals with directly. Occasionally, the matriarchal nature of their village leadership will penalize an abusive husband via scorn and shunning, but psychopaths are clinically not persuadable by such tactics. The nature of their crime is antisocial to begin with, objecting to their behavior by throwing a fit only fans the flames. As acceptable as husband-on-wife abuse can be, a man who brutalizes a woman who is not his wife is unsanctioned, though if that woman has no brothers or father to protect or avenge her, she can be persecuted with impunity. Occasionally, very occasionally, a woman of personal integrity and strength will provide succor and solace in their own home for those that are distressed. These compassionate souls are shunned themselves by much of the community because they fall outside society's norms and expectations, but there is a devoted segment of the population, usually those whose homes are in near proximity to the isolated woman, saints who have enough husbands and sons and brothers to chastise even the most angry and aggressive of abusers. A man who pursued a woman into the confines of their neighborhood had a strong possibility of never returning. Joburg is a big city and shows the enormous level of underserving towards its most vulnerable that any vibrant, enlightened Western civilization exhibits. In my past life, domestic violence, DV, was my pro bono specialty, and though I didn't know of any shelters, I was sure there must be some, so I googled the closest location and drove Nnamdi there. Namakali's humble home was located in what was once a white neighborhood, so the construction of the dwellings featured relatively little corrugated tin or mud bricks. However, over the past 20 years, as the whites vacated, repairs were often made using those signatory materials of the poor and ignorant. Emma's front windows had been shuttered with rusted corrugated tin sheets, and her roof had an ancient blue tarpaulin covering the porch and northern side of the house. She walked stooped and slowly opened the front door, which sported a heavy iron grate. I could smell cat urine and mildew through the open door. "Hello," she greeted me, her voice wavering. "Hi, Mama Collie," I answered, letting her know her reputation preceded her, at least as far as the internet was concerned. She smiled crookedly back at me, oblivious that she was only wearing a bottom denture. I had a blanket over Nnamdi's head and shoulders so no one could recognize her, a common practice at such places, and expected. I also had one arm around her shoulders in an embrace of protection and support. Mama winked at Nnamdi under the cowl of the blanket. Nnamdi smiled back weakly. "You just come right in, honey," she invited Nnamdi with open arms. "I'm sorry, mister, but you'll have to stay outside," she said to me, barring my way with her hand when I tried to enter. "Policy," she explained determinedly. I waited on the front porch as I heard shuffling about inside. Mama's asking Nnamdi her name and if she wanted a cup of tea. There was some clatter, and after some time Mama reappeared at the front door. "Thank you," she said, and held out her hand, palm up, obviously not to shake. I hesitated a moment, then reached into my pants pocket and handed over a wad of small denomination bills. "It's all I have," I stammered. "That's all right," Mama replied. Then she shook my hand and shut the door in my face. I stood there dumbfounded for a moment, marveling at the anonymity required to conduct the most personal of human interactions, then turned away to go back to the truck. Chapter 66. I walked down Blackwood Street, past the stone facade of Union Buildings, between two street vendors, both selling amiguenya, deep-fried dumplings spiced with mince and veggie curry, marveling at the dichotomy of such a modern city smack dab in the middle of the Stone Ages. An industrial powerhouse hundreds of kilometers from the ocean became a center of commerce in the 19th and 20th centuries because the demons that drive men's ambition have no sense of propriety. Like most anomalies of human settlement, it was the economies of greed that brought people of all colors, but if history was any indication, the final color here would be black. These were my thoughts when I noticed someone big and black and wearing army fatigues seemed to be following me on the busy sidewalk. It looked like the bouncer from the harem, the one Cobb pile driven into the dance floor. I couldn't be sure, so I walked into a dimly lit bar and sat at a table where I could see out the door. A man walked right by. The bartender signaled to me to place an order. I slashed my finger across my neck, indicating I didn't want anything. The bartender scowled and went back to whatever nothingness he was doing. Light from the doorway was momentarily blocked by a large body coming in. It was my pursuer. He squinted in the dim light, saw me, snarled, then came over and theatrically pulled a chair out across the table from me and sat down. "A Westerner walking like you own the place. You're easy to tail," he gloated. "A fat man sporting cast-off army wear. You're easy to spot," I replied in the same tone of voice. A look of glee left his face. He didn't seem too bright. "Is that your dick I see hanging out there?" I chided. The big man's full mental capacity was otherwise engaged, rousting me. He couldn't help but look down, surprise on his face. After a second he looked back up, confused. "What the fuck you talking about?" He growled, his anger inflamed. "You're trying to scare me with the length of your dick. I figured you had it out of your pants to show me," I replied innocently. The man immediately reached into his old green army fatigue jacket and took out a .45 automatic. He pointed it at me. "This is my dick," he said evilly. "Suck it," he demanded. "Shoot it or lose it," I said casually. He looked confused. I wasn't following the script he had in his head, so he skipped ahead. "Where's Nnamdi?" he growled. I didn't reply, instead looked out the front door, ignoring him. Now I got the drift of the situation. Somebody from the harem, probably its owner, Molly, had sent this buffoon to intimidate me into telling him where his punching bag was hiding. He must have been guessing that I even knew. "You want to get hurt real bad," he warned, rubbing his free fist against his coat, probably like he'd seen in a bad western. I didn't show a hint that his presence had any impact on me other than amusement. "Okay, fuckhead," he exclaimed, putting his hand on the table to stand. That's when I turned towards him and looked directly into his eyes. "Put that away or kill me, because if you don't put it away, I'll kill you," I threatened, calm assurance in my voice. At that, the bartender scurried towards the other side of the building. For the second time in as many minutes, the fat man was surprised and confused. I'd bet my life on the assumption that Molly had just sent him to scare me, with no instructions about killing me, and the dumb slob wouldn't know what to do in this unfamiliar situation. He didn't. I could smell the sour sweat wafting from his armpits and the unwashed feral smell of his clothes. I noticed the man's sideburns were uneven. Probably no one had told him how silly they looked. I figured now was not the time for me to tell him either. After a moment, keeping the gun's barrel always pointed at my head, he stood up without taking his eyes off me. "You think you're tough," he said dismissively. "Next time you won't see me, you'll be too dead," and he backed out of the room. I didn't doubt it, but I would see him. Truly inept people don't seem to understand that. The bartender watched us cautiously, seemed relieved when I finally got up to go. No one else in the bar seemed to notice or care what was happening during the whole event. It was Africa. Now I had a third reason to pay a special visit to Molly. Chapter 67. In America, when there are no other clues, there's always the list of known felons in the area, especially ones that had committed similar crimes against women in the past. As politically incorrect as it may be to say it, the fact remains that misanthropes return to their villainy, and none is ever truly rehabilitated, except by the slow diminishment of testosterone brought on by age. Androgen agonists, such as MPA, were the best solution on incorrigible sex offenders. But men beating on women, or men beating on men for that matter, had no inhibiting medication. It really didn't matter in Africa because there was no sex registry nor drugs to treat it, and even if the medication was available, no man would take it. because repeat offenders tended to make a spectacle of themselves to the people around them, and even passers-by, which was part of the appeal to their narcissism. Only a casual query was enough to identify them. Who around here beats women? Brings an immediate silence or a name, more often a name. If you look like an avenging angel rather than a cop, they'll even give you the guy's address. That's how these situations usually work themselves out. A woman's father or brothers would show up late at night at the abuser's house unannounced except for baseball bats. In some cases, the cure was permanent, which is why such incidents took care of themselves. Sergeant Ilio had provided me with a copy of Kibaki Molly's case file. The thickness of his file probably made it easy to find. It was impressive, especially considering that low-level street crime would not seem like a high priority in Johannesburg. Apparently he had gotten onto the radar early. It said he'd immigrated from Malawi at a young age, but no mention of any parents. Probably just one of those waves of youths escaping violence or futility by going to South Africa, where the violence and futility was tenfold but included meals. He'd been put into a state school where he excelled but was suspected of drug dealing, and there was a note that at least 2 of the female students claimed that he had fathered their children. There were 2 larceny arrests, no convictions, both dropped, probably because so many more dangerous men were on the dockets that a skinny youngster with no history of violence was too small a fish. That's when the prostitution charges started to pile up, both him and girls he apparently pimped. Chapter 68. Rage gathered to me slowly like a storm coming over the horizon. I could hear the muted sound of thunder in my ears, and I knew that lightning could not be far off. Without thinking about it, I found myself in a taxi on the way to the harem. The time passed in a blink of an eye, and I simply handed the driver 200 rand without asking for change. He thanked me, but I didn't respond. Near the harem's entrance was a black woman in a flowered kanga baking ears of maize on a brazier made from an old car wheel with a salvaged square stove grill, filled with red-hot coals and emitting wispy smoke. The bouncer at the door was the fat man who tried intimidating me on the street, but he deigned not to see me as I walked through. I looked around. It was early evening. I didn't see anyone else in the place yet. I walked over to the bar. Namdi was not on her customary stool, which was both a disappointment and a relief since I didn't know what I'd say to her, and frankly, the business I intended was not something I wanted to share or explain. I sat on the counter stool, pointed at a glass of water. The bartender was also familiar, but he didn't show any indication that I rated higher or lower than any other customer. He picked a glass out from under the bar, placed it under a stainless steel tap, filled it to the brim, and sat it on the bar in front of me, then slid a bowl of party mix into my reach. It didn't take more than a quarter hour before Molly came out of the office on the other side of the room in which I'd seen him before. He looked around him, caught sight of me. I could see his eyelids half close and exhale a gust of breath before yelling towards the door to get the bouncer's attention and wave him over. When the bouncer arrived, Molly pointed me out and said something. The bouncer didn't look too enthusiastic about the orders, but after a moment's hesitation, he came over to stand near me. "You gotta go," he said simply. I didn't reply. My silence was answer enough. The bouncer stood there patiently, not showing any intention of pushing the issue. Eventually, Molly came over to stand next to him, partially protected by the other man's body. "You ain't wanted here," Molly ordered, as if his voice could accomplish what the bouncer's intimidation could not. "I got that feeling," I replied, taking a handful of miniature pretzels from the bowl and casually tossing one into my mouth. Molly waited a moment, formulating a response, then he climbed onto the stool next to me, obviously his courage buoyed by the presence of his muscular employee. "She's playing you. You're just too dumb to know it." Molly's small size had definitely played a part in the formation of his personality, a facade of strength over a reservoir of apprehension. "That why you became a pimp? Because you can psychoanalyze women?" I asked, keeping my attention on the pretzels. Molly pushed his finger into the bouncer, forcing him into me. I'd been on the twilight of rage for days, the speed sharpening the edge of my temper until the trip point had become infinitesimally narrow. A familiar white noise filled the void in my skull where my person would normally reside, but rage consumed every nerve ending, every muscle, every access point to my body. I looked out from the vantage point in the back of my eye sockets as a hand, which I recognized as my own, firmly grasped the ceramic appetizer bowl, then abruptly smashed it into the side of the bouncer's head. I could tell he dropped heavily to the floor, but all of the flesh's attention was on Molly. The blood pounding in my ears drove the last bit of self-awareness from my head, and what happened next I had to reconstruct from fleeting snapshots of memory afterwards. Molly, long in the business of intimidation and violence, immediately recognized that flight was his best recourse. He backed quickly from me as the rage-controlled body stepped off the stool and advanced towards him. He was bumping into people and furniture as he kept his wide eyes fixed on the flesh. In his haste and anxiety, he backed into a table, and when he turned to see what was blocking his retreat, I grabbed the back of his collar, turned him around, and kicked him squarely in his buttocks, sending him sailing over the tabletop and chairs. He landed with a clatter on the rough wood barren floor. Up on his elbows, Molly used the cover of the table to back crab-like towards the front door, probably planning to run away. Standing up, he was still looking back to see if I was following, not looking where he was going when he tripped over the hot brazier. Molly went down, his buttocks banged firmly onto the hot metal orange from the coals. With a wild howl, accompanied by the smell of burnt meat and the sound of sizzling flesh, Molly jumped into the air, showing almost superhuman ability, and ran down the street. I had returned to my senses due to the comedic display. The bouncer seemed as amused as I was. I looked at him. He shrugged his shoulders. Nothing more seemed to be on the agenda, so I left. Chapter 69. Boom Boom had the high forehead and understated nose of a Somalian, but whereas most of his ethnicity were stereotypically tall and thin, Boom Boom was tall and obese, which is why he was nicknamed by others as Boom Boom, because that was the sound they said he made when he walked. But Boom Boom preferred to think he was called that because that's the sound a gun makes when it's fired, and in Boom Boom's line of work as a bouncer, he thought the nickname fit very well. Boom Boom did know the business end of a gun, having experienced the thrill of running the Americans out of Mogadishu in 1993 when he claimed to have actually fired the RPG that brought down a Black Hawk helicopter, though in reality, on that particular day he was nowhere near the fighting's epicenter, but instead was stealing the incoming foreign aid rice down at the docks. However, his claim was enough to convince his employer, Molly, to hire him as a bouncer at the harem, that in his size, both height and width. Boom Boom was intimidating to look at, and he wasn't a coward, though he actually wasn't smart enough to know when he needed to be. It was in that vein that Boom Boom considered his week. Twice he'd be accosted at his place of work. He hadn't talked to Molly since the guy had burned his ass off. He'd kept away from the police when they came around to find out what happened, and was biding his time smoking a cigarette in a nearby alley. He was thinking about what he was going to do next, probably have to find a new job. He figured he'd finish the cigarette he was smoking first, then throw away his clothes or wash them. He decided, taking a last puff. He'd had the old Green Army fatigue jacket since his time in the militia, and it used to inspire respect and fear among the people who recognized it. But he had gained quite a bit of weight over the decades, and the zipper had long ago stuck with filth so that it would not open. He had to take the jacket off over his head, which was so cumbersome and embarrassing that he often just kept it on instead, which was why the smell of gunpowder had long ago been overcome by the smell of rancid sweat. As Boom Boom was wiggling the jacket up over his head, blinding him, he felt his hands pulled together and tied up in some way. He tried to tear the jacket off his arms with his elbows so he could at least see to defend against whatever was attacking him, but the material was still strong enough to defeat his efforts. "You want to be telling me what you know about Sani Abacha?" a menacing whisper queried him, muffled by the cloth. Boom Boom didn't reply, but something nudged him in the back, then a piercing pain, the point of something sharp. Boom Boom flinched, exhaling a cough of putrid breath even he could smell in the confinement of the jacket. "Nothin'," he answered, not knowing what was going on but fearing the worst. There was a new element of body odor coming from his uplifted armpits. "Well, you be doing a lot o' nothin' soon," the quiet voice said matter-of-factly. Chapter 70. I was sitting in my usual chair, in my usual place behind the sales table, though not doing any business with customers because Kobe wasn't around. But I had sampled the merchandise and was on the way to an excellent high when a police car drove up containing a black man in a crisp brown uniform. He stopped near the front of the cab, climbed out of his vehicle, and began knocking on my cab door, apparently not seeing me. "Hello, Sergeant Ilio," I yelled over to him in greeting. "Is there something I can help you with?" The sergeant finally saw me and walked over to stand in front of the table almost as if he was a customer. "Could you come with me to a murder scene?" he asked politely. "Captain Jansen's wants to talk to you." "Another murder?" "I haven't solved the last one yet," I answered jokingly. Sergeant Ilio didn't smile back, but he did nod his head at my attempt at lightening the mood. I smiled weakly to let him know I appreciated the gesture of friendship. We drove through the daytime streets to the bar district where the harem was located. I ran through a couple of scenarios in my mind of what this might be about, but couldn't think of one where Sergeant Ilio would be involved. We stopped in front of an alley not too far from the harem, but I'd never actually been by it before. The sergeant opened the door for me to get out, waved for me to follow him. Down the alley was a group of men standing over what appeared to be the body of a large man wrapped in something. As we got closer, I could tell it was an army jacket pulled over the body's head. It seemed familiar. Connie was standing nearby. He wore a brown work uniform along with a khaki safari vest whose many pockets were filled with sundry useful items: knife, flashlight, a pill bottle, cell phone, camera. Connie noticed me and motioned for me to step close. This far from the body, I could tell the man had evacuated his bowels. The smell was almost overwhelming. Connie bent over and moved aside a cut section of the jacket, probably something the police had done, so I could see the face. It was him, the bouncer from the harem, the one who tried to intimidate me the other day. His face was purple, his eyes bulged, his tongue protruded from his mouth grotesquely. He was much more frightening in death than he had been in life. A cord was wrapped around his neck, an effective garrote that would take little strength to tighten given the victim's arms were ensnared in his coat. "You know this man?" Connie asked me. "No," I replied. Connie spit out air. "I got a witness says this man accosted you in a bar down the street a couple days ago," Connie countered, perturbed. "Yeah," I said. "So, do you know him or not?" Connie was getting frustrated. "I told you no already. A man sits across the table from you doesn't make him best buddies." "What happened when he sat across the table from you?" Connie asked pedantically. "He didn't have anything to say to me. I didn't have anything to say to him. He left," I answered unhelpfully. "I heard he had a gun pointed at you. I expected had a lot to say," Connie continued sarcastically. "What's wrong with you, Connie?" I asked, surprised. Man's gun didn't talk. Connie waited for a moment. "I was wondering if you might know of anybody who would have done this." Connie asked me generally. "No." "When was the last time you saw him?" Connie asked. "Last night in the harem." Connie frowned. "He didn't look dead then," I explained. Connie stared at me, a quizzical look on his face. "Did you do it?" He then asked pointedly. "No." Connie paused again, looked at me appraisingly. A tip of his finger was cut off and shoved in his mouth. Connie said accusingly. That was surprising. I didn't quite know how to respond while I was thinking about it. "How do you think he might have been killed?" he asked. "My impression, he was a bit light on the brain cells," I said. "He might have been looking in his coat and fell in." Connie glared at me, not appearing amused by my hypothesis. "And what was he doing in this alley?" asked another man who had been standing near us the whole time, listening to our exchange. "Probably the coroner, given that he was wearing a long, dirty lab coat over a cheap, double-knit suit. He was black with short grizzled hair and appeared to wear his education and authority with pride. He didn't deserve me being a smartass, so I didn't answer his question, just shook my head slightly. "This is God, the old friend I was telling you about." Connie introduced me to the coroner. He had a tie wrap put on his wrists first, then his finger was cut off. I can tell by the bruising, and he bled out. "Do you know anybody with that mo?" the coroner asked. "Tie wraps have to be tight or they can be broken by twisting," I responded. "I used to be a lawyer. We know these things. This one was tight. They stretch. So they're not something someone as informed as yourself would use to kill someone." The coroner asked. I couldn't tell if he was kidding me, but he seemed like he might be. "I'm always a bit messier," I replied sarcastically. "Well, shouldn't you be taking notes?" Connie replied in the same tone. "I've got a photographic memory." We all stood there silently, a slight smile on the coroner's face. Obviously, he found my banter amusing. "Are there any suspects you want me to talk to?" I asked Connie seriously. Connie looked at me through half-lidded eyes. "That's what I'm doing right now," he said. "That's what I thought," I replied. Connie made a list. "You get up and personal with a man's finger. Another man you had a beef with ends up dead with a finger in his mouth." I made that look with my eyes that meant shit happens. Connie continued, "And there's witnesses that say you branded a swastika on the ass of the guy that runs the harem." "That's not the right shape for a swastika," I replied. "Shut the fuck up. You ain't goddamn funny. I'm removing all hint of official sanction for your activities. I don't even want to know what you've learned so far, who you suspect, where the clues are. Fucking nothing." Connie stood breathing deeply for a few moments, his chest heaving in and out. "And what kind of shit are you high on?" Connie continued in the same tone of voice, looking into my presumably bloodshot eyes with dilated pupils. "Cokey, cut. Jesus Christ, don't you have any self-control?" Connie had built up a head of steam. He was pacing back and forth. "Fucking got him. You belong in jail. Goddamn it." What was I thinking? Connie finished his exasperated tirade. "He'll dry out in the can. This isn't like those cushy American jails. You'll be eating the insects off the wall here and liking them. Hell, cockroaches will be a major protein source of your diet. In fact, looking at you, I'm just now noticing your heroin chic physique." "I think I'm doing you a favor. A rehab clinic would have cost a fortune." Connie laughed as if he'd said something funny. Chapter 71. It was clear the jailhouse had been built under apartheid when South Africa had aspirations to be a leading Western nation. The building was from another age, an age when most police officers were white and only blacks filled the cells. Its architecture was sterile, utilitarian, built to last indefinitely. Mock ornamentation had deteriorated, a marble walkway had broken up, the pieces used as projectiles during some past riot, uneven cement patches filling in the many spaces. A wrought iron sculpture, large rusty sheets cut roughly with a blowtorch into the shape of what was possibly a leaf. It's often difficult to tell with art. Overlooked a dry fountain full of debris, mostly plastic soda bottles and fast food wrappers. It was its own art. The walls were painted over with gray paint to cover graffiti underneath in countless layers as more graffiti had appeared. I couldn't read the slogans, but the graphics were indicative of the words, "Kill Whites, Black Power." There were numerous nooses and stick figures holding rifles whose distinguishing feature was a long ammunition magazine sticking out of the bottom or top. Everywhere around the building was scorched black by fire, probably Molotov cocktails from the scattered patterns. The remnants of burnt tires were pushed into a pile, and there was a clear path where foot traffic simply walked around them rather than cleaning the mess up. I was escorted in by a pair of black officers I'd never seen before. One had a pattern of moles on his face that reminded me of tic-tac-toe. The other was tall and thin and walked as if there was something wrong with his right foot. Neither had said a word or even looked at me more often than necessary to make sure I was following their directions. They did not enter through the front of the building. It was fire-damaged and boarded up with sheets of peeling plywood, there for a long time. One of the officers pushed a button on a brick facade, and a dilapidated service door rolled open in the side of the building near the front. There were other roll-up metal doors, but they were dented and off their rails. None of them looked as if they would ever open again. The screeching sound of unoiled gears and the rattling of chains eventually stopped, and the front guard entered the darkness, jerking on my handcuffs, while the second guard came in behind us. We walked down a narrow, dilapidated side hallway. I could see another black police officer sitting at a counter behind a glass partition. He seemed to be occupied watching a small handheld TV. As we came around the corner, it turned out the counter faced an open, high-ceilinged waiting area with perhaps 50 chairs and even lines. Most of the chairs were empty and several had broken seats, but a few had occupants that were probably vagrants judging by their dress, layered, dirty clothes, and the scent of rancid sweat. Some were asleep, their heads hanging over the back of their seats, and a couple were staring into space, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. The desk officer looked up only long enough to register who was approaching, then he reached under the counter and handed a pair of keys to one of my attendants. "Frieskin is plugged. I've got everybody in too," he said, his attention looking back to the small TV in his hand. The guard with the moles grabbed my upper arm firmly and directed me behind the desk to a metal door. The other guard unlocked it, and they guided me through into a cacophony of scent and noise. The room was immense, with 3 large cells along the back wall. The first and third cell were empty, but the second, the middle one, had 2 or 3 dozen black men in it. The guards led me over, never releasing the grip on my arm. Once again, the first guard unlocked the cell door. "Stand away," he ordered. The men in the cell did not move. The guard pushed the iron-barred door along an overhead track just wide enough to make an opening to push me in. Then he slid the door back. I could hear the click as it locked automatically, then the guards turned and walked away. I looked around the cell for the first time. There were benches along the 2 side walls on which the other prisoners sat, and nothing along the back wall except a bent-up stainless toilet bowl and sink. The sink had no knobs, and the toilet bowl had no handle. The walls were covered with crude artwork, mostly of human genitalia painted with feces. The stench of urine was overpowering, and it was easy to imagine the miasma of almost visible body odor. I hoped my sense of smell would soon shut down. Most of the other prisoners looked at me without interest, but a couple squinted as if thinking how we might compare. I kept those 2 in mind as I looked for a place to sit. I thought of standing for a moment, but that might indicate to the others I was intimidated, never a good thing in this kind of environment. So instead I walked unhurriedly over to a small opening between 2 men and pushed my way in without speaking or looking either way, face straight ahead. At first I thought maybe one or both would resist my intrusion, but reluctantly both slid over enough so that our bodies would not touch. After a moment, one and the other got up and walked to the other side of the cell. One pushed his way onto the far bench, and the other squatted on the floor. I continued looking straight ahead, taking notice of what was happening around me without turning my head or showing any special interest. The men had been talking loudly and jostling when my jailers had led me in, but they were quiet now. Most of them would look into my face for a moment, then hurriedly look away, pretending they were not interested. All movement slowed and ultimately stopped. It was eerily quiet, as silent as an empty room. Over the next 10 minutes, 1 then 2, then all of the men on my bench stood and moved to the other side of the room. Most sat on the dirty floor until I was alone on a bench that had held at least 12 men. I showed no interest, never turning my head left or right, but only staring unfocused at a point over the heads of the men on the other side of the room. There was only the sound of breathing. Chapter 72. I woke up abruptly, realizing I had been asleep. My eyes popped open. I remained still for a moment more until my thoughts could coalesce, my bearings returned. Nothing seemed to have changed. Across the cell from me were all the rest of the prisoners, perhaps 30. More were sprawled out on the floor now, ostensibly sleeping from their body posture. None seemed to pay any attention to me. In fact, there appeared to be only one prisoner that was even looking in my direction, a skinny man standing near the front of the cell, both hands hanging onto the vertical bars. He was looking right at me, and for a moment I stared back, neither of us blinking, but after several seconds he looked away. I was getting hungry. It seemed improbable that food would be delivered to the cell for all of these people, so we must be led out to a cafeteria of some kind, and soon judging by the sounds my stomach was making. After a while, other prisoners began to stand and look towards the door I'd been brought in through. It remained closed. Still, no one would look at me. I searched for the thin man. He hadn't moved or changed posture. He'd been looking at me, but the instant my eyes caught him, he again looked away. Finally, the door opened. A black guard came through, not one I had seen before. He walked deliberately to the cell door. Back away from the door, he ordered. 2 or 3 of the cell's occupants shuffled back, but not too far. They were anxious to eat. The guard's key turned. We could hear a click, probably indicating a bolt had sprung back out of the gate. "Wait for him," the guard ordered. Then with no other instruction, he turned and walked back to the front door and out. The door clicked shut behind him. Now all of the cell's occupants were looking at me, faces blank. I looked back, not knowing what to do. We held like that for half a minute, then the thin man nodded his chin at me then at the cell door. I hesitated only a second, then walked to the door. No one else tried to stop me, or go first, or even give any indication of what I was supposed to do. I looked down at the cell handle. It had a thumb lever on the outside, but I would have to reach through the bars to press it. I tried to push the cell open, but it wouldn't budge, so I reached through and pushed the lever down and pushed. The door rolled smoothly on its upper track. I pushed it open wider, enough for me to go through, then turned to see what the other prisoners were doing. Nothing. They only seemed intent on watching me go, so I stepped through, and without looking back again, walked slowly to the front door. It opened without complaint, so I went through. I still heard nothing behind me to indicate that anyone was following. The desk where the front policeman had been sitting was vacant. The occupants in the waiting room seemed not to have changed, though I couldn't recognize if they were the same ones from the previous night. None of them took notice of me, and I could see no uniformed officers anywhere. I smelled smoke. Looking outside through a side slot in one of the boarded-up windows, I was surprised to see a large group of people, all black, standing outside the front of the jailhouse. There were barrels of trash burning. The crowd seemed to be waiting for someone inside the jail, but they were waiting in front of the doors that didn't open. I walked down the stark hallway, retracing my steps to the roll-up door that I'd been brought in through. It was open just enough so that if I bent over, I could get out. I looked around. No one was there. No police, no protesters, just bad art and trash. I walked around the corner to see if I could figure out what the crowd was waiting for. It got noisier and smellier as I approached. They were chanting that word, Masihiya. That's when I saw Cobb standing right in front. I was surprised I hadn't seen his scarred visage when I looked through the window earlier. He hadn't caught sight of me yet, and neither had anyone else. It seemed like a bad idea for a white man to show themselves right now, so I didn't know if I should try and get Cobb's attention or not. Though I thought he could see me, he was looking right at me. But before I could do anything, a police car came up behind me. Connie was driving. "Come with me," he said, and I got in. Lit for crescendo. Nyama tembo killa hazi kumaliza. You never finish eating the meat of an elephant. Kiswahili proverb. Chapter 73. I wanted to apologize for yesterday. Connie began contritely. You know, treating you like a suspect and all. I was a suspect, I said calmly. Connie looked at me intently. Did you kill him? He asked, quizzical. No, I replied simply. Connie recognized the impertinence of his question. Oh, I'm sorry again. He apologized hurriedly, rather surprised at himself. Here I come to make amends, and instead I repeat my faux pas. Means nothing to me. I exonerated him again. I'd like to take you to my home, have some coffee, talk about old times. Would that be all right? I looked over at him, trying to imagine if there was anything more to the invitation other than sincerity. I couldn't think of anything. "Sure," I said. "I'd like to see your place." Connie and I sat together under a baobab tree on the patio behind Connie's house in Darrenwood, a white suburb of Johannesburg. We had not had such a companionable time since college, certainly not since I had been in Africa. His house was a modest affair. He lived there alone. I suspected there had once been a female companion from the decor, and the faint hint of perfume permeated the rugs, but I didn't ask, and he didn't say anything. That was the treaty we had with each other, and at work, I tried to make some small talk. "A trouble going on just outside the city. Do you think you'll be safe here?" I asked him, indicating the quaint little subdivision he lived in, just like in a place, USA. "Makes no difference to me. I've seen worse. And there's nowhere to go but the sea," he said casually, repeating the common Boer phrase representing the mindset of those whites with nowhere to go and no intention of leaving even if they did. "What will you do?" I asked. "What we always do," he replied. "Die." The statement was too dark to respond to, and there was no answering words of such finality. Connie looked like he was going to say something else, so I remained silent. A dragonfly landed on the table between us. It peered at us intently with large, multifaceted eyes. "I'm thinking Blakey might have beat." Connie paused a moment thinking about what he was saying. "Someone," he continued, "up. Then someone." Connie paused again, retaliated, "And now the stakes have escalated considerably, and people are dying," and Connie finished. I didn't comment on Connie's soliloquy. Connie eyed me quizzically. The dragonfly lifted vertically, hung in the air a moment, then flew quickly away. "What do you think?" Connie asked. "About what?" Connie's face slipped a little bit, but he maintained his composure. "About you and Blakey having a blood feud," he conjectured. "I don't know Blakey," I replied. "Well, somebody stirred up his oats," Connie opined. Connie looked up and down the street thoughtfully. "I noticed," he commented without emphasis, "that your eyes look like someone's been pissing in them. A couple days ago I thought that might be from someone getting beat by someone else, but now I'm concerned it may have a more chemical nature." Connie turned his attention to me. "Things are radicalized enough without introducing outside motivating agents," he warned. "If things were going to get radicalized, I'd keep that in mind," I answered. "I want to put Blakey away, whatever we got to do. Trump something up if you have to," I suggested. Connie rearranged himself in his bamboo chair. It was too small for his big frame, and the worn pillow seat offered no comfort. "I got to get some new patio furniture," he said. I knew the non sequitur was intended to shut me up, but I wouldn't let up. "I'd like to take Blakey off the board," I said, the seriousness of my voice surprising Connie. "Incarceration is a luxury for rich societies," Connie replied. "In Africa, people would be crawling over one another to get into American prisons." "I'm not talking about jail," I said. "The guy deserves to have his head crushed." Connie scowled at me. "What? You're the judge and jury too." "Judges and juries are when you're not sure the guy did it." "Are you 100% sure?" "It's Africa. I only need to be 50% sure, or just for the hell of it," I responded flippantly. "Well, I'm not willing to serve time on this bloke's account. That just lets him win." I could tell Connie was getting exasperated, but I was becoming the man I was before I'd arrived in Johannesburg. That man was somebody I didn't want Connie to meet, but I suspected he could see him peeking from behind the door. After a long silence, Connie finally got up and walked away, leaving me at the table. He didn't say anything, nor did he wave. He simply turned around and was gone inside the house. He knew I'd already decided what I was going to do. Chapter 74. When a man goes into a bar like the Kill, he's not intending to come out. He's not intending anything, not even to drink. That just happens. The hookers don't bother going in because the men in there don't intend to have sex either. They're there to stew, to have an excuse to really focus on the things about life they hate, which sometimes can be everything. Often there's a television on, but never the news, and never with images of someone successful. No advertisements, no sports except extreme fighting reruns if there was no clear winner and both fighters take a beating. These men hate winners, don't want anything to do with ambition. They think even talking is too joyous an activity. That's where drink comes in, because when you're stewing, alcohol is like a supercharger. What might have been a minor irritant becomes life's latest personal assault. What was morose becomes morbid. It doesn't have to be a lot of liquor, and the drinks can be a little more expensive than someplace else. As long as the other patrons are failures too, that's what's important. 3 men came into the bar. Their swagger and their self-confidence said that they didn't belong there, but their color is what caused the bar's patrons to take notice. Black men had their own places. This bar was the final escape of white men. All 3 of the intruders wore sunglasses. They didn't remove them in the interior darkness. One of them had a long, thin stick at the corner of his mouth. He twisted it quickly between his thumb and forefinger, sucking it occasionally. The side of his face was scared with either acne, or cigarette burns. Another wore a red bandana with designs more appropriate for a kanga. The third stood tall and threatening with a makeshift club, which looked to be the big end of a broken pool cue. One of the men at a table had the balding head and corded neck of an Englishman. His close-cropped hair made more patterns of the heat reflecting from his scalp. The glass of beer in front of him was bleeding condensation, but the contents had not yet been touched. "You Blakey?" asked one of the hulking newcomers. The man at the table never looked up. "You boys come in here. You don't show no courtesy. You gonna get hurt," he said, matter-of-factly. A smirk crossed the face of the largest of the three black men, who rolled the oiled muscles of his shoulders for maximum effect. The bartender, a gaunt, old man in a dirty full-length apron, reached underneath the rough plank bar and lifted out a shiny length of timber. He laid it on the countertop. "You boys be on your way now," he warned. Another regular customer, who had been passively smoking a cheap cigarette, snuffed it out forcefully in a nearby ashtray and stood up. His stool screeched as he pushed it away from him. A couple of other regulars rustled as they shifted their weight close to the edge of their stools. The three newcomers paid no attention to the implied threats. "We'll be leaving soon enough," said the one in the bandana. "You want to be coming with us," he ordered Blakey. He might have said more, but he was the closest of the three, and so he was the one Blakey smashed in the side of the face with the beer mug. Beer and broken glass splattered the two who, though momentarily surprised, stepped closer, reaching burly tattooed arms to grab Blakey. Blakey still had the broken handle of the beer mug in his fist. He punched the sharp end into one man's stomach and simultaneously kicked the second man in the genitals. Both went down heavily. The first man, who had been struck with the glass, remained on the floor unconscious. Blakey looked down at them for a moment. "I told you got yourself hurt," he said. The bartender came around the end of the bar, and with the help of the smoking man, dragged the prostrate and bleeding man out into the street. "Get out," the bartender ordered the other two men. "Kaffirs," he said disdainfully after them as they stumbled out, cowering. Chapter 75. I thought about my confrontation with Connie. The whole thing had skidded sideways, probably because I handled it clumsily, and it was true that I had become a problem for him. I was thinking maybe I should apologize, but when I went into the house, he wasn't around. I didn't want to search through the bedrooms, so I called a taxi and waited outside for it. The ride home was uneventful until we drove up to where the truck was parked in the parking lot of an abandoned supermarket. Normally, Cobb and I didn't attract much attention, but there was a crowd in the streets, and a jumble of women in brightly colored yuccas standing in the shade. I tried to pay the cabbie, but he drove off before I could hand him the money, which seemed unnatural. He was probably anxious to escape whatever was happening. The city was becoming increasingly unsettled. All around us I could see chimneys of black smoke from tire fires rising. Cobb wasn't around, but I was surprised to see Ian Rhodes waiting by the truck, presumably for me. Rhodes, as was his usual, had come alone without bodyguards, even though there was not another white man on the streets. Most white people look out of place in Africa. The locals know, the whites themselves know it. Only those Westerners who have never been there imagine noble whites leading adventurous safaris portered by happy-go-lucky blacks who admire and respect their employers. In reality, whites are resented for both historical and contemporary reasons, and if the native peoples had their druthers, whites could go back to the snowy countries where they belong. This is an easy scenario to understand because it exactly mirrors the historical treatment of any minority in communities that need a scapegoat or a victim. It never bothered me to be the only pale face as a dusky sea, so I could only imagine Rhodes felt the same obliviousness. Whatever racism was, people like Rhodes were the opposite. He had spent his whole privileged life a big goldfish in a small cat food bowl, and to him that was the world. He may feel superior to the men around him, an elite among proles, but that smug self-confidence had nothing to do with skin color. I noticed that Rhodes was visibly disheveled, which in my limited context with him was unusual. His shirt collar was loose, the top button undone, and his tie was askew. There were perspiration stains on his cotton dress shirt, and he left his suit jacket somewhere because he wasn't carrying it. Though Ian Rhodes sprung from an era best described in old men's magazines, he wore tennis shoes, sacrificing style for comfort, something a man who walks everywhere would do. Certainly no one on the streets noticed this incongruity. Even my passing notice was fleeting. My own loafers seemed ill-considered in comparison. I walked in my loafers to find out what Rhodes was doing here. "Things have been happening," Rhodes said without actually turning his head to look at me. He continued to look ahead while continuing. "It's something I tried to take care of, and it didn't go well. Now the Eye of Sauron will be on me. I'm going to have to leave. I just wanted to tell you that I don't know anything about the girl. I wish I did, then at least that'd be something worthwhile." "I'm not sure what you're talking about." I said that I had an inkling it had involved Blakey, which meant it involved violence. Ian, can I call you that? I don't think you're the perpetrator. In fact, I sincerely doubt you played even an unconscious role. I waited to see if Rhodes would respond positively to being called by his first name. In reality, my investigation was over. Connie had said so, and I didn't have any reason to remain formal, but apparently he did. I'd appreciate it if you'd lose my number. Rhodes' patrician manner had returned. And tell Connie I'm gone, and I don't know for how long, he continued. You know Connie? I asked, surprised. Of course, Rhodes replied, a smirk on his face. What do you think? That it was just you and him? I didn't know how to respond to that revelation, so I didn't. Instead I said, well, goodbye. Rhodes didn't answer. He'd already turned to walk away through the sea of women. He didn't seem to notice them, and they didn't seem to care. Just another white man being swallowed up. The sea Connie feared was not the ocean. A while after Rhodes had left, a squad car stopped outside on the street near the truck. The crowd of women had dispersed, and I was sitting in one of the folding chairs behind the table we used to conduct business. It was Sergeant Ilio. He explained that Blakey had been set upon by some men, and did I know anything about it? I don't know anything about anything, I answered. Is he hurt bad? I asked, more to make conversation than because I was concerned whatever beatdown Blakey got, he'd earned 10 times over. Oh, not a scratch, replied the sergeant. But we had to put 3 of his attackers into the hospital, he explained with some respect. They're all going to make it. I cared even less about the well-being for the ineffectual, would-be assassins than I did for Blakey's. But I said, glad to hear that. I didn't know for sure what had happened, but I suspected that's why Rhodes was leaving town. He'd probably come to the same conclusion as I about Blakey killing Sanny, and had decided to cut his ties with the past. But all he'd done was bind himself tighter to it. Sergeant Ilio stood looking at me for a long time. It dawned on me he wasn't thinking I was involved in the attack, but that Blakey would. He was warning me. Well, you take care of yourself, Sergeant Ilio said when he noticed I'd finally got the reason for his visit. And he walked away, leaving me to consider what I was going to do in a situation where I had no control. Chapter 76. I slept well for the first time in several days, got up early and took a walk. I've heard mornings in Africa are like no other and as unsentimental as I'd like to be, and not one to insist my experiences are better than others. On that claim I'll have to agree. Mist rises off the belt in waves, like smoke, swirling sometimes to form the faces of the souls buried in the sandy loam underneath. The Maasai say that the mist is fingers, and if one is not vigilant, amorphous hands will circle your throat from behind, suffocating the unwary. They would know. I thought of simply driving away. I had been a detective for a few days, and that would do on my resume. I'd been in the big city long enough. The constant hustle-bustle, traffic lights, newspapers, even electricity was starting to get on my nerves. I could get the truck ready in Kobe, and I could head up north, Angola maybe, or Nigeria. I don't mind driving into Cameroon or even Togo, but the rutted dirt tracks that served as roads in those undeveloped countries were too hard on the truck. And the African truck drivers coming the other way traveled at foolhardy speeds and on overloaded axles. I'd save those destinations for when I was feeling adventurous. Africa is full of people escaping their past and their responsibilities. Isn't that why I came? When had escape become so difficult, or had it ever been easy? Has any man ever improved his condition by running? But it is such an easy solution. I wanted to use the excuse of a new day to run again, to warm up the truck, stow the gear, and just drive anywhere my finger ended up on the map. Usually, this seemed like a good idea, alluring in its simplicity, convenience, and familiarity. It took a mighty effort of will on my part to overcome the temptation. I used the thoughts of all the people I had run away from, my long-abandoned wife, Hannah, my job, what few friends I had accumulated over the years. All those memories seemed so distant, like someone else's I was tapping into, and not my own. In fact, it seemed like they were characters in a movie I liked but didn't want to watch again, so I let them fade, and I was mentally well again. In the end, the simple passage of time during the years, I'd already shirked every obligation that was ever attached to me, freeing my soul so that there was just enough slack in my empathy to stare into the eyes of a dead girl and wonder what she would have been like. Would she and my daughter have been friends? Are they now in whatever place innocents end up? I tried to put both of them out of my mind, but some thoughts refused to stay gone, and the broken body of Sanny Abacha wouldn't obey my subconscious order to leave. Sympathy can accumulate, eventually turning to indignation, then anger, then revenge. It's kind of like the emotional steps of grief, except at the end somebody else gets hurt besides you. My daughter's death, and my own sense of insult and degradation transferred to Sanny. I knew it was a psychological crutch, but let the angst and indignation shift from me to her. I wanted to find the evil leper scum that took her life and dignity just because people like that aren't allowed to get away with it. I ran away from my life to keep people from taking and taking from me without ever giving anything back. And the taking from Saniabacha, when equated to those self-thoughts, hit me like a sledgehammer in the sternum. If there was something I could do, then I damn well was going to do it. Being a detective suited me. I liked the mystery and, frankly, the sense of authority, plus I thought I was good at reading people and discerning shadowy connections. I figured any new plans could wait another day while I investigated a wee bit further, and my curiosity had been aroused. There were a lot of machinations going on. I was definitely being played. Everyone had an agenda they weren't sharing with me. Finding out Connie and Ian Rhodes were old friends got me thinking. Rhodes knew Connie and Blakey, and Connie knew Blakey, and that got me thinking who else knew Blakey, and who had extended their supposed friendship to me in an unlikely manner. My old rule of, if it doesn't make sense then it's probably nonsense, is rarely wrong. Connie's offer came out of nowhere and I ended up as Patsy, and the other person who violated predictable patterns was in Namdi. Chapter 77. Cobb was sitting by himself in one of the folding chairs near the truck when I returned. I walked over and sat in the chair next to him without greeting. The wind had picked up and the smell of the city flowed in and out like a tide, cleansing the air. The sound of people was remote and indistinct. A hush, a yell, then a pause, then the sound of a lorry driving by. There was a taxi parked in front of the truck. The driver was standing outside smoking, presumably so that the interior of his ride wouldn't smell like cigarettes. I nodded to him. He nodded back. He seemed interested in us. Perhaps he wanted to buy something and was waiting for us to put the sign up. I looked at Cobb. He didn't seem to notice or care. We sat like that for a while before I said, "I'm going to drag in Namdi into this." Cobb didn't respond at first. He wasn't a wise man. His instincts were of a more primeval nature, but he was astute for his own survival and could recognize the betrayal of others. "You do what you do," he finally said. Cobb's comments were often more enigmatic than philosophical. I don't know what I was looking for talking to him. Approval, ad hoc forgiveness for my actions, excuses. Cobb had no excuses and no regrets. It was unclear whether he ever had. It made life simple and the lines clear. "We need to do this," I said. Cobb looked up at me from where he sat. He stood, walked over to the taxi driver, reached out his hand. The smoking man looked up at him then, without hesitation, handed over the keys of his vehicle. Cobb held them up for me to take as I got into the driver's seat and he into the passenger's. The cabbie watched silently as we drove away. We crossed the city over to the Eckerhoolany Township, then along the gravel hardpan paths that served as roads through the crowded, tin-roofed haphazard community until we got to the harem. There was a calm in the air. No smoke was rising on the horizon, and the accumulated cloud had dissipated away to let the sun's ultraviolet light burn up the rage. A newcomer who popped into existence right here, right now, would find the atmosphere inviting, children playing on the streets, women dressed in colorful jukas, a paucity of vehicles. The sounds of birds came to me through the driver's side window, so I powered down the passenger side to double the volume. There was a street vendor selling sausages and bayonets coated with powdered sugar to a couple of eager young boys. There were even white people walking casually along the street, a young couple probably romantically involved judging by the smooth way they walked together and the casual way she held onto the young man's arm. Both looked English. If history began on this day, South Africa's future was bright. If only. The harem was cold and antiseptic in the daylight, drained of life and energy. No one was outside. I guess they hadn't replaced the bouncer yet. All the lights were out and I could see the chairs stacked on the tables through the dirty window. As I suspected, Namdi was there. Mama Collie's accommodations must not have been up to her expectations. I tried the front door. It was unlocked and I went in. As I was waiting for my eyes to adjust, Namdi saw me and hurried over. She hugged me and gave me a quick peck on the cheek, which made me trill. Then she grabbed onto my upper arm possessively and led me away from the entry. "Let's go to our cafe," she suggested, smiling. I smiled back, both in response to her and thinking about the fact that she said our cafe. I hoped my grimace didn't look as amateurish as it felt. "Namdi," I said slowly. Namdi smiled again. I wasn't quite sure how to continue. I didn't want to ruin what we had, but I also needed to get things into the open. "There's a lot about me you don't know," I started. She smiled a knowing smile, indicating that there was a lot about her I didn't know either, but I had a deeper meaning. "It's been my experience that when something is too good to be true, it's too good to be true," I said, suggestively. The smile immediately left her face. Her brows crossed as if confused. "What do you mean?" she asked innocently. "I'm thinking you've got a lot to say to me about what happened to Saniabacha that you haven't said yet." Namdi looked into her lap. I kept going. "You've been awfully nice to me, helped me, told me things that no one else would know, let alone know what you know." Namdi still didn't look up. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate our friendship. I just think you have a special interest in getting the facts out. I had lowered my voice to be as empathetic as I could be. I wanted to maintain our friendship, not sabotage it to paranoid delusions. "And Nambi," I said slowly, "I think you feel guilty." She never looked up. It was answer enough. I waited for her to say something, but she didn't. "Can we go somewhere?" "Where to?" she asked, innocently, still not looking up at me. I looked at the curve of her face, her high forehead, the perfect eyebrows except for a slight scar on the right that could have been sinister looking on a man but made her appear elfin. "I've got some things at the police station I've got to deal with." I didn't lie except by omission. She finally looked up at me. "Give me a minute to get ready," she said. "You want to come to my room?" I did, but I couldn't let myself. "I'll wait out here," I said, the smile artificial on my lips. Before she left, I quietly asked, "Is Molly involved too?" She gave an almost imperceptible nod. "Where is he?" Chapter 78. I found myself entering a room emanating the familiar sweet smell of opium and absinthe. The decor was a mixture of African chic and French whorehouse. A white-haired black man, stooped and obsequious, motioned for me to follow into an interior chamber that I immediately recognized as the waiting room in any drug den around the world. The fixtures were ornate with a thick layer of dust that somehow covered elegance rather than decrepitude. A garish black velvet painting in black light colors of Vegas Elvis graced an art niche in the far wall. The smell was stronger here, and as my eyes became accustomed to the dimness, I could make out the recumbent shapes of men in a state of stupor, slouched into warm plush chairs. I was only mildly surprised to see Molly slumped in one of the chairs, because when I'd gone to the harem to talk to him, the local woman whose brazier he'd had his mishap on told me this would probably be where I could find him. He didn't see me. His eyes were glazed over, and he had a sheen of perspiration on his forehead, and his blank features held no hint of his thoughts. Whatever plan my subconscious had previously led me here for was immediately replaced by opportunistic curiosity. I walked over to Molly's chair, stood over him ominously such that my shadow across his face turned the dimness into blackness. I waited. In a few moments, Molly's prey instinct detected danger, and he roused enough to perceive my bulk. His eyes opened fully and cognition returned, though clouded by drink and drug. "Hey," he grunted. I remained silent. Molly forced himself to sit up. "What the fuck?" he muttered, irritated. "Knock, knock," I whispered. Molly's eyes popped open as he became fully alert. His hands and feet made little agitated movements, probably due to blood circulation returning. Recognizing me, he slurred, "What are you doing here?" "Why do you think I'm here, fuckhead?" I replied, menacingly. "I'm your goddamn shadow. There's no place you're going to go that I won't already be there." Caught off guard and still in a drug haze, Molly looked perplexed. "Why's that?" he asked hesitantly. He blinked a couple times in confusion. I didn't respond right away. There we were, two statues surrounded by a miasma of flavored dust. A sliver of daylight from a crack in the window shade bisected Molly's face, making him appear like two halves, one black and one white. Hell, I hardly knew the girl. Only done business once or twice, if you know what I mean. As Molly talked, the slit of light shifted across his face like a phantom lie detector. I didn't like him before, and his confessing to the debauching of a vulnerable girl dialed those feelings up. I reached down, grabbed his hand, grabbed his little finger with my other hand. Sometimes you've got to get a man's attention. "Did you kill Sani Abacha?" I asked, almost whispering. "No," he immediately said, though he extended the O, probably due to his drug-addled mind. I started to pull back. "That's not what Nnamdi said." I baited him. He didn't take it any more than Nnamdi had. She hadn't told me anything yet. I pulled harder. Molly, yelping, struggled to sit up, but I had weight, leverage, and position on him. The pressure was unrelenting. No one else seemed to take notice. In fact, I couldn't perceive anyone else was still in the room, or even the building. No bouncer came charging in, club ready. There were no other sounds but Molly's. Molly yelled, "Fuck, man, what you doing?" I let up slightly. "Tell me you did it." I whispered close to his ear. I didn't. Molly exclaimed frantically. I resumed the pressure infinitesimally more. I did it. He begged me to stop. "Hell?" I asked softly. "The knife." I stabbed her. Obvious bullshit. This wasn't going to work, and even if it did, it wasn't admissible. I wasn't just going to torture a confession out of him then walk away. "We're going for a ride," I said. "I ain't going nowhere with you," he countered. I bit back harder. The finger was going to break. Okay, I go with you," he relented. I walked him out the door, down the street to the taxi where Kobe was still waiting. "Watch him," I said, as I opened the back door and put Molly on the passenger's bench. I reached to the console and clicked the child's safety lock so he couldn't open the door. Then I went back to pick up Nnamdi. Kobe had not moved from his front seat in the car, so I opened the back door behind the driver's seat and Nnamdi got in gracefully. She had noticed Molly seated on the far side from her, but she seemed to expect him. She smiled up at me while I shut her door. I tried to smile back, but more of a grimace appeared. She noticed. I started the noisy engine and we turned out into the street, which was starting to get busy. A man tried to sell me tomatoes through my window, but I edged into traffic and was gone without acknowledging his existence. "We're going to the police station," I said over my shoulder. Nnamdi nodded in the rearview mirror, her face stressed. Kobe spoke from the front seat. He didn't usually initiate conversation, but I was thankful he took the responsibility from me to be entertaining. "I'm going to help on a case," he told Nnamdi over his shoulder. "How so?" Nnamdi asked. "There's a man who they want me to talk to," he replied. I could see Nnamdi's brows furrow in the rearview mirror. She didn't know much about Kobe, but she suspected, and was imagining the way Kobe might talk to someone he didn't like. "Do you know the man?" she asked, perplexed. "Tibaki Molly," he replied, flatly. I was watching Nnamdi closely as alarm momentarily lit her face. Then her expression went flat as realization settled in. I tried to guess her thoughts, but was unable to. Fear, probably. Molly didn't seem to be listening to the exchange. He sat stoically, which was probably going to be his strategy at the station. Silence had always worked for him before. I could have warned him it wasn't going to this time. Chapter 79. The late afternoon winds carried a strong scent of burning rubber and petrol, even though no local rioting was apparent. Blakey was an enigmatic figure, impossible to categorize, let alone track down in the largeness of Johannesburg, and even though my instincts screamed at me to kick him into the deepest, darkest hole I could find, there was zero evidence but his stench around the circumstances. In lieu of that, Molly was still the best suspect, and though he was cunning, I felt the shallowness of his intellect would betray him, given the chance. I called Connie on the cell phone from the car. Nnamdi, Molly, and Kobe were still riding silently. It was like a family vacation, but without the family and without the vacation. "I think you should have Kibaki Molly in for questioning, so I'm bringing him into the station," I said over the staticky line. There was a pause then. "Now," he asked, "we definitely need to talk." The ride took about twice the time it normally did due to crowds of people in the streets. They all seemed calm enough, and there were no signs indicating why they were there or what they wanted, but the feeling was one of anticipation. Something big is coming, and they were part of it. I saw mostly men, but there were women and children too, all dressed as if it were a Sunday outing. Some had brought picnic lunches, and were seated on the edges of the sidewalks eating baked corn and flatbread. When we arrived at the police station, no one had spoken since we started the trip. I parked in front in a tow-away zone. I'd worry about how to get back to the truck when this was over. I felt guilty towards the taxi's owner, but assuming I ever saw him again, I'd make it up. Kobe got out of the car first and opened up the door for Molly. Then I got out, opened the door for Nnamdi. She tried to smile at me, but it quickly left her face. I didn't respond, so she simply waited silently for me to direct her. I started for the front doors. She followed with Kobe and Molly behind. There was an even larger crowd outside the police station, but they were easy to walk through, and when the door shut behind us, the sound of commotion was muffled, to be replaced by the whir of air conditioning. The black sergeant working the front desk must have been notified because he waved me in and pushed the button that unlocked the squadron door without looking up. Connie was waiting, standing with arms folded inside. "Thanks for coming in, God," he said. I couldn't tell if he was being official or sarcastic. "You remember Sergeant Ilio? He'll be part of our conversation." We followed Connie back to his office, Sergeant Ilio behind us. I did not seat myself in the chair opposite Connie's industrial gray steel desk, but Connie took his chair, and the sergeant remained standing just outside the door barring Nnamdi, Molly, and Kobe's entrance. They all stood there mutely. Connie leaned forward as if to hear a secret. "Now, walk me through your plan." "It's more of a process of elimination," I answered. "I'd like to narrow down to a single suspect, but I need to get the easy-to-interrogate ones out of the way first. And these are your primary suspects?" Connie asked, perplexed. "I'm pretty sure that could be determined if we interviewed them," I said, enigmatically. Connie wasn't sure if that was enough explanation. He sat back in his chair, meshed the fingers of his hands on the desk. "You're already fired, you know," he said, but with a hint of curiosity in his voice. "But, okay, what's your plan?" I told him. He looked skeptical, maybe even disapproving. "I don't like this, but it's your last hurrah," he said, disenchanted. Chapter 80. Connie stood up, came around his desk, passed me, nodded to indicate I should follow, and went out his door to stand in front of my little cotter, directing his attention to Nnamdi. "I appreciate your coming in," he said, cordially. I don't know if he was expecting a reply, but Nnamdi had already accepted the inevitable, barely acknowledging his greeting with a slight nod. "Would you come with me, please?" he asked, indicating with his arm which way to go before holding the door open to the room he had come out of for me to exit. He shut the door softly behind me, then stepped in front and led us downstairs to where I guessed the interview room was located. The general bustle of the station seemed subdued, but I may have been projecting my own internal angst. Sergeant Ilio stopped at a desk to talk to another black police officer. I looked around. All the police officers were black, and the support staff too. There were 2 female secretaries, but maybe that was my sexism interpreting their positions in the office. Maybe they were police officers who didn't wear uniforms or badges. There were computer monitors on most desks, and the ones without them had computer tablets. Nobody looked up to see who we were or why we were there at first. Then I noticed a couple of heads following Kobe. Eventually they were all looking at Kobe. What little noise there had been in the room when we came in had subsumed into silence. I didn't give any more attention to the occupants of the room. I had my emotions racketed down to subsistence level, just enough to prepare for what was coming, not active enough to betray my intentions. I could feel my spirit trying to separate from my body, but I had enough control to keep myself intact. This was my sweet spot emotionally, fully cognizant of everything I was doing and thinking, with powerful feelings from the dopamine firing across my nerve endings. Confidence and strength are an unmatchable combination, and Namdi seemed resigned. Whatever internal governor she possessed was fully engaged. She would not look at me, preferring to follow the sound of my footsteps. Sergeant Ilio grasped her upper forearm lightly and guided her into the viewing room, while Connie led me and Molly into an interview room. Molly he seated in a chair behind a desk along the far wall opposite a large mirror. Molly sneered at Connie, but then his eyes rested on mine for a moment, and his face went flat. As Kobe followed me in, Molly's face became ashen. He sat up in his chair, alert. I knew that whatever secrets Molly could keep from me, he would tell Kobe. What do they want? He asked nervously of Connie, but looking at Kobe. Connie didn't reply. Instead, he yelled through the still open door, "Sergeant Ilio, I want you and all the other officers to take lunch." He waited a moment, then said matter-of-factly, "Do you people understand what I'm saying?" I could hear an affirmative answer somewhere through the door, some shuffling, then silence. Connie turned to Kobe. He said gravely, "We have a witness behind the window." He indicated a large mirror along the opposite wall. "She's going to be watching, so she's going to know what you say. You might try and coordinate your stories, but I doubt it. I think she's going to be our human lie detector." Connie looked directly into the mirror. Only his reflection showed, but he was talking to Namdi behind the glass. "You heard how you can contribute," he said as if he could see her peering through. Connie then said to me, "Let's go," and started out the door. I followed, leaving Kobe behind. Connie carefully shut the door, listened to it click, locked it, then he led me into the viewing room where Namdi waited furtively. She didn't notice either of us, instead was looking through the one-way mirror at what was occurring inside. Kobe was still standing, and he was looking deep into the eyes of Molly, who had begun to sweat profusely. Then Kobe grabbed the sides of Molly's face with both of his hands so that his thumbs were positioned over each of Molly's eyes. He must have pressed down slightly because Molly jumped in his seat. He was going to say something, probably curse, but he screamed in a soft wave instead. The screaming increased in intensity and frequency, like the sound an antelope makes when the hyenas bring it down. The last sound it will ever make. A forlorn, hopeless sound capitulating to death. The screams were muffled but still emanated shrilly through the thick concrete wall and glass. I felt the rush and anticipated it to continue, and Namdi must have to, except her feelings weren't as euphoric as my own. "Stop it," she screamed. "I'll tell you. Just stop this." She went to her knees in front of the window, head bowed, face in hands, sobbing. Connie walked out, unlocked and opened the door to the interview room, pulled it back to show Molly laying on the floor face down, blood pooling under him. Kobe stood nearby, his hands red, and Namdi's gaze was fixed solely on him, as if Molly was of secondary concern. Chapter 81, 3 months ago. Namdi was practicing for her audition quietly in the back of the lounge, a sliver of sunlight squeezing through a covered window catching highlights in her jet black hair. She was elated but apprehensive at the same time because she was uncertain how authentic the audition really was. The boss had offered her the chance only after she had suitably entertained 3 of his friends. Namdi had always wanted to be a singer, any kind of entertainment really, but singing had always been first choice. It is why she had left her village to become a prostitute in Johannesburg. Molly had come into the village, now she knew specifically, to recruit new girls, but at the time he seemed a regular businessman. Handsome, he paid attention to her. He promised she could sing if she came with him, and she had, eagerly, and for 2 years had patiently waited for her chance. Being a prostitute had not been onerous, and it held no stigma in the city. At first she was curious and experimental. Men of different types actually attracted her, fat ones, short ones, all with different endowments and fetishes. There had even been women, and she felt no shame of the sexual attractions they could offer. She had become popular because her customers could sense her sincerity in pleasuring them until she had the ability to choose only the best clients, the ones that she enjoyed or she thought could advance her designs to be an entertainer until she was here now. Molly still preferred her to his other girls and spent the night with her more often than not. Plus, he occasionally tried to ensure her own pleasure before his own, and truly seemed to care about her health and well-being. At first, she had been afraid to insist her customers use a condom even though Molly insisted due to the prevalence of AIDS, but when Molly found out a customer had broken the rule, he served a vicious beat down. And Namby had taken Sanny under her wing, more a big sister than a mother because she was only a few years older, but her sophistication and place in Molly's hierarchy gave her an air of authority. Sanny's best-paying client was Cecil Rhodes, and she would break any other appointment for him, sometimes waiting whole days to fit into his schedule. He had no quirks nor kinky habits except for not wanting to wear protection. He was the one customer whom Molly allowed that latitude, both due to the money and the reduced risk of the white icon having an STD. Still, Molly regularly scheduled Sanny to have monthly medical checkups to make sure. It was certain Sanny was pregnant by Cecil Rhodes because no other man had risked Molly's wrath, all taking extreme care to ensure there was no possibility of passing something on to her. They had not told Rhodes because unless the baby was viable, why risk a good customer? But it had been 6 months and a decision had to be made rather to take her out of the rotation and ask Rhodes for the difference in income, or offer her as a specialty. Pregnant sex partners were always in demand to the fetishists. In fact, normally the pregnancy would be terminated, but Cecil Rhodes was rich and powerful, and it was unclear what his position would be if he learned of the situation after the fact. Then the whole situation turned upside down. Rhodes had died, putting any plans for selling the child to him in limbo. At first, Molly was angry and disgruntled. He was expecting a good return on the sale, but after several days of thinking about it, he had formulated a new plan. He would blackmail the other family heirs, making them pay to have the baby aborted, or he would advertise the fact the child existed, a direct descendant of Cecil Rhodes, to throw the family fortunes into turmoil. And Namby had just heard these plans, and knew Sanny would be devastated to have an abortion this late in pregnancy. She would have been more insistent with Molly, but did not want to risk her dream. The audition meant too much to her. "You got that girl under your wing, the one with gold in her belly?" Molly asked nonchalantly. "She's a good girl, fit for business. You gotta treat her good," and Namby said about Sanny, almost insistent. I know," replied Molly, taking no notice of Namby's affront. "I just think we can make some plans here. That Whitey has a lot o' money." Molly made the word money last a long time, letting out his breath at the end. His eyes were alight with possibilities. "I don't want her hurt," pleaded Namby. "We no gonna hurt her," Molly insisted. "She a princess. We all gonna live in a castle." He looked at Namby. "You, me, maybe get ourselves together and do something." Namby could hear the sincerity in his voice, but he'd talked like this before, especially when he was drunk. And nothing ever came of it, but hope springs eternal, no matter what line of work you're in, and pimps and prostitutes have dreams too. She thought of her position. She was about to hit it big, or at least a chance, and she'd earned it. She'd paid her dues, done what she had to, and to throw it all away getting in Molly's way would do neither of them any good. Instead, she imagined herself singing to a packed house, cigarette smoke blurring the lights, a raucous back chorus of ebullient patrons drinking whiskey, and listening to her performance with equal enjoyment. The vision's allure was worth more than a Sanny, even a pregnant Sanny. Whatever Molly had to do so the universe would revolve around her, no price was too high to pay. Chapter 82. 1 month ago. In the half-darkness of Sanny's room in the back of the nightclub. Blinds pulled over the windows to keep out the daylight and prying eyes, a false privacy that the customers found mandatory and signified the girl's place in the world. Sanny had just finished rubbing cocaine powder inside her lower lip. She'd been offered the drug from Molly, who then sprinkled a small amount from the plastic bag he was holding and did the same thing, patting his cheeks afterward as they began to numb. There was little to distinguish one day to the next, especially since her lover, Cecil Rhodes, was gone. They may have not been the prototype for lovers, but they had been nonetheless. The cocaine helped Sanny with the longing for what she had lost emotionally and physically, for her days used to be highlighted by his attentiveness to her, both what she was thinking and what her loins lusted for. In times long past, such a union would have been more common. A graying old man and a nubile young girl. Evolution favored it for the simple reason that each provided what the other required to continue the lineage of humans. In modern times, such a relationship was considered an aberration, but May-September romance was one of the tactics of human DNA to propagate the race through whatever means necessary. Sandy had already begun dreaming about the life her unborn child would soon have as the offspring of a rich white family, even if it was an illegitimate half-race. Cecil Rhodes' dynasty would certainly make sure the child was educated in the finest schools and brought up in a proper environment. No matter, white folks were like that. And as the child's mother, she might expect some help too, at least get out of the life she was living now, and probably some money every month to help her raise the child properly. As the months went by, these fantasies and longings increased to the point that she no longer hoped but instead expected such an outcome. She would be the mother of a child who would inherit the mantle of power in a country where power meant everything. Therefore, when Molly presented the idea that she should give up the baby for money, it was not only appalling, it actually was in conflict with what she knew was her destiny. Molly's threats notwithstanding, no amount of debate was going to make her voluntarily see a special doctor. "I'm going back to my village," Sandy insisted. "Me, Mommy, and sister will see to the baby." "You're not going anywhere," Molly replied, his voice deeper than normal, the voice he used when one of the girls was seeing a man who had offered to take her away from Molly. "You're my girl. You do what I say." Sandy didn't know who to talk to. She only really knew one person here, and that was Nnamdi, both a mentor and a friend. Surely Nnamdi would know what to do. Perhaps they could escape together and start new lives. Sandy ran down the hallway, almost tripping over her own feet, she was so distraught. She flew into Nnamdi's room, a wisp of dust accompanying her arrival, a slice of sunlight illuminating it like a thin veil. Sandy's hair was unkempt, and she wore no makeup, only the beautiful opalescence of youth. She was obviously concerned, though, and it showed on her face. "I've got to escape," she announced, almost hysterically. "They want to kill my baby." Nnamdi said nothing. What could any accomplice admit to? Prevarication, lying, is at its heart, so she just continued to listen, trying to appear sympathetic, which in reality she was. Sandy continued her explanation. "Molly said the Rhodes family will pay a lot to have my baby killed, and he agreed to it without asking me." She swallowed, remembering the revelation. "But I want my baby. He's going to be a gentleman and wealthy too." Sandy was told the baby was a boy by a wise woman who could prognosticate the sex by feeling the lay of the fetus in her womb. "What are you going to do?" Nnamdi asked. She wasn't sure if the question was a violation of trust, but she was caring. She didn't want Sandy to harm herself. "I'm going to stay with my all auntie in Soweto," Sandy whispered. "I'm going to stay there till my boy is born. And I never comin' back 'ere," she announced the last with emphasis, demonstrating her conviction of how her life was going to proceed in the future. "What if Molly finds you?" Nnamdi asked, betrayal hiding behind her concern. "He won't," Sandy said with certainty. The conversation stalled for a minute while Sandy gathered her composure and fortitude. The whole room had become quiet. There wasn't even any traffic noise. A spider scurried across the floor between them. There are times in a person's life that defines them as people, not to others, but to themselves. This was one such time. If Nnamdi violated the implicit trust Sandy had conveyed on her, then that was one kind of person, one that would be difficult to live with. Nnamdi considered the ramifications of her choice, how it would affect her nascent singing career, how it would forever taint her domestic relationship with Molly, how her own goals would be impacted by maintaining a trust with a girl who would herself be better off taking the money. She considered these things and how they affected her. Then she went to Molly and told him what she knew. Chapter 83. 2 weeks ago, Africa clutched promise just outside Molly's grasp. When he was a young man, the men who had stayed in his village told him to emigrate, hopefully to America, get into the lottery, or at least go to Europe. Germany if he had to, England if he could. But Molly, who had been the brightest of the school children, had aspirations of leadership, more an interest in power than egalitarianism, but still helpful to his village, and possibly his country's, governing. In fact, he had served in positions of leadership during his early 20s and was good at it, destined for village elder at a young age, a springboard into regional politics for his tribe. But gradual realization that Africa was a lost cause crept into his thoughts, and by the time he was 30, he had left for the cities. First he visited Cape Town, but opportunities for blacks were tied in with patronage, and he had no connections, so he had journeyed to the wilderness that Johannesburg had become since apartheid had ended, where brains coupled with brawn held many opportunities. He started running numbers, but it required more financial backing, so he had taken on a small stable of working girls, which had quickly expanded into his main enterprise. With the money he had started a nightclub, the Harem, named after his girls, and gained a certain amount of notoriety and respectability among the other blacks, but he was ignored by the white hierarchy, if not downright despised. But an ambitious man's lot is to never be satisfied with current achievement, and so to attain that next level, rubbing shoulders with the white establishment, he had orchestrated the plan with Sanny. He did not enforce the condom requirement, and had told Cecil Rhodes that she was protected via medication from chance of pregnancy. Then he had waited. Sanny was a beautiful girl. Cecil Rhodes was virile despite his advancing age, and the spirits gave Molly the opportunity to make a great deal of money quickly. Molly felt it was his turn now. This was the opportunity that he had been waiting for, and he deserved it, so it was with a sense that he had been betrayed by Sanny that he drove to the Soweto alley where he had been informed Sanny's auntie lived. How dare she steal from him? Anything she had was from him. He stood in front of Sanny's auntie's ramshackle dwelling, corrugated steel roof, rusted through at the corners, with dirt-encrusted buckets to catch the runoff. Weeds grew up through the chunks of broken concrete that served as a walkway through the mud and gravel roadway. A ditch ran along the side of the street, refuse-filled and running with sewage. There was no proper underground sewer system in any of the squatter townships, a remnant of the apartheid era from the attempt to keep blacks from living among whites in the city limits. But it was a failed concept from a failed policy because people value convenience above all else, and anything can be home once you become accustomed to it, especially in Africa. Sanny had heard the car rumbling over the gravel, and because she was paranoid about Molly finding her, had looked out the plastic sheeting that served as a window, aghast that her fear had been realized. Unfortunately, her auntie, an older obese woman who was not a direct relationship but a friend of her friend's aunt, was out shopping for whatever fresh vegetables might be available on a day-by-day basis. Molly's car passed, examining dwellings on either side of the rough road, looking to discover the house he was searching for, the house she was hiding in. Then he stopped right in front, mind made up. Sanny was transfixed with fear, peeking through a tear in the weathered plastic that served as a window where tape camouflaged her exposed forehead and hair. Molly sauntered up to the door. He did not knock, just opened it and stepped in without waiting for a response. Presumably, he was confident enough in his own authority and projected power that even if he had the wrong house, he could just as easily step back out and close the door. This way he caught her off guard, squatting next to the window fully exposed. Immediately he saw her. They stared into each other's eyes for a moment. "Anyone else here?" he asked calmly. Fearfully, she lied. "My auntie is in the kitchen." Through the crude opening, they both could clearly tell it was unoccupied. Molly took only a moment to assess the situation. "I gave you a chance to get a share. I gave you your place in my house. I was your protector, provider, and guide, and you repay me by stealing my future." "It's a baby," Sanny wailed, trying to placate his rising anger. Sanny knew Molly and recognized the machination of his reasoning, the setup, where the dialogue was going, and she despaired. Outside, the sun shone hotly on the tin rooftops. It popped and crackled as the joints moved against each other. A pair of flies flew in pirouettes around the center of the room. Somewhere near, dogs were barking, but they seemed to sense what was about to happen because their barks morphed into wailing. Molly calmly walked up to Sanny. "They only need the baby dead. They don't care how it's done." He wrapped his fingers around her soft throat and began squeezing. Chapter 84. The police station was again busy after lunch. Sunlight was streaming through the windows, its brilliance capturing an unrepeatable snowstorm of dust, the air swirling under the ceiling fans. A thin sheen of perspiration shone on the forehead of the receiving sergeant who was directing victims and perpetrators alike to their assigned seating. Officers sat at their desks taking complaints from citizens who had been robbed or abused in some way. All looked intent on their work, no one paying attention to Nnamdi seated in front of an empty desk, looking forlorn and lost. We had not spoken since the interview, and odds were we never would again. I felt a vague sense of loss, but it extinguished while I was considering it, and the next time I looked at her, she was as anonymous to me as the first time I'd met her. It was a process and feeling I was very familiar with, and comforting in its own manner, an easy way to live life without the complications of relationships. Cobb had immediately disappeared after the interview. Molly had been taken to the hospital. They were able to reattach his tongue, and there was little investigation on how he had so thoroughly bit through it. But even with his tongue, he would never reveal who he was dealing with to kill Sanny because a pot of gold was still waiting for him should he not die in South Africa's prisons, as most baby killers were wont to do. Rumor I could overhear in the station was that he already had a special defense attorney paid for by the Rhodes family, probably through Blakey, I thought. I didn't know if I cared, but decided I didn't. Eventually, Nnamdi was led away, leaving me seated there by myself. I guess I was waiting for Connie, but that's not something he'd told me to do when he walked away after Nnamdi's confession. I stayed and listened, but he never looked at me, nor even acknowledged my presence. I followed when he led Nnamdi out of the viewing room, and when he sat her down, I'd sat down too. Now it was just me alone, like always. Finally, I got the drift of my place in Connie's life, and I left. The car was long gone, towed away. I took a taxi back to the truck. Chapter 85. When I woke up, Cobb was fixing breakfast, scrambled eggs in an iron skillet over a propane tank with a burner connected to the spigot on the side of the cab for just such a purpose. He was wearing his tight-fitting olive and blue Chilean t-shirt, gray sweatpants, and bare feet. He'd started with a pan full of oil, and I could see the liquid porridge floating on the top before Cobb mixed it furiously with a broken-handled spatula. Afterwards he pinched in liberal quantities of pepper, some chopped onion, and something that looked like cayenne pepper sauce. When I climbed down from the cab, he wiggled the pan at me. "You want us some breakfast, God?" he asked. "They're enough for both of us. Always more chickens who want to lay eggs," Cobb answered. I sat on a folding chair perched nearby and breathed deeply of the tart morning air, watching the inspirational sunrise, though my eyes felt like sand had collected in both corners, and my gums were absolutely numb. A high from the day before was a vague ache sitting in the background demanding to be fed. I ignored it. There's a narrative perpetuated by paternalists that only people of weak personality and low moral turpitude use drugs, whether it be cigarettes, alcohol, or heroin. The reason these people create such a false narrative is inscrutable. I've always dismissed it as fearful envy of those they suspect are having a more satisfying life experience than themselves. My personal familiarity with mind-altering substances gives lie to that negative portrayal. However, because the only reason I can validate to discontinue drug use is that indeed it's so good that addicts become someone else's burden. Collectivists who believe that people are not responsible for themselves seem likely foils to this interpretation, but for a loner like me, it's the vulnerability that addiction causes that is to be protected against, not the euphoria. While shoveling in the plate of eggs, I decided I wanted something, stood up, decided I didn't want anything, sat down again. A few minutes later I repeated my vain exercise. Cobb looked up from his eating the second time, but he didn't say anything. The third time I got up, looked confused, and sat down. He took the scarf off of his forehead and wiped his brow with it, looked to see if there were sweat stains, then carefully refolded the neckerchief and rewrapped it behind his head, showing his scar. "You got someplace to be, God?" he asked without looking at me, concentrating on tying a knot. I glanced back at Cobb, noticed he was paying no serious attention, and casually shrugged. "Don't know if I want a coffee or to piss my britches," I explained. "You're not drinking coffee, God," Cobb commented. "Not doing lots of things," I countered. Cobb looked over at me, finally saying, "Lately you've been irritable," he observed. I shrugged again, brushing off the statement. Cobb reached into his pocket, took out a handful of drying caught leaf. "I seen lots of folks fidget around like you," Cobb said, holding the cod out on his palm as if to weigh it. Cobb picked one of the leaves out of his handful and slid it under his nose, taking a big breath of the aroma. He then expertly rolled the leaf in one hand between thumb and forefinger, licking the edge of the tight cylinder and running his finger along the side to seal the slug. "I be irritable when I chew too much," he said, then offered the rolled leaf to me. "Sometimes a little more will calm my nerves," I replied unconvincingly, hurriedly putting the slug into my mouth. Cobb watched my attention to his gift and noticed the brightening in my mood. "It's been 5 days now," he said enigmatically. "5 days for what?" I asked. "Since you've been using up our merchandise," Cobb explained. "It's going to start hurting our profits." "That's not so," I argued back. "He was starting to shake," he observed. I looked down at my arm, tried to hold it steady, but I couldn't. It shook with slight but indomitable tremors. I held onto the wrist with my other hand, but it was clear that arm was shaking too. Throwing both arms to my sides, I shook them like a dog throwing water off its back. Then I closed my eyes and relaxed for a full minute. When I opened my eyes, I held up my arm again and it was still. I held it up, showing it to Cobb, then put it down again quickly when I could no longer squelch the shakes, hoping he wouldn't see, but I suspect he did. I ruminated on life all day, and contrary to sunrises, sunsets are always rather sad. Another day is gone, never to be remembered except by lovers. Some people find great pleasure in watching as the colors change, and even squint their eyes and stare directly at the great orb hanging on the horizon, imagining I know not what, but it seems to make them happy, and that's a state worth whatever the price. Though I can avert my eyes to easily cure the sunset blues, the smells are harder to avoid. Insects mating release a particularly pungent odor, and as the flowers close, the aroma distinctly degrades. Sounds too cause reminiscences, buzzing, feral cries, and the heat cracking the dry soil. I'd gotten accustomed to sunsets, and I suppose all the other people who have ever lived in the world had to also. I've learned to turn sunsets to my advantage. One of the things I couldn't bring myself to do was exercise, but if I included it in a routine triggered by sunsets, then no contemplation of the pros and cons of physical exertion came to mind. I simply put on a wide-brimmed hat and set out down the street for a 5-kilometer walk. It didn't make much difference where I started from or what there was to see: city, country, hiking trail, busy sidewalk. They all served their purpose of keeping my body busy while my mind wandered down its own paths, hidden thoughts that simply weren't available when I was fully conscious. It was a kind of hypnosis that required no foreign substances to alter my brain chemistry to achieve. But when I got back to the truck, my skin was flushed, a sheen of sweat covered my body, and I was panting more than usual, the reason being I had run faster and faster, much more than my normal pace, to get back to the truck and another mouthful of cot. Chapter 86. It was never a time or place for Cobb to learn social nuance. Consequently, he was extremely obtuse in conversation with his customers. For example, he was a hopeless salesman who couldn't read expressions, verbal cues, or even the basics of fear. He sold occasionally to older women who must have felt sorry for him, but by far his most successful technique to get a customer to part with their money was one he wasn't even aware of. For when Cobb got hot and began to sweat, he would take off his hat, exposing the scars on his forehead. I'd never asked what had caused the scars. Frankly, I didn't want to know unless he told me. One of the rules of men's lives is to never ask another man personal questions. Women, they're usually looking for the attention and a reason to talk about themselves, become the center of attention. But men will tell you when they want to talk about something personal. Men that never learn that are low in the male dominance hierarchy may be excluded altogether like homosexuals, but even they can find their place among the status elites as long as they observe the primary rule of never asking personal questions. I don't know where men learn this rule. It's like so much of masculinity's definition, somewhere between nature and nurture, but by the time a boy becomes a man, he knows it. I'd noticed similar scars all over Cobb's body. I couldn't imagine what would have caused them. Torture maybe, tribal ritual. I don't know what culture practices they followed in Cobb's homeland, Liberia, I think. I couldn't quite remember if he'd told me before, but I seem to remember he was from Liberia, and that a kind of tortured English was his native language, and that he was descended from American slaves. Even though the English Cobb spoke carried a heavy accent, it was perfectly recognizable, to my ears anyway. I'd grown accustomed to hearing English as a second or third language all across Africa, sometimes so garbled as to be almost unintelligible, but who am I to talk? I'd never bothered to learn an African language, though it would be difficult to choose from the thousands spoken across the continent. One thing Africa did not have a shortage of was the spoken word. Chapter 87. I walked partially down the street to a cafe with a balcony that looked out over the fringes of the city, beyond even towards the open savanna, bounded on the left by the outskirts of Soweto, and to the right, the Catalan township. I wondered, as I often did, about the people who lived in other places, and even about the creatures that had roamed South Africa for hundreds of thousands of years. Did they know? Did they care? Did the inhabitants mix among themselves? What about all those individuals, each the center of their own universe, thinking that everything revolved around them, tens of thousands of people and animals, more even, that each thought nothing could be more important than what was happening to them this instant. Yet here I was, thinking those same thoughts, but not even knowing who and if the people I imagined even existed. The reticent black tracker I had met at the game reserve had told me that to a lion, people look like food, but to a person, a lion looks like something they'd like to pet. Those kinds of situations have a tendency to turn out poorly. Was I the lion or was I the tourist? Or was I the flea that rode the lion's back? How could everyone and everything have such myopia? Self-awareness seemed like such a rare thing because why hadn't I met more people who could look at me and know that harm resided within me, and whoever the center of the universe might be, it would make sense to let him be. How can I be the center of the universe if you are? No one ever answered that question. In fact, no one ever asks it. People don't really know how difficult it is to deal out violence. Men often fancy themselves in the role of avenger, and may even actually believe they can go through with their imaginary vengeances, and worse. In their fantasies, the other guy doesn't fight back, but when you have to walk through the door of violence, you have to commit yourself. Logic and self-preservation make you weak. In reality, what is required is complete, unhesitating, single-minded determination. Most people aren't born killers, nor can they learn to acquire the necessary ingredients. Men are born with only one right of nature, the right of violence. Women are given reproduction by nature, but not violence. Men who are incapable of violence do not rank in the male dominance hierarchy. All proclamations of goodness and fair play are nothing but affections. Men are violent to the core and only pretend civility to enhance their reproduction opportunities. That is the biology of testosterone. Any male animal pushed into a corner will become as violent. The most dangerous they will ever be, the most dangerous thing on earth. This is a lesson that society always seems to forget. If I had remained in America, suffered the consequence of my actions, and endured the humiliation of incarceration, it would have served no good purpose. It would have made society no safer. I was not a maniac. Knowing that a cage awaited me would not have modified my behavior, I chose to torture and kill my daughter's attacker fully aware of the consequences. And it would have been counterproductive as an example to prevent other men from doing the same because they should do the same. The people who deserve consequences are the perpetrators of heinous crimes, not the avenging angels. I traded my perfect life for this one of pointless vagrancy because that's what men have to do. When they stop, civilization ultimately falls. Chapter 88. Port of Buchanan, 80 kilometers sea of Monrovia, Liberia, May 3, 1990. Cobb's reign of terror was much more methodical and organized than that of the late commandant. His orders directly from future President Taylor were to subdue the area around the port. His soldiers were fiercely loyal to Cobb, their brat, Creole for Big Brother, even though he was one of the youngest among them and certainly the youngest leader in the NPFL. They attacked the Firestone estate, killing all the male workers and cutting the left hand off of all the women. Their bags bulged, blood-soaked and gruesome. They were even able to pin down and slaughter 2 white men too stupid, too desperate, or too proud to abandon their hopeless enterprise. Their fingers were distributed among the bravest of the troop to add length to honor necklaces. It all went to shit when Cobb was ordered to take his band to the port to pick up arms being ferried in from Burkina Faso. It was there that ECOMOG, the Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group, had created an ambush, the intention being that none of these damaged young men and boys would ever ravage the countryside again. It was a massacre against trained white soldiers. The wigs and dresses offered no supernatural protection, no bubble of fear. Rusted egg 47 seconds and machetes versus thousands of .221 rounds fired from modern, fully automatic weapons. The Cobb's ingestion of blue blues, barbiturates that kept his mind clear and logical, and combined with his natural skill and intuition, kept him just out of reach of death. There was no intent to capture anyone, but eventually ammunition ran out with only Cobb left alive among the marauders, the rest having been killed or run away. He was motioned to drop his weapon and walk forward. From a distance, he still appeared to be a boy, the fabled Masihiya, Messiah in English, feared by all men and fearing none. It was only when he got closer that the gruesomeness of his attire and the scars carved into his body caused the professional soldiers to shudder. It was mentioned that someone should shoot him, but no one did. Cobb offered no resistance. He even passively followed instructions, so no one thought to put him in restraints. He was simply a boy walking between 2 soldiers in full combat gear. Chapter 89. When I returned to the truck, Cobb was waiting in front of the driver's side door for me. His bulk reflected oddly off the door's paint, and the sky blurred out his upper torso so that the image appeared to be headless. I walked up to him and demanded, "I need cot." Not a request I made often. Cobb looked at me intently for a moment, trying to read some intention in my body language, but I stood perfectly still. "Is there something I can eat with?" he asked, clearly deciphering the situation only from his knowledge of me. "No, this is something I need to do myself," I replied, honestly. "Cot make you stupid," he warned. "You don't want to chew now. I've been awake for 2 days straight and need something," I explained. "You never had something before," Cobb argued. "Sleep first, then go." Sternly, I demanded, "Do you have cot or not?" I insisted, not negotiating. "You can go with me just in case." Cobb immediately accepted my determination. He walked to the passenger side of the truck, opened the door and climbed in, rummaged behind the seat, and when he came back he was holding a fistful of dried leaves. I took them from him, peeled a couple from the sticky ball, stuck them in my mouth and began chewing. The familiar bitter taste was welcome. My gums began to numb. I chewed for a moment before taking a pinch more. The rush was immediate and overwhelming. Not only did I float guilelessly and pure, but I also had the confidence and self-assurance of a god. The cot made me feel omniscient. The time, the place, the people, they all seemed perfectly choreographed to be here at this exact moment, to serve me personally. "Let's go," I said, quietly, and opened the driver's door to climb into the cab. Cobb went around and got into the passenger seat. Both doors clicked shut simultaneously. I backed the truck out around the trailer, a cloud of dust marking our movement. When I put it into low, the traction broke for a moment, caught in the loose gravel, spraying it like a rooster tail. Then we started forward. Neither of us spoke. On the way out of the parking lot, a rock came down from the freeway overpass and hit the windshield dead center. A small crack appeared which gradually radiated out as we drove to Blakey's house. I carry a razor blade in the elastic band of my underwear. Sometimes, if I'm twisted just right, I can feel it cutting into the lining, but the thought of it cutting all the way through into my skin is worth the comfort having it on my person brings. I try to keep a taser with me whenever I can, one small enough to remain concealed in my hand. There's never been a time I would trade exchanging blows for a well-placed zap, and to see a scumbag writhing on the ground brings me great satisfaction. Of course, I can use a gun if I have to, but I have never had to because no situation has never warranted such dire escalation. If I need to up the severity of punishment, a knife or even a chair leg will serve that purpose. Knives are up and personal, and not many men are comfortable with their use, but the ones that are can't be accused of lacking empathy just because they aren't squeamish. I twisted my hips slightly while seated to feel the reassuring presence of the razor blade, and I looked towards the center console, imagining the taser inside. There was a 9mm in there too, at the bottom, but I rarely thought of using guns, and didn't now. It was hot out, and smoke from the fires all around. The roads were almost empty, and twice I saw vehicles pulled over to the side of the road still burning. I didn't see any bodies, but I didn't want to. I drove past Wimpy's. There was a crowd milling around out front. They were mostly men, and the way their eyes followed my vehicle indicated to me that the masculinity of my truck was acting as a deterrent. I smiled to myself. The truck had been like armor for me while I had been in Africa. All people perceive is the brutish design and aggressive exhaust noise. Whoever is behind the wheel receives the benefit of transference, and in a way, that association was real, because to be afforded status is to partake of it. Even the least virile man felt the testosterone coursing through their blood in the cab of a semi, and if an incident occurred that required them to act, they would project the image of their vehicle and not themselves. I like to think that in my instance it worked both ways, that the violence pent up in my body leaked into the vehicle and emanated to those who saw it. Graffiti spray painted in white on the sides of buildings caught my attention. I'd seen that symbol before. After a city had erupted, it was often painted on the bodies of the victims, white and black, but it came into public perception relatively recently. It was the same as Kobe's scar, but Kobe's scar looked old, well-healed, sharp light-colored lines on his forehead. I'd never asked about it, and he'd never told me what the connection was. Anything I could speculate of how a scar on his forehead could permeate throughout Africa and become the symbol of outrage and revolution seemed fantastic and unreasonable. As I approached the rendezvous with Blakey, the smoke thickened and the crowds of men became more dense. They stared into my cab with increased scrutiny. I was glad they could not tell that I was white, because it seemed likely that instead of begrudgingly moving out of my way, they would have confronted me, truck or no truck. That couldn't have ended well. I opened the center console and put the taser on the seat next to me and dug out the 9mm. The clarity I felt from the cot was profound. I felt what the men around me were feeling, the rage, the intensity. I doubt if the feeling was drug-induced or my imagination, because the evidence was in the mob's eyes and posture. I smelled an additional taint in the smoke, cooked meat. It was that smell, I don't know from where, but I recognized it as more odious, a damning odor of burnt human flesh. It triggered a reaction in me, and I sunk deeper into my subconscious. It was like when I left the flesh, but I was still here. I was absent, but retained control of my faculties. A band of tension started just before my ears, over my upper face, and wrapped around, causing me to clench my jaw. The smell of char turned to the smell of flowers, and colors became more vibrant. The angry crowds were gone, replaced by acacia trees. Even the truck changed. It became an easy chair, and everything out in front of me was a television show, one I could interact with. I knew that somewhere in front of me was Thomas Blakey, murderer, psychopath, evil incarnate. I was disappointed that he would not serve justice even when the depth of his perfidy was the cause. Though Blakey did not directly murder Sani Abacha, his aura infected her life and made her young death a foregone conclusion. Kibaki Molly had no more free agency in her demise than a lion does to his springbok. Blakey set the tone. His presence dictated the events, then Mother Nature took over. The number of deaths he was responsible for in his miserable life were of catastrophic proportions and would be considered extreme anywhere but Africa, where death is mundane, counted on a scale of lives lost per second. In my mind's eye I could see Sani Abacha. It wasn't her death photo I saw, but the young one in Namdi had shown me. Her skin had the sepia tone of the photo in my imagination, and her eyes were blurry. She already seemed a ghost. It was as if the photograph had foretold her future, there for all to see if they could recognize the signs. The tension at my temples was becoming unbearable. I needed more cot, or perhaps the cot simply brought out a trait I had always had, the premonition of violence, and only made the feeling of tenseness more noticeable. I could taste the bitterness on the back of my tongue as I fought back when Blakey urinated on my prostrate form, incapable of resistance, helpless to his degradation. I affirmed to myself that would never happen again, not from a man, and not even from a monster. The score I would settle for Sanny Abacha would be for the two of us. Chapter 90. In my pocket I could feel my cell phone vibrating. Someone was calling. That in its own right is a rare event. I neither call nor take calls, and almost no one knows my number. Also, the incoming was blocked, so there was no indication who was calling. I put the phone back into my pocket, forgetting about it, but a minute or so later it gave that special message left vibration. Scammers rarely leave messages. I again took the phone out of my pocket, looked at the details. The message was almost 30 seconds long. I turned on the speaker and started the playback. There was a slight hesitation while the magic of intercontinental communication performed its rituals, then sound materialized. My blood ran cold. It was the otherworldly voice of Thomas Blakey invading my personal space. "I know you're listening to this," Blakey's quivery, hoarse, lispy voice said, "because I know everything about you." The eeriness of the claim did not escape me. The only communication Blakey and I had ever had was violence, or the words leading up to violence. "I knows you creeped into my room at night and violated me," Blakey continued. Adrenaline shot into my system. How would he know that? Was he only pretending to be asleep? What could he possibly be calling for, especially now, at this time when I was going to his house to do him harm? I wondered if the coincidence was proof of his supernatural nature. "If yous want to know what really happened to the girl, you'll have to meet me at," and Blakey had provided a GPS location. There was no more. I immediately put the coordinates in my phone, got the first instruction, and turned the truck around. We arrived at the rendezvous point, but saw no immediate sign of Thomas Blakey. It was an industrial plant, maybe something to do with corrosive chemicals, because most of the machinery was constructed of stainless steel, and the concrete floors were stained with floury white acid patterns. The main overhead lights were off, but the emergency lights were on, casting a wicked glow off of the reflective surfaces. The place was probably full of sweaty men during normal times, but these were not normal times. The events just outside the large overhead doors were proof enough of that. There was an overturned car in the parking lot, and some smoldering tires. "Wait for me," I told Kobe, showing him the 9mm. He nodded. I moved about 50 meters from the truck, making sure to stay in the shadows, and only after making sure no one was watching. I stayed off the concrete, on the soil, so that my footsteps would not ring. I never considered that Blakey might not show. Of course he would come. Blakey's progenitors had never socially evolved above repeating cycles of rage and revenge, which if viewed objectively can be very effective tools of survival. Enemies are clearly identified and plans for retaliation easily formulated. The civilization of modern societies has not eliminated these base human emotions. They have simply pushed them under the surface, where they fester and corrode the soul of the people until the society crumbles from within. In this way, there is more honesty and dishonesty, and predictability too, which is why I knew my sentinel would eventually bear fruit. I took off my shoes in preparation in case I had to sneak across the concrete, sinking my bare toes in the coarse sand of my watching place, careful of the large red ants with mandibles twice the size of their heads herding a steady stream of small, weaponless workers head to tail towards some bounty that must be carried back to their colony. I could not help but imagine an old ivory slave strain, husbanded by armed black overseers. This thought led me naturally to thinking about Blakey, and I simultaneously heard footsteps. When I looked towards them, Blakey was approaching from the side opposite the truck. I wondered if Kobe could see him. My camouflage was effective because Blakey was not looking at me, but instead walked gingerly through the factory's large equipment, keeping it between himself and the line of sight with the truck, obviously trying to hide his presence. Eventually he stood with his back facing me, watching the truck, perhaps waiting for someone to emerge. We both stood silent for several minutes. Even the sound of chaos in the city was little more than a low buzz. I thought this must be my chance, so I stepped barefooted onto the cold concrete and crept slowly across the floor. I was a prey animal, my muscles perfectly synced in rhythm, so there was no hint of my passage. Slowly, ever so slowly, right up to within a meter of where Blakey stood, still facing the truck, his back towards me. Never underestimate taciturn old white men. Those who confuse silence with inaction will regret that preconception. I raised the pistol to within a few centimeters of the back of Blakey's head, prepared to fire as soon as the barrel leveled with the swirl of mangy white hair on the center of his skull. But I had underestimated Blakey's animal cunning, and it was not me who was the hunter here, but him. Blakey had positioned himself near a stainless steel tank, not so close as to make me aware of it, but close enough for him to watch behind his back, and my complete lack of awareness due to reveling in my own drug-induced thoughts prevented me from noticing a bucket on a beam above me, a piece of twine tied to its handle, which looped over a sprinkler line and came down to the floor where it was tied to a pedal-controlled machine. Blakey was standing on the pedal, and as I raised my pistol, he stepped down on the actuator with his left foot. I recognized the crude trap in the split second before the water that poured from the overturned bucket onto my head, catching me completely by surprise, and during my disorientation, Blakey spun around and rapped me soundly on the side of the head with a sap. The flash of pain coincided with my instantaneous realization of chagrin and embarrassment of again being outwitted. Then I was blank to the world. Chapter 91. I slowly realized the pain in my hands and wrists which brought me back to consciousness. My head wasn't feeling too good either. A shiver of pain went through my forehead each time my heart pounded in my ears. I hadn't opened my eyes yet, and couldn't look up if I wanted to. My head was so fuzzy, but I thought I was hanging from my wrists. Reactively, I stood on the balls of my feet to relieve the pressure. That's what Blakey had been waiting for. He seemed anxious to gloat. "You 'tweren't nothing to catch," he said dismissively. "I dropped dozens better'n you, maybe hundreds." I opened my eyes to try and see where I was. I was still in the factory, right where Blakey had hit me. He's probably put something around my wrists and tied the bucket rope to it, then hoisted me up just enough so I had to stand on my toes. It was a cruel kind of torture, probably something he was an expert at, having done it many, many times before. I didn't know what he was going to do with me, but I guessed it was going to get worse. Blakey was caught in his own reverie, playing the teacher explaining the lessons to a slow student. "What you've been blind to, what's been right in your face the whole time, it's that police friend of yours. He was covering for the Rhodes family in case one of them killed the girl. Not that any of them had the balls for it. That's what they got me for. That's why he couldn't let his own department get too close to the action or the secret might be told. You were supposed to be the patsy. I'd warn you off. He'd call the case closed. No one would be the wiser." But he didn't know what kind of man he was dealing with. Blakey continued, smug. I knew when I saw your eyes while you were butchering my hand. I know your type. I've been fighting your type for decades now." Blakey hesitated for a moment, reminiscing. "I could have used you in the war. You're probably one of dem serial killers Deitel is always jabbering on about." Then he turned his attention back to me. "But that was then and this is now, and frankly, you Yank serial killers are overblown. I'll show you how a real serial killer operates," and he grinned. The look on Blakey's face was one of sheer elation, the kind of desire only a true psychopath gets when they're fully in control, and about to derive maximum pleasure from maximum pain. His eyes were looking directly at me, but they weren't seeing anything on this earth. Blakey's vision was on another plane, one of his fantasies. I didn't even try to conjecture what he was imagining. I took the opportunity to look up. The binding around my wrists was an industrial tie wrap like the kind used to bind the bouncer's wrists in the alley. The mystery of who had killed him was solved, but I deduced that already cutting off his finger was Blakey putting me in the frame. All my attention was above. Blakey sliced my right cheek with a knife. The pain was immediate and intense. My head flew back, mouth opening in a howl of anguish, eyes wide. In an instant my spirit was flung out and the flesh was below me. I could see its eyes filled with terror, and its pulsating tongue as the flesh screamed, but my spirit was mute and all things were silent. Calm even. As a hovering spirit, I looked around. The chaos and fire from outside had encircled the factory. The concrete and steel building was unaffected, but everything beyond the perimeter was burning. The light for the flames stained the stainless steel tanks and equipment orange, with long, black shadows undulating in a chaotic dance. The flesh was a part of it all, but I was just an observer to the tragedy. I could see Blakey's joy in the event, his reveling in the power of the situation. He held the flesh's head up by the hair to stare into its terrified eyes. His other arm held a long knife gleaming in the flickering light. "I'm gonna cut off your balls, boy," Blakey hissed. The flesh could smell his breath, a sweet combination of licorice chiclets and cigarettes. In my ethereal state above the flesh, I considered the situation. The ratchet in the tie wrap could be broken if the flesh could twist its wrists far enough, but there wasn't enough slack. The flesh dropped to its heels, placing full weight on the tie wrap, stretching the plastic. I knew the pain was extraordinary, but the flesh would rise, drop, blood running down its wrists. It tried to twist, but the ratchet did not break. Blakey assumed the flesh was simply trying to escape. He smiled even wider. He slid the knife under the flesh's shirt, blade cutting the cloth. Then he tore the shirt off the flesh's body with a jerk. That's when he stopped, stood perfectly still, staring at the flesh's bare chest. Simultaneously, the flesh wrenched its wrists in one final, tremendous twist, and the tie wrap broke free. Chapter 92. As I floated half aware above the events happening below me, I could now see that Kobe had somehow followed us. He wasn't wearing a shirt and his body was covered in a sheen of heavy sweat. Dribbles of it ran down his head and torso, beaded on his skin and dripped from his arms. Glistening light from the fires burning all around us traced the cross-hatching of gruesome scars vivid and angry red on his muscled chest, torso, and arms. Contemplating those scars in my heightened state of awareness, it dawned on me that they were mutilated, dismembered bodies, stick figures with chopped-off hands and feet, with rictus mouths screaming in horror. The design on his forehead seemed to stand out. The scars there were a stylized version of those haunting figures, the same images I'd seen painted on buildings and stenciled on sidewalks. The connection would have been devastating in normal circumstances, but these were the kind of circumstances in which they were made so I could accept and absolve the evil without personal condemnation. It was the Masihiya approaching. Blakey was not at first aware that Kobe had come up behind him, but then he frowned, a vexed look on his face. Blakey could not move his knife arm because it was caught in a vise of ebony. He tried to pull his arm away from the looming presence, but he was no more successful than a child pulling away from the swat of an irritated father. Kobe stood immobile, pushing Blakey's arms down to his sides like he was pulling a cork from a wine bottle. Blakey had not fully realized the situation until he turned and looked into Kobe's black eyes. Blakey's own eyes popped as wide as saucers, and his fight-or-flight reaction kicked in full. But there was no relinquishing of Kobe's deadly embrace. Blakey tried kicking, spitting, biting, everything his life of street fights and alley bushwhacking had trained him, but it was useless against Kobe's dominance, a man whose experience of violence exceeded his own. What those of the Western world do not understand is that everything in Africa is magnificent in size, strength, cruelty, excess, and degradation, because there are no inhibitions, no morals, no punishing God. In Africa, there's always something bigger, badder, and meaner waiting to eat you. I was childhood innocence when compared to the utter barbarity bred and nourished in Kobe. Whereas my own violent proclivities had to be consciously embraced against the prescriptions of the law and civilization, Kobe had no such strictures. His very nature was closer to the carnivores than humanity, where we had childhood. He had murder, where we had infatuation. He had rape, where we had a mother's caring embrace. He had the spraying of warm blood and piercing screams. Kobe's hand was practiced at wielding a machete. His torture had a kind of integrity. At first the screaming was terrifying and overwhelming, but I made the flesh ignore it so I could barely hear a muted shrillness and the crackling of the flames round us getting larger and more magnificent. Sweet-smelling smoke wafted to me on a soft breeze. In the bright, flickering light I could see the shadow of Blakey hanging by his arms as I had been. The image was blurry to my numbed consciousness, but I sensed that he was writhing in pain. He appeared to have had his feet chopped off and his leg disappeared at the knee. Over time, his appendages became dozens of pieces in a pile on the ground under the body, expertly cut off at each joint. The flesh watched in passivity. None of me was present. I tried not to watch, but the fascination was too much and I kept a solemn vigilance. I didn't even shut my eyes when the screaming stopped, not because Blakey was dead, but because Kobe had cut out his tongue. Blakey stayed alive a long time under Kobe's practiced blade, but I was protected from its full impact by my transcendent observational status. My vision narrowed until all I could see were the shadows of an event not quite real, certainly not under any control of mine. The circle got smaller and smaller, darker and darker, until mercy came in the form of oblivion. Chapter 93. There was an irritation which clarified itself into noise, accompanied by pain. I awoke to the impetus of someone slapping my face lightly. "Carson! Carson! Wake up, you bastard!" My eyes opening clued my interrogator that I had regained some kind of fuzzy consciousness, but it took me a few moments to see Connie's face looking into mine. "You bugger! What the hell happened here?" It was then that the pain overwhelmed me. I curled into a fetal position and squeezed my newly opened eyes shut. Waves of irresistible electricity pulsed against my temples. "Can you shoot this man up with morphine? I need to talk to him," I could hear Connie's voice ask above me. I was barely aware of a slight prick to my arm before all of my nerve endings simply gave up reporting pain and instead decided now was the time to relax. My head lolled back. My eyes again opened and slowly took in my surroundings. The air was thick with a smoky taste. I focused on Connie, trying to understand what he was saying. Carson, man, are you in there? I could feel my head nodding lightly. What happened here, goddammit? Connie demanded. I could see the spaces between his teeth, the way the spittle collected on his lips as he spoke. I wanted to answer him, so I shook my head no, but it was uncertain if it moved enough for him to notice. He did. You mean you don't know? Connie asked incredulously. Or you won't tell me? His eyes were crossed in anger. I slightly shook my head again, but then the pain flooded back and all went black. A sharp slap to my cheek was my next impression. I raised my head, looked around at the police officers circling me. Connie was looking at the mutilated body of Blakey, his decapitated head ghost white from the total loss of blood. From the severed limbs, his penis cut off and inserted in his mouth. Altogether a horrifying sight. I think you know what's going on, Connie challenged me. He looked angry. I was alert enough to respond. You think I'd do something like this? I asked, my tongue thick in my mouth. You know what I think, Connie, losing it, yelled. I think you're a perverted fuck. Do you know how many calls the station got about this incident? You'd think the world was coming to an end. Some kind of vengeful ghost, they said. Then we rush out, push through a goddamn riot, beat back the goddamn fire, come in here to this mess, and lo and behold, it's you. It's always fucking you. I've got the city crumbling around me, and I've got to deal with this. Connie paused in his condemnation, apparently made a decision. I'm through, he yelled. You're going to fucking prison. Connie grabbed my upper arms, forced me to stand. The movement made me dizzy. I couldn't stiffen my legs, so Connie had to embrace me around the chest to support me. You men, Connie ordered over his shoulder, come arrest this man and put him in one of the cars. He waited. No one moved. Connie, still awkwardly trying to balance my weight, half turned to face the dozen or so uniformed black policemen. I recognized Sergeant Elio. He was staring straight at me, but he made no indication that he knew me. What's the fucking problem? Put cuffs on this man, Connie said sternly. Still, none of the men took a step towards us. I had regained my senses enough to stand on my own, taking the burden off of Connie. Semi-dried blood had rubbed off my naked torso onto his uniform. Normally, I'd think it was disgusting, but in the circumstances, it was totally appropriate. This is cowardliness or insubordination or both, Connie yelled at his men. I'll have all of your badges if you don't help me. At this threat, the officers did come towards us, but they circled Connie, not me. I was still unsteadily standing a step away. Two of the officers took their guns out. Sergeant Elio raised his hand to halt whatever it was they intended. The direction of the threat had definitely reversed, and Connie recognized the situation immediately. For whatever reason, these men were siding with me over their commanding officer. Considering the consequences of their actions, should he be able to report them, it seemed likely they would neutralize that threat by killing him here. Connie was a survivor. He knew how to readjust his attitudes in a life or death situation, and he recognized that's what this was. He stood tall, nonchalant, acting as if nothing untoward was happening. I think it'd be better if you left, he said directly to me. The officers seemed satisfied with this new direction of events, and when Sergeant Elio stepped back, they all stepped back. Connie was visibly relieved. You should leave town, he continued talking to me, his face calm. That would have been my recommendation a week ago, and it sure as hell is my recommendation now. Then Connie's features hardened again. This is too fucking sick and perverted to go on any longer. Just get out. Go away to wherever sick fucks go. I got up but said nothing, simply turned and walked away in reply. Connie didn't have many friends to begin with. Now he'd just lost him one. I noticed as I passed Blakey's corpse that the sick smell of his blood complemented the smoky aroma I thought of as Africa. Chapter 94. Roberts Airport Terminal, Monrovia, Liberia, January 2, 1991. The American couple had taken a major carrier to Morocco, then a regional to Ghana, and finally a local puddle jumper into Liberia's main airport. They had expected the scenery to be exotic and provocative, but the dilapidated nature of all the buildings and fixtures, and most concerning, the unkempt appearance of the six-seater aircraft they were traveling in, prompted an edge of fear in their otherwise stoic composures. The man got out of the plane first. He was in his mid-50s, had allowed his thinning hair to go naturally gray, trim and fit, and wearing clothes appropriate to the humid weather. A light windbreaker was tied around his waist, and he had a medium-sized backpack slung over one shoulder. Obviously he had not shaved in a few days, but the roughness only more approximated his surroundings. The man looked back into the cramped cabin and nodded for someone within to come out. A similarly aged woman, but one who dyed her hair to look younger, followed the man down the rickety ladder. She too was dressed for the humidity and carried a light jacket draped over one arm. Her backpack was slightly smaller for her build. She was lean with unnaturally smooth skin for her age. The couple moved together as if orchestrated by many years of marriage. The Carsons were from Portland, Oregon, easily the most progressive city in the U.S., as they liked to say. It was also the whitest big city in the U.S., which caused its progressive residents a fair amount of cognitive dissonance. In response, Portland had experienced a kind of mass hysteria concerning race, a self-loathing that made them regret their own skin color. Those tried to camouflage themselves with tattoos, and some even went the extreme route of claiming they were a darker race, slathering themselves in tanning creams and appropriating ethnic hairstyles. These attempts at self-delusion were not as successful on more mature Portland residents, who instead altruistically adopted children from countries they deemed oppressed and worthy of white saviors. In fact, Mr. and Mrs. Carson had been married 35 years, since he was 20 and she was 18. They had had a good marriage, rewarding careers, eventful travel, and a maturity about the world that few Americans achieve. Their only regret was the lack of children, though not through want of trying. Only after Mrs. Carson had entered menopause had they finally committed to adopting a child, and since their circumstances were flexible and their consciences humble, they had decided to adopt from Africa. They focused on children who had no realistic hope of ever being adopted under normal circumstances. In fact, Mr. and Mrs. Carson had asked for the most unadoptable child possible that was mentally and physically sound. There was also the additional impetus that Mr. Carson, though he had never had children, had always considered himself a good father. He had analyzed how he was raised, identified the faults, and committed to himself that he would never repeat them. Early on, when the possibilities for children were still fresh, he had bought books on parenting, mostly to compare against his own self-assured deductions, but he found them overly long and offering little in the realm of good advice that he didn't already know. As it turned out, Mr. Carson's confidence in himself as a father was not misplaced. He was going to be a terrific father, the perfect father. He was stern when sternness was required, supportive and loving at the appropriate times, and withheld from the situation when his child needed to make decisions for himself. Life is like that. Eventually the wheel comes around, and all the bad in the world is negated by the good in equal amounts. If that hadn't been the case throughout history, there would be no human race, but the fact that one continued was testament to the great equation maintaining equilibrium. Unfortunately, it was only the accumulation of good and bad, not individual to the people who suffered one way or the other. But sometimes, rarely, the same person who had lived a life of despair and degradation got an equal amount of hope and fulfillment. If there was a God, this is how he kept mankind buying lottery tickets. Always have hope, and take a chance, because tomorrow things are going to change. Can't you feel it? Into this vacuum there was no question of who that child might be among the adoption agency personnel. When they had heard this remarkable requirement, there was an immediate consensus of the appropriate candidate. They also were motivated by an extreme sense of relief that the boy would be gone from their midst because his very presence in a community caused silence and fear. It was not that he had performed any overt acts of horrifying behavior in their midst, but his reputation ruled here nonetheless, just as it did anywhere within 1,000 miles of Monrovia, perhaps all over the continent. An interpreter met Mr. and Mrs. Carson first. He came alone, a small black, older woman, her skin stretched tight and her graying hair pinned back with hand-woven ties. She smiled. There was a gap in the right side of her mouth, and her bottom teeth were brown and irregular. She had the musty body odor of someone who hasn't bathed in several days. Her dress looked to be a donation and not locally made. There were the telltale tobacco stains on her fingers, barely visible against her dark and wrinkled skin. She spoke a heavily accented English, but was clearly understandable. "Hello, kind people," she greeted the American couple. They both smiled and nodded affirmatively. "Hop in your journey was fine," the interpreter asked. They nodded again, smiled again. "We were hoping to join the child right away and fly out of here before it gets dark," Mr. Carson said, looking over the interpreter's head at the bullet holes in the walls of the terminal. The rough concrete blocks also showed suspicious stains not entirely covered up by a hastily applied coat of cheap green paint. Most of the windows were boarded up, and those that weren't were broken. The only sense of safety was provided by black armed guards in crisp United Nations uniforms. An open airport meant that Liberia was again tethered to the rest of the world, and its function as an exit was well justified. But why anyone would enter on their own accord was a questionable action, only explained by the irrational altruism of people so insulated in their own bubble of sanctimony that they could not see the danger nor the paternalism of their actions. But what is charity if not a manifestation of unrequited guilt? This time it was the interpreter with the strained smile. She looked behind herself. At the opening of a hallway, a male member of the adoption staff was standing just behind the wall, looking around the corner to see when to come out. The staff member spoke to someone behind him, walked into full view, then turned around to wave to someone else to come forward. Slowly, shyly, Kobe stepped out of the battered hallway, even from 50 feet. The raised scars were visible on his arms and forehead. At first the Carsons thought the scars to be war wounds, but as Kobe came closer they were horrified to make out the stick figure images of bleeding limbs and torsos. Mrs. Carson audibly gasped, but Mr. Carson put his hand on her shoulder to quiet her. He smiled at Kobe, ignoring the mutilation. "Hello," Mr. Carson said kindly, looking directly into Kobe's eyes. Kobe remained apprehensive for a moment, but his anticipation was so great, and his optimism so overwhelming, that he accepted Mr. Carson's smile unequivocally. A big smile showing large, perfectly white teeth split his face. Kobe's heartfelt vulnerability broke through to Mrs. Carson, and she stepped forward of her own accord and hugged Kobe fiercely. He was taller than her by a few inches, but all she could see was a little boy who needed her help. The couple had tears in their eyes. Kobe said something in English so accented to their untrained ears that Mr. and Mrs. Carson looked quizzically at the interpreter. The interpreter said, "He say that he very happy to meet you." Mr. and Mrs. Carson looked back at Kobe, their smiles reassuring. "What will we call him?" Mrs. Carson asked her husband. "He can keep his own name if he wants, but if he wants our family name, my dad's, Godfrey, is a good one," Mr. Carson replied, thoughtfully. Then Kobe said something else. The interpreter did not translate immediately. Mr. Carson finally asked, "What did he say?" The interpreter said quietly, "He is just a young boy with knowing only the bush. He does not understand these things." "What things?" asked Mr. Carson. "He say." The interpreter began but paused. Like, Mrs. Carson was a tiny bit annoyed. The interpreter looked uncomfortable. "He say when he grow up, he's gonna be a white man." Epilogue. Finn. Yeah. A well-maintained semi-truck and trailer drive along a lonely, paved, but in poor repair, highway. There is little traffic, and a lot of smoke in the distance all around. The whole countryside seems to be burning. Billows of blackness, like an unfurling flag, occasionally waft across the roadway. Up ahead is a splintered telephone pole on the shoulder of the asphalt. A large black man wearing a ratty olive and blue t-shirt is standing next to it. The truck slows as it approaches, gearing down through the shift pattern. The truck stops and the man in the t-shirt opens the passenger's side door. "Where are you going?" the driver asks across the seat. "Wherever you be," the erstwhile passenger replies, climbing in and shutting the door. The driver nods as he shifts the truck back up through its pattern and drives away into the smoke.